Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. She came down the hall on a Saturday night like the house was just a coat check. Heels, trench still on, hair perfect. She didn't pause at me in the entry. She checked her reflection in the mirror by the door, adjusted the gold hoops, then reached for the handle. I'm heading out, Vanessa tossed over her shoulder. Just a small thing. Old friends catching up. Where? I folded my arms. Our shepherd, Duke, lay down against my boot like a silent witness. Don't overthink it. It's casual. She touched the pulse at her neck. Same spot she sprayed those special perfumes she'd said were for our anniversary. The scent floated like a headline. Casual with Natalie Rhodes? I kept my tone even. Closed guest lists, phone face down, new schedule. That Natalie. She didn't blink. Don't dig into it. We're just sinking. If you walk out with that lie between us, I said, calm enough to make her finally glance at me. Don't expect it to be here when you get back. She smiled like I'd told a dad joke and slipped out. The door clicked. Duke let out a breath and settled. I stood there a beat longer, the scent of those perfumes refusing to move. This wasn't a night out. It was a pivot. Different rules, different stage. And I wasn't on it. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have cleared the calendar sooner. I poured coffee I didn't need, sat at the kitchen island, and started rewriting my week. The hiking trip for Sunday, pulled. The dinner with her boss and spouse, canceled with a brief, polite text, scheduling conflict. Shared account notifications, muted from me, limits set, not announced. I drafted a note for Vanessa, short. From today, we operate on facts. Shared funds for essentials only. Communication, clarified. Logistics, property, non-negotiables. Everything else, later. I didn't send it. I taped it to the fridge where she put reminders for dry cleaning. If she wanted to live by invitations, she could read one. The next morning, she slept at an undisclosed location and posted nothing. In our backyard, the snowbanks had hardened into pale walls. I shoveled a clean path to the garage and drove to my friend Marcus's warehouse in Rhino. He runs a custom metal shop and a side business in Bad Advice. He looked me over. Man, you've got that Sunday face. Vanessa's moved our marriage to invite only. He set down the grinder and wiped his hands. Is that a thing you RSVP to? I'm moving to structure. Essentials only. I'm done guessing. He nodded once. You up for a trip this week? Works light. Say it. Chicago. Client wants railing prototypes. I need a second set of hands. You can stare at a skyline and remember you're a human. And if she texts, you reply when it's functional. He grinned. I know you. You won't make a scene. You'll make a plan. Bring Duke. Not unless he can lift steel. By midweek, we were on the road, the plains peeling into gray winter. I sent Vanessa one message from a rest stop. Simple. Out of town for 3 days on work. Essentials covered. Back Friday night. She responded with a heart and a line. Okay. Don't stress. No location. No invitation. In Chicago, the client was all caffeine and tape measures. I stayed late to run welds while Marcus negotiated payments. We finished early evening Friday. Snow hissed against the windows, turning the city into a postcard. While we wrapped cables, Marcus glanced at his phone and raised an eyebrow. Funny overlap, he said. Natalie Rhodes, your favorite, tagged at a rooftop downtown. Some winter fundraiser. Invite only. Your wife likes rooftop views. She likes the part where people turn when she walks in. He pulled on his jacket. Let's see the view. We'll stand on a sidewalk. No scenes. The building was one of those glass towers pretending to be timeless. Outside the entrance, velvet rope, 2 suited guys checking names. I kept my hands in my pockets. We stepped up. The taller one looked us over. Names. Ethan and Marcus, I said. More of a habit than a hope. He didn't check anything. Not on the list. Sure, I answered. We're not here to debate your clipboard. Marcus leaned back, just enough to clock faces through the revolving doors. Well, that's interesting. He dipped his chin. Left side, silver blazer, ugly loafers. Trevor Lang. The tech guy? The collector of rare things, including people with expensive tastes, Marcus said, dry as salt. He scouts in rooms like this. You know who introduces him? People like your Natalie. You seeing Vanessa? I didn't. I saw the type. Dresses curated to photograph well, Men with the permanent smile of guys who haven't carried their own bags in a decade, and a bar arranged like a jewelry store. Not pushing it, Marcus added. We're not 14. We're not even curious, I said. We're confirming. We stood there long enough for a car service to drop off 2 influencers and a hedge fund rumor. The rope never lifted for us. We walked back to the truck with nothing but the confirmation I'd come for. It wasn't about old friends. It was about a league where vows are decorations and family is a footnote. I drove us to the hotel and slept in a quiet that didn't feel like rest. Vanessa let herself in just before sunrise. Duke's nails ticked across the floor. He hesitated, looked at me in the kitchen, then went to her. She came in with pink roses like a prop and set them on the island. You're back, she said, like she hadn't crossed any wires. Wow, long night. Chicago is, you know. She trailed off, checking my face for a cue. You smell like those perfumes you said you'd saved, I replied. We keep saying words we don't honor. That's the problem. It was a fundraiser. She started untying her trench. You're acting like I committed a crime for having a life. This isn't about oxygen, I told her. It's about honesty. You want a separate track? You can take it. I'll adjust. She frowned. Adjust to what? To me not filling blanks for you, I said, tapping the paper on the fridge. Read it. It's not punitive. It's structure. Essentials are covered. Communication stays on logistics. If you want more, bring clarity, not fog. She squinted at the note like it was written in code. You put rules on your wife. I set rules for myself, I answered, and boundaries for my property. If we're roommates with rings, I'll manage it like a property manager. That is cold. That is clear. She tried another angle. I think you're anxious. I wanted to look nice. That's all. You can say that too. You looked great, I replied. You looked like someone who practiced an exit in the mirror. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. She bristled. I'm exhausted. Can we not pick a fight? I brought roses. Roses don't fix math, I said. We'll keep this simple. She sighed, then softened her mouth like a winter sun. Okay, she said. Okay, you'll see it's not a big deal. It was the first warm patch, thin, strategic, enough to pretend the ice was gone. I didn't buy it, but I let the day be quiet. I went to the shop, set up next week's contracts, and ate a sandwich alone in the truck with the radio off. When I got home, Vanessa had bought fancy cheese and left a note. Dinner at 7? I moved it to the side and booked a meeting with a financial planner for Monday. She preferred champagne to checkbooks. I preferred numbers to speeches. By Wednesday, we had a house guest, Chloe, her younger sister, with 2 suitcases and a weary smile. She's a year out of a messy breakup that everyone in their family has opinions about. She walked in, hugged me like we were old co-workers who'd survived a layoff, and set 1 suitcase at the base of the stairs. You sure? She asked. Temporary. I'm not trying to nest. You can occupy the guest room, not the master, I said, and she laughed. Vanessa kissed her cheek. You'll love it. Girls' nights, finally. Chloe looked around. Where are the girls? New friends, adult circles, Vanessa tossed. You'll meet them Friday. I'm planning a little welcome back thing. Chloe raised an eyebrow at me. I offered no commentary. In the kitchen later, Chloe rinsed a glass and kept her voice low. You okay if I say the obvious? Say it. She's chasing something that lives in rooms with velvet ropes, she said. It doesn't feed anyone. It just claps. I won't run interference, but I'm not lying for her. I'm not asking you to. She nodded. Good. Then this will be honest. Friday, our house turned into a mock lounge. Vanessa had hired a DJ who parked a cart by the bar and stacked neon napkins like flags. The guest list skewed glossy. People who used the word curate about appetizers, men who sell solutions, women who measure attention like steps on a watch. Natalie Rhodes arrived with an air kiss. Vanessa floated behind her like a debutante with a second chance. Marcus leaned his elbow on the island and looked at me. You want me here? Stay, I said. I'm not hiding in my garage. I live here. Natalie smiled at me with perfect teeth. Ethan, I've heard everything about you. We need to get you out more. I've been out, I said. Chicago rooftops are lovely this time of year. Her smile thinned a millimeter. Oh, you were there. At the rope, I said. I admire a good system. Keeps priorities crisp. She touched her hair. We should talk about opportunities. I'm full up on those, I said. Vanessa appeared between us, glass in hand. Don't make this awkward, she told me quietly. You booked a DJ for your sister's settling in, I replied. It's already a concept. The evening loosened the room. Music, chatter, a couple of people pretending not to check their phones for likes. I stayed on one beer and water, circulated, answered actual questions, and ignored probing. Duke lay under the table like a bodyguard who'd retired. I could feel the line in Vanessa's shoulders when she decided to perform. She stepped onto the little area by the fireplace where the DJ had placed a light. She clinked her glass with a spoon, laughter in her throat, the crowd turning toward her like sunflowers. Okay, she announced. First, welcome back to my sister. Second, thank you all for being here. Third, she pivoted to me with a smile that was all enamel. Marriage is funny. You think you pick a partner. Then you realize you picked a roommate with rules. A couple of people tittered. Marcus's eyes bounced to me. I didn't move. Vanessa kept going, voice bright. He's a great guy. He just forgets I'm me. So I go breathe. You know how it is. I didn't interrupt. I didn't rescue. She took that as a green light. And then she went bigger. She laughed that practiced laugh and threw it into the room. My wife laughed. Every day I'm more certain. You're not worthy of me, her gorgeous, single sister looked at me. Please. He deserves better. Me, for example. The room froze mid-chuckle. I swung not to her, but to Chloe. Chloe didn't blink. She set down her glass, stepped forward just enough to be under the same weak light, and looked at me, not Vanessa. I'm not doing this, she told the room. Not the part where he's the punchline. He pays the mortgage and feeds the dog and shows up. That deserves respect. So cut it out. Vanessa's smile stuttered. Chloe, it was a joke. Chloe didn't step down. You want a joke? Okay. You keep shopping for eyes to clap at you. He deserves people who clap because he's solid. The DJ pretended to fiddle with wires to avoid eye contact. Natalie looked like she'd smelled cleaning supplies. Marcus muttered, well then. Vanessa's cheeks held their shape, but the room had turned. The mask of hostess slipped. The crowd clocked the real thing. She dropped the mic, figuratively, and set her glass on the mantel. Excuse me, she said, and moved through the guests like a blade through water, out the back, around the deck, into the night. The party kept buzzing, but at a lower voltage. Chloe took a breath and went to the kitchen to cut a cake she hadn't baked. I stayed put. My boundary had just been set for me, publicly. The first consequence landed. The room saw the gap. I didn't need to say a speech. I just needed to act. 10 minutes later, Natalie sidled up. She's sensitive. Don't make it a whole thing, she advised. The way people do when their brand depends on pretending nothing happened. It already is a thing, I said. A family thing. We'll handle it. She tensed. Handle how? Like adults, I answered. With signatures and logistics. Marcus bumped my elbow. You good? I'm done apologizing for having a spine, I said. By midnight, the guests had thinned. The DJ rolled his cart through the side gate without goodbyes. I loaded the rental glassware into boxes and stacked them in the garage. Around 1 a.m., my phone buzzed. It was Vanessa's Instagram. She'd posted a photo on a Chicago rooftop at sunset from earlier in the week. Next to her, a man in a tailored coat. He wasn't touching her, but they were aligned in that way people align when they want alignment seen. The caption, "We don't owe anyone anything." I handed the phone to Chloe. She scanned it, lips pressing. She knew exactly what she was doing, I said quietly. She thinks it's leverage, Chloe murmured back. It probably worked on others. It doesn't work here. What are you going to do? I typed while we stood there. Attorney. Monday. First available. Then I forwarded myself the title documents, insurance policies, and the inventory list I keep because life rewards boring habits. I moved our shared utilities to view only for her login and set a budget line for the month with category locks. I froze the secondary card. I sent Vanessa a short text. We'll handle the property and accounts formally. Meeting being scheduled. Until then, your access is essential only. If you need something, text specifics. She replied after a beat. You're upset. I'm organized, I wrote back. Marcus whistled under his breath. That's a lot of chess for 1 a.m. I've been playing in my head for weeks, I said. He clapped my shoulder and left. Chloe stood in the doorway, arms folded, eyes steady. "I'll be around," she said. "If you need a witness, I know what I saw." "I don't need a jury," I replied. "I need a conclusion." Monday morning, the attorney's office smelled like coffee and file folders. The attorney, a woman who looked like she had seen every version of this story, scanned the highlights I'd brought. "You're not interested in fireworks," she observed. "I'm interested in clarity," I said. "The house is premarital, the accounts are primarily mine. I want an agreement that reflects how we've actually lived." She may not like that. She likes stage lights. This is fluorescent. We set a date for Wednesday. I sent Vanessa the appointment details with the same neutral tone you use to confirm a plumber. She texted, "You can't be serious." I answered, "I am. Bring your ID." She didn't reply. Around dinner, she tried the second warm patch. She came home with a bag of takeout, set it on the counter, and poured a glass of wine. She spoke before I could. "I don't want war," she started. I felt like I was disappearing into chores. "The only time I feel seen is when I'm out." "That's all." "That's not all," I said. "What you want is a stage where attention is a currency. You think your vows buy you tickets to that. They don't. You're making me the villain." "I don't need a villain," I said. "I need peace. The path I'm taking gives me that." She stepped closer. "We can fix this, Ethan. We can organize it," I corrected. "Then we can leave each other with our names intact." She sighed, then tried one last time. "What about Chloe? What about her?" "She's inserting herself. You think she helped? But she made it worse." "She told the truth," I said. "You're not used to that in front of an audience." She went upstairs, then came down later and sat across from me on the couch, like we were two people waiting in an airport. "This is dramatic," she tried. "No," I said. "It's adult." Wednesday, we sat with the attorney. Vanessa wore a blazer that said competent and a face that said cornered but charming. The attorney reviewed the draft. Vanessa tried a joke. It didn't land. "What about the house?" Vanessa asked. "It's separate property," the attorney said, gentle but immovable. "There's room for an agreement that recognizes your contributions, but that doesn't include title." Vanessa looked at me. "You'd really lock me out of that." "I'm not locking you out," I answered. "I'm closing the door you walked out of. There's a difference." The conversation stayed calm. Proof does that. In the end, she signed a short agreement acknowledging no claim to the house or the bulk of my savings in exchange for a clean transition. She did it because Alyssa, our attorney, made the math plain, and because Vanessa had read the room on Friday and knew her audience shrank. After, we drove home in separate cars because that felt truer than sharing a ride. She came in, retrieved suitcases, and walked around the bedroom gathering things without drama. I stood in the doorway, arms folded, Duke sitting like a piece of furniture that had feelings. She turned once, suitcase in hand. "I don't hate you," she offered. "I was scared of disappearing into laundry." "You know, you didn't disappear," I replied. "You went loud in rooms that rewarded you for it. You made choices. So did I." "You'll what?" "Move on with Chloe." There it was. The desperate attempt to reframe. I shook my head. "This isn't about Chloe. This is about boundaries. The paperwork says what it says." Footsteps on the stairs. Chloe leaned over the railing with a calm expression. "Do you want me to open the red from last night?" she asked me, casual, like we were discussing weather. Vanessa froze a hair too long. Control gone. Comfort dissolving. Status back to the shelf. "No," I said to Chloe. "I'm driving in an hour." I turned to Vanessa. "You have what you need." She zipped the suitcase. "I'll send for the rest." "Text a list," I told her. "We'll schedule pickup. Logistics only." She walked past me with the rolling wheel noise of endings, paused at the front door, glanced at the hall mirror one last time. No audience, no applause, and left. Duke watched, then turned to me like, "Now what?" "Now structure." I changed the alarm codes and removed her access from the home app. I sent a short email to utilities confirming the new arrangements. I told the landscaper to bill only me. I updated my schedule for the next month. Mondays at Marcus's, Tuesdays running estimates, Thursdays open for actual rest. I pulled our anniversary reservation, future solved. It felt less like loss and more like clearing a workbench. The text started that week. Not from Vanessa. From the circle that feeds on other people's oxygen. "Natalie, we should talk." I think you're making rash decisions. Me. Decisions were made when honesty left. We're doing logistics. A man I'd seen at the party. Heard you and V are taking space. You okay? Me. Better with quiet. Vanessa posted less. When she did, it was backdrops and word salads. No house, no dog, no kitchen where she used to stir sauces. The rooftop man didn't repeat. Attention is a fickle landlord. I didn't chase anything. That's not the same as going numb. It just meant I ran my life like a project and let the feelings clock in and clock out like shift workers. Marcus swung by the shop and handed me a coffee. You look 10 pounds lighter, he said. I sleep, I answered. The silence is honest. He grinned. There's a sentence. So, you done with rooms that have ropes? I like rooms with doors, I said. I know how those work. Weeks later, a Thursday, I ended up at O'Malley's with the guys. Ordinary bar. No velvet, no spotlight. Just TVs with scores and a decent burger that no one pretends is art. I sat at the high top with Marcus and Ben from the shop. We were arguing about snow tires when Chloe walked in. She scanned, saw me, smiled with the relief of someone who found a familiar face at a crowded train station. Busy night, she said, pulling a stool. I needed noise that isn't performed. She ordered ginger ale, because even in chaos some people stay practical. Ben leaned toward me, raising his eyebrows at Chloe in a way that annoyed me before it finished happening. Upgrade, he joked softly. Copy better than the original. I looked at him until he shifted. No, I said. Different lanes. Legal's handled. We don't mix processes. Ben put up both hands. Got it. Chloe shook her head. Men should come with a manual. They do, I said. It says, don't test the brakes for fun. She laughed. Fair. We talked about anything but Vanessa. Music at the shop. Marcus's infuriatingly slow camping stove. How Chloe's job search actually excited her because now she could pick a place that cared about output over optics. She was funny, smart, decent, and she never once used me as a mirror. That mattered. As we were leaving, Chloe looked at me near the door. You handled it, she said, not a question. I did my half, I answered. The rest is gravity. She hesitated. For what it's worth, the way you stayed calm when she tried to make you a joke, that taught me something. What? That attention is cheap, she said. Respect is expensive. I walked her to her car and went home to a house that felt larger without extra noise. I stood in the entry where the whole thing started. The mirror still hung there. I didn't look in it. I scratched Duke behind the ears and turned out the light. Life didn't get quieter because I won anything. It got clearer because I stopped auditioning. I opened the shop earlier, trained the new guy, signed 2 projects that would keep us busy through summer. On Sundays, I drove into the foothills and split firewood the old way. Last week, I bought a truck that fits my work without needing any attention. I didn't need a rooftop to enjoy the view. The Front Range gives you a skyline for free if you pay with effort. I hear about Vanessa through people who thrive on circulation. She's in smaller rooms now. The captions got longer and said less. Her circle rotated. That's not my problem. You can spend years trying to be adored by 1,000 strangers and forget the one pair of eyes that actually matters at home. The last time we crossed, months later, was by accident in a grocery store aisle. She reached for a jar at the same time I did, then pulled back like the shelf might testify. Hi, she said, voice neutral. Hey, you look good. I sleep, I repeated. She forced a smile. I'm glad it all worked out for you. It worked out for both of us, I said. You got your nights. I got my mornings. She nodded, didn't argue, moved on. I finished shopping. At the register, the cashier made small talk about weather. Honest words about a predictable thing. It felt like a luxury. Here's what I know now. Respect leaves in inches and returns in contracts. You can either chase applause or you can build a life where you don't need it. When she chose the rope over the ring, I didn't pull harder. I let go and walked to a better door. And when it closed, it stayed closed, not from anger, but because anything else would be a step backward. On my way out of O'Malley's last night, Marcus asked if I had any regrets. I told him the truth. I regret not naming it sooner, I said. I gave the benefit of the doubt to someone who banked it and spent it in rooms where the only rule is eyes up front. He snorted. And now? Now I invest in quiet, I said, and in people who don't need an audience to behave. He held the door. You should put that on a sign. I did, I told him. It's called a deed. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. She came in at 11:43 with her heels in her hand, like trophies. The hallway light hit the smear on her mouth, the half-done buttons, the mark on her collarbone shaped too specific to be a hug in a crowd. Citrus Cologne, I don't own, walked in ahead of her. Who were you with? I asked from the kitchen. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't move. She glanced at me over the shoe straps, amused. Needed space. Party. Relax. Space smells like a men's counter at the mall now. She slid past me like I was furniture. Since when are you a guard dog? Since I signed my name on this mortgage, I replied. She didn't break stride. Judge me in your head if it makes you feel tall. She tossed over her shoulder. You're still sleeping alone. The bedroom door closed. I stood there with the fridge humming and the clock knowing too much. I didn't pace. I didn't flip cushions looking for evidence. I poured the whiskey back into the bottle, rinsed the glass, and put it away. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have slept harder that night. You don't see the finish line when you're tying your shoes. At 7 a.m., I called Eli Ricks. Former Army, now runs a quiet little security consultancy from a garage office in South Austin. He picks up for me because a few years ago, I helped him untie a contract problem that would have eaten his savings. Cole, he answered. You sound like you swallowed a nail. I need a clean calendar audit, I said. 2 weeks. No drama. We're looking to confirm nothing. Your wife. Yes. Parameters. Work, home, girls' nights, yoga, spa, cash services. Don't bump her. Don't spook anyone. Just shadow the schedule and log. Why 2 weeks? Because if I can't trust for 14 days, I'm done debating it. Copy. Send me her usual week. I emailed him before I finished the eggs. That was initiative number 1. Separate action from mood. I didn't confront. I didn't plead. I put a line on the board and stepped back. The next 2 weeks were a freezer. We shared a kitchen like co-workers and a bathroom like neighbors in a rental. She kept a playlist whispering in the bedroom when she got ready and shut it off when I walked in. I cooked. She ordered. We rotated around each other like bad satellites. First scene started the first Saturday. I was at the counter with a legal pad, outlining a partner presentation. She breezed in with a reusable cup and a sweatshirt that said nothing about where she was. You going to be mad all day? She asked, tapping her phone. Not mad, I said. Just retired from the guessing game. That's not an answer. It's the only one you'll get here. She leaned on the island. I needed a late night with my friends. We danced. We laughed. You don't own my time. I don't want to own anything, I replied. I want to recognize what's mine in a lineup. She snorted. Poetry now. An invoice, I said, flipping my pad shut. You have plans today? Brunch with Brooke. Cute. Where? South Congress. What? Logistics. I'll be out this afternoon. Doing what? Not your business, I said evenly. See how that feels. Don't be petty, Ethan. Not petty. Demonstration. She stared like she was waiting for me to blink first. I didn't. She grabbed her keys. Judge all you want, she said, moving toward the door. I'm not judging. I'm measuring, I answered. Those are different sports. On my way to the parking garage, Eli texted, Oh, 900 to 2300 Friday. Work, then group at Violet Crown, home 2343. Nothing extra. Sat/sun, normal. Monday through Friday, gym, work, yoga, home. No deviations. DM more as needed. I told him to keep logging. No conclusions. Just pieces on the table. That afternoon, I changed the house rules. I moved my suits, shoes, files into the guest room. I set up a coffee maker there and a small safe for documents. I installed a keypad lock on that door, the kind you can open with a code or a card. Not dramatic, not punitive. Logistics. If respect was leaving, privacy could ride shotgun. She noticed that night when she came by to borrow the steamer. What's this? She asked, taking in the rack and the cases. Office, I said. I need a quiet space. You get the bedroom. I get this. We have a home office. We have a room with a desk that faces the neighbor's junk car, I replied. I need a door that means something. You're moving out? Inside first, I said. Then we see. She rolled her eyes. God, you're impossible. Where were you last night? I asked. She arched a brow. I told you. Party. Names. Don't interrogate me. Then don't feed me fog, I said. You're smart. Pick a lane. She left without the steamer. It wasn't a victory, just a boundary taped off like a fresh paint job. Eli's feed stayed clean. He reported yoga, a cash massage at a small place off Lamar. Nothing obviously wrong, but cash is designed to be forgettable. He logged photos of storefronts and timestamps. He sent a short note, using a secure messenger. Can't pull content. Common in social circles. No obvious male companion. Could be using rideshare to avoid patterns. We'll keep eyes open. The second scene started the night of our anniversary. We agreed to host a small dinner. Partners from the firm, Aaron from college, Brooke, two couples from the neighborhood. I ordered barbecue and a cake shaped like the state. I wore a navy suit because sometimes a suit is a shield. She dressed in white with a ribbon at her wrist like a fundraiser. The table clinked. People laughed. She was charming, a good hostess, the version of Vanessa I once signed up for. Halfway through dessert, she tapped her glass. I have a gift, she announced, beaming at everyone except me. I'm pregnant. Fork stopped. Someone gasped. Brooke squealed. My partners looked at me like I'd just landed a big client. I stood. I put my napkin on the table calmly. I'm not the father, I said, just as clear. Congratulations are due to the man who is. You could feel the room rearrange itself. Brooke's mouth fell open. Aaron stared at me because we played poker enough for him to know I don't bluff. Vanessa set the glass down carefully, like putting away a prop. You're humiliating me, she murmured, still smiling at the room. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. No, I replied. You did that when you walked in at 11:43 with a souvenir on your collarbone. I'm just updating the account. Someone coughed. One of the neighbors put a hand to her own stomach, like she could block the shock from traveling. Vanessa's eyes flashed, then smoothed over like a lake with a motor under it. Can we talk privately? She asked, teeth together. We can talk in the English language right here, I answered. Everyone's hearing it anyway. I needed space, she said quietly. Then you'll get more, I told her. Aaron cleared his throat. Maybe we should. No, I cut in. I'm done letting fog drive the car. My managing partner tried diplomacy. Ethan, maybe we all. Enjoy the brisket, I said to the table. It's paid for. Good night. I left my own house party. That was initiative number 2, public this time. A line drawn where witnesses could see it. I didn't slam a door. I didn't look back. I drove to the office, turned on the conference room lights, and sent Eli a new instruction. Add 1 more week. We're not guessing. We're knowing. He replied, Roger. Midturn came quick the next morning. Vanessa texted at 7 a.m., we should talk. I overreacted. Can we reset? Breakfast? I answered, lunch in public. 1 p.m. at Walton's. 1 hour. She showed up on time, soft sweater, hair down, no lacquer. She ordered a salad and kept touching the napkin like she wanted to fold herself into something smaller. I'm sorry about last night, she began. I was nervous. I handled it badly. You announced a pregnancy like a raffle prize, I said. I handled my boundary. I thought you'd be happy, she said. You thought I'd be boxed in, I corrected. She exhaled. You're hurt. You think the worst. I've been stressed. Work. Family. I went out too much. I was stupid. Names, I said quietly. Locations. Dates. She blinked. Why are you like a detective? Because I run a life where facts matter, I replied. Without them, everything is costumes. She glanced around the room, then back. Do you want a counselor? I want truth. She nodded as if making a brave decision. Fine. I'll be more present. I'll stop going out late. I'll give you access to my calendar. Can we just move forward? It's not a subscription with auto-renew, I said. It's a contract. It's either honored or it's gone. I'm trying, she whispered. You're negotiating, I said. There's a difference. She dabbed the corner of her eye with the napkin and gave me that angle. The one that says I'm fragile. Be gentle. I didn't mock it. I didn't comfort her. I finished my coffee and slid the check her way. Pick it up, I told her. Symbolic gesture. She did, a twitch starting in her jaw. First illusion of change logged. I walked out into the heat and called Aaron. How bad, he asked. Bad enough I'm making a spreadsheet, I said. You sure you aren't nuking your life because your pride's on a hair trigger? My pride is not the part that smelled the cologne. He was quiet. All right. You're not wrecking things for fun. If your gut is yelling, there's usually a reason. I'm not wrecking anything, I said. I'm cleaning up. That afternoon at the firm, Brooke barged into my office like she owned the lease. She's blunt, always has been, and thinks volume is a winning tactic. You're a monster, she started. She stood in front of your friends and shared news, and you. I waved her into silence. Close the door, Brooke. She slammed it like that would dent me. Do you understand what you did to her? I acknowledged a reality I didn't create. She's carrying your child. No, I said calmly. She's carrying a child. Period. You're cold, she snapped. You starved her emotionally. You put work above everything. She told me how lonely. Stop, I cut her off. I get that you're her friend. Here's what you don't get. I'm not going to sit in my own office and get labeled while I pay the rent. I will not debate hallucinations. If you bring me facts, I listen. If you bring me a script, I end the meeting. You destroyed her with that line, she said. No, I replied. I destroyed a convenient story. You think you're the only rational one? You think your little bullet points make you righteous? I think you're out of line, I told her, standing. We're done. She glared. People will know who you are. They already do, I said. I'm the guy who won't be managed by hashtags. Brooke left, rattling the blinds. The door clicked. I sat back down and wrote an email to HR documenting the interaction, because life taught me to write things down before fireworks show up. Foreign Territory Initiative. Protect my workplace from her friend's campaign before it starts. Third scene arrived with the kind of precision you hate to admire. By the weekend, Vanessa's socials turned into a glossy billboard. Sonogram shots. Her hand on her stomach. Eyes up like a statue. Captions about hope and new chapters. Comments telling her she's glowing, brave, blessed. A few lines about growing a heart even when someone else stays closed. She never used my name. She didn't need to. Our friends started ghosting me. Neighbors waved slower. Colleagues whispered in the hallway. The receptionist stopped meeting my eyes for a day. Vanessa stayed ice at home. She hummed while tidying as if I were a collager. When she spoke, it was logistics. She never once said we. She said I and my, like she'd discovered grammar last week. Eli's report remained stubbornly neutral. He tracked her to work, to yoga, to a different cafe, to the cash massage again. He noted a new pattern. She used a secure messenger more often, head down, fingers fast. He couldn't pull content. He did catch a rideshare to a mid-rise east of the highway one evening, stayed 35 minutes, then back to girls' night on her story. He shot me a text. No face seen. Only entrance/exit. Screen's blackout. Still no hard IDs. That night, I sat on our back porch with the fan buzzing and called my attorney friend, Patricia Nguyen. We work together occasionally, and she doesn't do bedside manner. She does results. You've got smoke and PR, she said when I finished. No fire. You want to move. Without fire, you're skating on vibes. Can we create a frame where my integrity isn't a punching bag? I asked. Voluntary polygraph, she answered without pause. You take one on your honesty and the timeline. You offer to cover cost. Then propose she take one on two carefully worded questions. Not accusatory. Clinical. She won't agree. Then you've positioned yourself as the one running toward truth. Judges are people. People read posture. I don't want a courtroom war, I said. We'll keep it tight, she replied. But you need a clear record. Right now, she's writing the story. I agreed. That was initiative number 3. Change the arena. We drafted a stipulation, mutual voluntary polygraphs, administered by a neutral examiner, results admissible by consent. Dry, precise. When I presented it in the kitchen, Vanessa was slicing fruit like it owed her money. No, she said without looking up. I'm not submitting to machines. It's voluntary. I've already booked mine. You don't trust me. I don't trust the narrative. It's insulting, she said. What's insulting is using a baby as a shield. I replied evenly. She slapped the knife on the cutting board. How dare you? Truth doesn't care about volume. You're not the man I married. I am, I said. I'm just not the audience you want. She threw the towel in the sink and walked out. A half hour later, I got a text from her mother. Then a call. Then another. I didn't answer the first two. I picked up the third to keep the record clean. Ethan, her mother began in that tight way people get when they love the posture more than the person. Stop this. You're scaring my daughter. You will not bully a pregnant woman. If you don't change, we will take everything you have. You can't take what isn't yours, I replied. And bullying is a word for people who can't stand boundaries. Your fear of responsibility is obvious, she said. What's obvious is that you're too invested in the image to check the facts. You are cruel. I'm concise, I said and hung up. Aaron came by that evening with burgers. He dropped one in front of me and sat. You look like you've been living in a bank vault, he said. Noise everywhere, nothing solid, I answered. You sure about the polygraph thing? He asked. It feels like reality TV. It's a line in the sand, I said. Not a solution. He nodded slowly. You do what you have to. Just don't cut your own oxygen. I'll breathe fine once the fog clears. 2 days later, Vanessa's attorney sent a polite email agreeing to the voluntary polygraph with language tweaks that didn't change the substance. She signed. I read the signature twice. That was her second soft pivot. Too smooth, too fast. I marked it down. My exam took an hour. Control questions, baseline stuff, then the real ones. Did you have intimate relations with any person outside your marriage during the past 6 months? No. Did you make false statements to harm your wife's reputation? No. Results came back, truthful, according to the examiner. We sent them to her side along with the report that I'd taken it. She scheduled hers for the following week. Meanwhile, the rain kicked in. Austin does this thing where it forgets it's a city and tries to be a river. That night, there was thunder like moving furniture. I was packing a suitcase in the guest room. My name is on the deed, but I was done sleeping under a roof that felt like a lobby. Vanessa stood in the doorway without mascara, hair damp, no pose. You're actually leaving, she said, as if the suitcase hadn't told her already. I'm giving us both what we claim to want, I replied. Space. I miss you, she said quietly. Come back to our bed. Please. No, I said. Not cruel. Just final. Ethan, We're past speeches, I cut in. Here's the only sentence I have left. I'm filing for divorce in the morning. She didn't cry. She didn't throw anything. She nodded once, like checking a box. That's when I knew it wasn't shock. It was strategy. She'd already measured the angles and decided she could work with this. I moved into a service apartment near the river. It had a microwave, thin towels, a bed that doesn't care how you feel. Perfect. I took my bikes, my suits, 2 cast iron pans, and the coffee grinder. I texted the landlord, moved utilities, forwarded mail. I canceled 2 joint things and opened 2 individual ones. Clean. Efficient. Late that night, she knocked on the apartment door. Rain ran off her jacket. For a half second, the old reflex tried to stand up. I pushed it back into the chair. Let me in, she said. No. I replied through the chain. You're not on the lease. Please, she whispered. Just talk. We did, I said. Under lightning. The answer was no. You're throwing away a marriage, she said. You threw away respect, I answered. Marriage can't survive that. Can we do 1 counseling session? She asked. For what? I said. To rehearse. She swallowed. I made mistakes. You made choices, I corrected. Good night. She stood there one more beat, like she needed the camera to catch her profile, then left. The hallway smelled like wet carpet. I made coffee at midnight and slept like a man after surgery. 4th scene was the preliminary hearing. Travis County does beige like it's a religion. Her attorney's angle was textbook. Emotional cruelty, abandoning a pregnant spouse, a request for exclusive home use and financial support. They used her social media as a halo. They used my anniversary line as a spear. I didn't flinch. I had already taken the hit on purpose. Patricia kept it tight. My client has not engaged in derogatory public commentary, she said. He has requested mutual verification through a voluntary examination, which he completed. He has relocated to remove pressure, not to abdicate responsibility. We will submit results and propose temporary arrangements that are fair. Vanessa sat with a tissue, small nods, soft looks. The fragile routine suited her. People in the gallery leaned in. That was the second illusion in motion, strategic fragility. During a break, I stood at the water fountain and Brooke sauntered over in a dress that tried too hard. You look smaller, she said, like it was a kindness. This is eating you. I've had bigger meals, I replied. She's terrified, Brooke went on. She needs stability. She needs honesty, I said. You're old enough to know the difference. You're proving you don't care. I care about my name, I answered. That's not negotiable. Patricia touched my elbow. Walk, she whispered. We did. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen, then at me. That was the examiner, she said. They scheduled Vanessa today after lunch. She didn't have to, but she did. Why? I asked. Because she thinks she can game it, Patricia replied. Or because she thinks she's untouchable. Either way, it's a move. After lunch, Vanessa went into a small side room with the neutral examiner and a chair that doesn't care about your story. The two questions were narrow. During the past 6 months, have you had intimate relations with any person other than your husband? Is your husband the biological father of the child you announced on date? I waited in the hall. Aaron leaned against the wall next to me, tie loosened. You okay? He asked. I'm fine. You're a liar, he said, half smiling. But I love you anyway. I shrugged. It's just paperwork. 15 minutes later, the examiner emerged with that neutral face government workers teach you. Vanessa came out behind him. No tears, just a tilt of her chin. I didn't ask her anything. I didn't need to. Patricia got a copy of the results summary an hour later. The examiner rated her answers as deceptive, except when she adjusted on a second pass and answered yes to the first and no to the second, after which the instrument marked truthful. In plain language, she acknowledged outside intimacy and that I was not the biological father. We had consent to submit. Patricia's hand on the folder was steady. This is your fire, she said. Keep it clinical, I told her. Always. Vanessa's attorney tried triage, language about stress, about confusion, about faulty science. Patricia held the line with the stipulation and the mutual result. The room lost air for Vanessa's side right there. The judge took it under advisement. Notes crisp, tone flat. In the hallway, Brooke finally closed her mouth. Vanessa dabbed her eyes because the role required it, but the calculation in her gaze didn't dim. Fifth scene was the fallout. The court denied her request for exclusive home use and immediate support pendant light. Plain talk, no. They proposed a neutral sale of the house later and a temporary arrangement that didn't include me paying for a PR campaign. Patricia's language was surgical. The order was boring. Boring is a victory. Vanessa's mother texted me that evening. I apologize for my words. I was misled. I hope we can find peace. I answered, thank you. Vanessa did not text. She posted a photo of a sunset with a caption about resilience and moving forward, 3 heart emojis, and a quote about storms making trees deeper roots. The comments were a mix of sympathy and the kind of moralizing people do when they're sure they'll never be in a story like this. I moved the rest of my things in one afternoon with Aaron's truck. I left the house key on the counter. I took the framed photo from the living room, the one of us at Barton Springs where I looked like a man who hadn't learned yet. I put the frame in a donation box and kept the backboard. Blank is clean. When I came by for the last box, Vanessa was there packing her own. She looked up when I walked in, expression set. You happy? She asked. I'm free, I said. You ruined me. No, I replied. I removed the stage. She crossed her arms. You think anyone's going to love you after this? You think people won't remember you abandoned? I held up a hand. Stop using the same script. It's old. You'll regret it, she said. Doubt it. You're heartless. I'm heart protected, I answered. That took work. You can't even show compassion for a pregnant woman. I showed compassion by not turning this into a circus, I said. I kept it simple. Facts. Arrangements. Stability. You're cold, she repeated, looking for a button that didn't exist anymore. I'm steady, I told her. She pointed at my suitcase like that changed anything. Get out. Gladly. I walked to the door, then paused. Final acts deserve a final line, not a slam. I turned back. You don't lose me, I said. You lose access to me. Those are not the same thing. She blinked, not expecting that angle. I left. Final scene is always quieter than the fireworks imply. People think the end is a bang. Sometimes it's just a door that closes on time. Months later, here's my epilogue because people love epilogues. I kept the serviced apartment 3 months and then bought a modern little house east of the highway with a garage big enough for the bikes and a backyard big enough for a smoker and a Saturday. I drive a modest truck again because I'm done dressing for anyone else's approval. Work is better without drama walking through the lobby. I hit partner numbers last quarter. The firm's Christmas party felt like a room where my name was my own. Aaron introduced me to a friend of his sister's named Lauren. She's sane, owns a landscaping company, and doesn't have a social media brand. We go for tacos at a place with picnic tables and talk about irrigation more than feelings. It's refreshing. Eli and I grabbed beers at a neighborhood bar last week. He toasted me without making it a movie. You did what men say and rarely do, he said. You walked. I hate walking, I replied. I prefer closing the file. Whatever you call it, he said. You're lighter. As for Vanessa, I don't follow, but people keep you updated without being asked. The house sold. She moved into a rental close to her mother. The glow on her page dimmed. She still posts quotes. She still gets sympathy. That's her oxygen. I don't need to turn it off. I just don't breathe it. Brooke ran into me at H-E-B and tried for small talk. You look good, she said, like it hurt. I am, I replied simply. You don't regret it? Regret is for people who didn't make a choice, I said. I did. She nodded once, forced. Good for you. Good for me. I agreed and reached for the salsa. Patricia sent me a final email with the last bit of paperwork. All done, she wrote. Clean ending. I stared at the 2 words for a minute. Clean ending. Sounds like a commercial for something that never stains. Life stains. That's fine. It also dries. One time, late on a Tuesday, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I answered out of habit. Ethan, her mother's voice, smaller. I wanted to say again. I'm sorry. I was wrong about you. You were wrong about a lot of things, I said. But apology accepted. She exhaled like she'd been holding breath for a season. Thank you. You're welcome, I said and ended the call. No need to carry anyone else's penance. If you're listening for advice, here's the only piece I own without apology. Don't argue with smoke. Don't beg a mirror. Don't let public theater make you rewrite your gut. Set the rule. Build the logistics. Cut the cord. Walk out steady. If they wanted to keep you, they should have kept respect. People will call you cold for not playing hero in someone else's story. Let them. Cold is just what warm looks like after you stop burning yourself to keep a room comfortable for everyone else. I don't miss the old house. I don't miss being a character in a feed. I miss the man I was before I let politeness talk me out of my own eyes. Luckily, he's back. He drinks his coffee black in a quiet kitchen and starts the day with the one promise I can keep every time. You will not be managed. You will not be rewritten. You will not be the safety net for someone jumping on purpose. That's not bitterness. That's maintenance. If you ever find yourself in a kitchen at 11:43 with a clock screaming and a smell that shouldn't be there, don't torture life. Don't smash plates. Call your Eli. Move your suits. Draw the line where people can see it. Take the test. Move out. Say the sentence. Then go buy a plant and learn how to keep it alive. It's less dramatic than scrolling, but it's real. My anniversary is just a date now. The brisket was good. The cake was too sweet. The line I used that night wasn't theater. It was truth in a room that needed it. I wasn't cruel. I was precise. Precision is a kindness. It saves time you don't get back. So that's my story. Not a soap. A sequence. She wanted control, comfort, status. She used a child as a lever in a world that rewards optics. I used facts, locks, moves. She played to the crowd. I played to the record. In the end, the crowd found a new show, and the record did what records do. Cold, accurate, boring. Boring saves lives. When Vanessa thinks of me, if she does, I hope she remembers the exact sentence in the doorway. You don't lose me. You lose access to me. That's the only lesson I want her to keep. The rest can be hashtags. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a Saturday run, a grocery list that doesn't include drama, and a backyard that needs a chair moved 6 inches to the left. That's what peace looks like. It's not applause. It's a quiet room with your name on the lease and your head clear enough to hear the coffee maker click. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. The laugh landed like a beer can tossed over the fence. Red cup in her hand, Lily grinned at our guests and went for the punchline that wasn't a punchline. Ethan never takes risks. A little cubicle is his natural habitat. Brooke, her college friend with the bottled hair and permanent smirk, leaned on the patio rail. Then hand him over. With that salary, I'll take him now. The yard went quiet. The mesquite smoke from the grill hung low. Nate, my neighbor and oldest friend in Austin, glanced at me over his paper plate. He didn't step in. He didn't have to. This was mine. I set the tongs down, wiped my hands, and looked at Lily. Help me out, I said even. What was the funny part? Bragging at my expense or pretending you ever respected my ambitions? She rolled her eyes. Don't be so sensitive. If it's a joke, point me to the punchline. Silence again. Brooke shifted, chewing on her straw. The neighbor couple stared at the grass. You could hear the traffic from South Lamar when the breeze changed. Lily tried to wave it off. Okay, fine, sorry. Relax. Noted. I slid the steaks off the grill and walked inside. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have killed the music right there and sent everyone home. I let the night limp along, but the air was ruined. People ate fast, offered thin compliments, and drifted out. Brooke hugged Lily at the gate and murmured something that earned a snort. I stacked plates, ran water, and listened to the faint laughter 2 steps away from me, as if none of it touched the kitchen floor where I stood. The house went quiet by midnight. Lily padded through the living room, scrolling her phone, face lit up. I leaned on the doorframe. You meant that? I told her. She didn't look up. It was teasing. You like teasing? I folded my arms. I can do teasing. She flicked the phone face down on the couch. You're making it bigger than it was. I'm setting scale, I replied. You made it bigger when you wanted a laugh. You're acting like a cop, she muttered. I'm acting like a husband who's paying attention. I pointed at the sink. You left the grill tools in water. Put them to dry before they rust. She stared a second too long, then grabbed a towel, banging metal as if the pan had done her wrong. I went to bed without another word. Next morning, the kitchen looked staged for a photo. I knew the type of apology it was. Not words, not change, just surface. The day was quiet until sundown. Then the cold started. Over the next week, Lily found new hobbies. Girls' night became a talent show. Late texts. Home past midnight. The phone always screened down on the table like it owed back taxes. She'd leave to-go containers on the counter, lipstick circles on wine glasses by the sink, damp towels slumped on the hallway chair. If I asked a plain question, she'd play bored. It's social, she said. I'm not on your schedule. You're not, I answered. You're on our schedule. There's a difference. You're controlling. I'm clear. She kept pushing. I could have argued. I could have chased. I didn't. On the 5th night, she called it another girl's thing. I stopped negotiating. I cut our little rituals off like a technician flipping breakers. I removed her from our shared playlists. No more Saturday brunch. No spontaneous patio drinks. I didn't announce it. I just stopped showing up for the show that kept making me the punchline. I added a new policy at home. At 11, the door went on the chain and the lights went out. Access to me was earned, not assumed. I wrote it on the whiteboard by the fridge. Quiet hours. 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. At 11:08, the doorbell rattled. My phone buzzed. Seriously? She said from the porch. Heels clicked against the wood. You locked it. You told me you'd be back by 10, I replied. I'm asleep. You're not. Now I am. I let the call go. I slept like a stone for the first time in weeks. In the morning, I met Nate at the coffee spot on South Lamar. He'd been through a divorce 3 years back. Came out with fewer illusions and a cleaner closet. He sat with me by the window, elbows on the table. You're not keeping the peace, he said as soon as I finished. You're hemorrhaging your self-respect. I stirred my coffee. You didn't even ask how the steaks turned out. Because I already know the answer. He pointed with his chin. You're the guy who prevents grid failure. That's your job. You don't melt down. But you don't run a grid by letting someone throw switches to see what happens. Good metaphor. It's not a metaphor, he said. It's your life. You want it to stop? Set the bar and enforce it. I nodded. Then that's what I'll do. Do you want to save it or end it? He asked. I want dignity, I said. He held my stare. Then talk to a lawyer. And when you make a rule, keep it. That afternoon, I called an attorney. Her name was Dana Pierce. She had a calm voice and the kind of tone that made people sit up straight without being told. Texas is no fault, she explained. We file standard. If you want this clean, we plan for a settlement and keep it out of court. But there's one thing you need to expect. What's that? When she realizes you're serious, she'll switch tactics. Dana let it hang. Are you willing to hold ground when that happens? Yes. Then start documenting now. Times, inconsistencies, spending. Not to weaponize, just to keep the facts from getting rewritten. I thanked her and hung up. That night Lily came home at 11:30. The chain engaged, me on the couch with a notebook. She called. I let it ring and then answered. Unlock it, she said. Quiet hours, I told her. You're being ridiculous. I'm being consistent. I'm in heels, she snapped. And I told you the policy. I clicked the call off, set my phone down, and kept writing. The door thudded. Another call came. I didn't take it. 15 minutes later, I heard her walk around to the back patio, where I'd left the low gate unlatched for the dog. She banged once, then stopped. The next morning, she was at the kitchen island with a half smile and a careful tone. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. Okay, she started, hands around a mug. I was out with Brooke. I should have texted. I'm sorry for being late. I poured myself water. That apology is noted. I'm trying here, Ethan. I'm glad you're trying, I replied. Because this isn't sustainable. She touched my arm, a rare gesture for her lately. Let's do dinner tonight. My treat. Can't, I answered. I have a late meeting. Her face cooled. Figures. What she didn't know, my late meeting was with Dana. I signed the engagement letter and we mapped a calm strategy. I walked out of Dana's office with a list and a line in my head. I don't raise my voice. I changed the rules. 2 evenings later, I came home early. Lily was in the kitchen, speakerphone on, laughing with her sister, Maya. I stood out of sight by the hallway and listened because I had to know whether I was imagining the shape of this thing or just late to noticing it. He's too proud, Lily told Maya. He'll file first. I need it to look mutual. Give it a couple weeks. He'll cave. Maya said something I couldn't catch. Lily kept going. No, I don't want a war. I want the house and a decent slice of his retirement. You know the guy from that investment event? He said the same. My chest didn't tighten. My face didn't heat. I just watched the facts line up. When she hung up, I walked past her to the pantry without a word. 5 minutes later, my phone buzzed. Maya. Ethan, she said quietly. Can you talk? I can. She hesitated. I love my sister. But I can't co-sign the way she's spinning this. She's been telling people you're emotionally distant. That you're detached. She's setting up a story. I heard. She also floated that she met an investment guy at that fundraiser, Maya added. She says he thinks she should ask for the house and part of your retirement. I'm not getting in the middle more than this. But you deserve clarity. I appreciate it. If you need someone to track schedules or confirm anything, I have a contact, she said, voice lower. Private investigator. Use it if you need it. I didn't commit. I didn't need a stranger for this. I needed to stop being a floor mat. The next day, I moved quietly. I kept timestamps. I snapped photos of the lipstick on the glass, the takeout left open, the towel on the hall chair that smelled of chlorine and perfume. I copied our bank transactions, noting the new bars and ride shares pulling from the joint account. When she said she was with Brooke, I wrote it down. When she later said it was Jess, I wrote that down too. She noticed the change. She didn't like it. What's with the clipboard? She asked one night when I logged her 12:37 entrance. It's a notebook. For what? Auditing the house. For keeping track of my life, I replied. That's creepy. It's organized. She flinched, then tried a different face. Can we just have a normal night? Movie? Something easy. I'm not canceling quiet hours for a movie. It's not a law. It is in this house. She laughed without humor. You're not fun anymore. I'm not a clown, I told her. Find your entertainment elsewhere. 2 days later, she softened again. She bought groceries for the first time in weeks. She made pasta, set the table, and lit a candle as if we were auditioning for a photograph. I came home to the smell and saw the effort. It almost worked on me because I'm human. Truce, she offered, chin up. Truce depends on terms. I answered, setting my keys down. She served plates. No more jokes about work, she said. No more late nights. We reset. For how long? I asked. Don't be like that, she said. Just be present. I'm here, I replied. I'm always here. She reached over, squeezed my hand. Okay. The pasta was good. The company was quiet. She didn't touch her phone. After dinner, she slid closer on the couch. I didn't move away. I also didn't change my rules. When the clock hit 11, I stood. Quiet hours, I said. She frowned. You're really sticking to that? Yes. The next night, she slipped back to form. 11:15, phone off, heels in hand, door on the chain. I logged it and slept. Friday arrived. My day at work ran hot. System planning for heat stress, power trading windows, mitigation if something trips. I checked out at 6, grabbed tacos, and watched a ball game on low. At 9, I called Lily. Music pounded behind her. You with Brooke? I asked. Let's call it that, she yelled back, breathy. Don't like it? There's a simple fix, file. It's already handled, I said. The paperwork was filed yesterday. You'll be served Monday. And no, you're not getting the house. The music muted on her end either because she walked somewhere quieter or because the connection shifted. You're joking. I'm consistent. You filed over a few nights out? Her voice went sharp. That's who you are? You'd into marriage because I have friends. I filed because you prepped an exit months ago, I answered. Because you wanted me to go first and feed your story about a cold husband. Because you already negotiated what you thought you'd take. What are you even? Maya gave me clarity. I said, that's enough. There was a long pause, then the call ended. At 1:30 in the morning, the door shook. She hammered on it. I got up, flipped the hall light, and opened it with the chain still hooked. She stood in the porch light with mascara somewhere it didn't start and hair I'd seen done for a night, not for us. You did this over a couple parties? She demanded. I unhooked the chain. I did this because you treated our marriage like a prop. You wanted the optics and the assets. You were counting on me to play my role. You're being cruel. I'm being clear. I walked to the table and laid a folder down. Inside, times, contradictions, transactions. Nothing salacious. Just the spine of a pattern. She stared at the papers, then at me. Who fed you this? She asked. Your sister told the truth, I replied. She closed her eyes like she was solving math she didn't study for. When she looked again, the tone changed in a heartbeat. Can we talk? She asked, voice soft. Please. We're talking. Not like this. She reached for my wrist. I didn't let her hold it. Sit with me. Just us. No, I checked the clock. On Monday, you'll get the documents. For now, the new rule is simple. We communicate only about logistics, through email or through lawyers. I'll be at Nate's for the next stretch. The house stays calm. You're leaving? Her mouth opened, then closed. For now, I said. I'm not staying to host your narrative. She went pale, then angry, then soft. I didn't mean the thing at the barbecue, she offered quickly. It came out wrong. I was nervous. Everyone was staring. I made a dumb joke to lighten the mood. You made it to impress Brooke, I answered. And it wasn't the first time. I can fix it, she insisted. I already did, I told her. I picked up a duffel I'd packed earlier with enough clothes for a week and a stack of files. The house is not a stage anymore. You're overreacting. I'm realigning. Ethan, can we start again? She tried to step closer. I'll be home every night. I'll cook. You'll do what you needed to do months ago, I said. You're good at temporary adjustments when you sense your seat getting warmer. That's not fair. It's accurate. I walked to the door. She followed. So that's it. Her voice spiked again. You get to decide the whole thing unilaterally? I decided I won't participate in a game I didn't agree to, I replied. You can tell any story you want. I'll live a life I can stand by. I stepped into the night. As I reached my truck, she called after me. What am I supposed to tell people? Tell them the truth, I said over my shoulder. You wanted an exit with perks. You got an exit. Nate's spare room felt like a hotel with taste, a lamp that actually worked, a clean dresser, a quiet ceiling fan. He waited for me at the counter, beer in hand, eyebrows up. How bad? He asked. Order of operations bad, I said. She thought she'd write the script and hand me my lines. He handed me a water. You sticking to email only? Yes. Then turn your phone face down to the wall and sleep, he said. Tomorrow we pick up your essentials. Thanks, I replied. He smirked. Don't thank me. I get to feel useful. Saturday morning, we drove to the house. Lily's car wasn't there. I let us in, walked to the master, and folded shirts with the efficiency of habit. Nate carried boxes to the truck. When Lily's sister called, my phone showed it. I answered. Are you safe? Maya asked. I'm fine. She's rattled, Maya said. She'll swing between sweet and angry. That's her pattern. I know. She's going to call me in tears, Maya went on. She'll tell me you blindsided her. I'll listen, but I'm not lying for anyone. I'm not asking you to, I said. I appreciate what you did. Just be careful with Brooke, Maya added. She feeds drama. She'll try to rescue Lily and make a show of it. She already auditioned at my grill. Maya exhaled. Then after lunch, I emailed Lily the logistics, utilities, trash day, who gets which furniture, how to split the dog schedule until things are official. I copied Dana on the thread. An hour later, Lily replied with a different tone than the porch. Thank you, she wrote. I didn't expect you to handle it like this. I'm willing to talk settlement. I sent back the proposed split. Fair, clean, straight down the middle. No surprises, no traps, no emotional IOUs. Another hour, and the phone rang. Lily. I answered from Nate's patio while he watered the basil that refuses to die in Texas sun. We can meet, she said cautiously. Not lawyers. Just us. Public place. We're not meeting without counsel, I answered. So you want to make this adversarial? She tested. I want it documented. You're treating me like a threat. I'm treating the situation like what it is, I said. You wanted the house and my retirement. That's a threat to my work and my future. I won't do this on handshakes. I said that out of frustration. You said it because you meant it then, I replied. And you might mean it tomorrow. Paper keeps us honest. She sighed. You won't even hear me out. I'm hearing you, I said. I just don't confuse hearing with agreeing. A pause. Then she tried a softer angle. Can I at least come by tonight to talk? No lawyers. Just us. No, I said. Email me. You loved me. I honored you, I corrected. Love is a different conversation. She hung up. Nate stepped back onto the patio and handed me a plate. Eat, he said. You talk better with barbecue in you. Sunday drifted by with the kind of quiet I used to have before I let noise fill my house. I went for a long drive out toward Dripping Springs. I thought about what I would keep and what I'd drop. Monday came. Lily got served while she was at the salon. She texted me 3 words. You are cruel. I ignored it. By Wednesday, the emails shifted again. She wanted to do this amicably. She suggested we keep the optics friendly. She asked if we could plan a shared statement. Every line was an attempt to control the story. I offered factual sentences only. We have decided to separate. We appreciate privacy. She countered with mutually agreed upon decision based on differences, loaded words that meant nothing. I held my ground. Brooke tried her hand on Friday. She called on speaker while I was cleaning out my office desk for good measure. So, hero. Brooke opened, sugary and sharp. You made your move. I did. You always seemed so steady. I guess steady men can be rash. It wasn't rash, I said. It was overdue. Lily's devastated, she said, pressing the word. You didn't have to go nuclear. Filing paperwork is not nuclear, I replied. It's adult. Tell her to keep it adult. So cold, she murmured. I didn't peg you for ice. You pegged me for soft, I answered. Adjust your pegs. She laughed, fake light. You think this makes you strong? I think it makes me honest, I said. And I think you should stop advising Lily about other people's money. Click. She was gone. 10 minutes later, Lily emailed saying Brooke would be handling some communications. I replied that all communication stays with attorneys. Brooke didn't email again. That weekend, Lily knocked on Nate's door. He looked at me. I looked at him. He opened it an inch. She needs to talk to you, she said from the porch. She needs to email, he replied. Ethan, she called past him. Please. I came to the door. What is it? She wore simple clothes, no performative hair, a neutral face. It was a different costume. I don't want this to turn ugly, she said. We built a life. We can at least part with decency. I'm modeling decency, I said. She shifted weight. I don't want to lose the house. You have an apartment in walking distance of your gym, I reminded her. Use it. I'll buy you out of your share. You knew that when you started your plan. I didn't plan anything, she said quickly. You tested how far you could push before I respected myself, I answered. You got your answer. I said I was sorry. You were sorry the night you set the table, I said. And you were late again the next night. I told you it was Brooke's birthday. 2 nights after it already happened. She folded her arms. You're twisting everything. I'm keeping records, I replied. She studied my face for a crack. There wasn't one. Nate held the door steady without needing instruction. Lily exhaled. Fine, she said. Send me the settlement language. I'll review it with counsel. I already did, I said. Check your email. She checked it on her phone right there. Eyes flicking. 50-50. You're sticking with that? Yes. She looked up. You're not fighting me for more? No, I said. I don't need more. I need clean. Something hollowed in her stare then. Because she was expecting a battle she could narrate later. A fight she could call unfair. A posture she could drag me into. I wasn't showing up to that party. Okay, she whispered. She left. I closed the door. Nate raised his eyebrows again. That was your foreign territory scene, he quipped. At my house. Thanks for the stage, I said dryly. The following week we sat with Dana in a clean conference room that smelled like printer toner and old wood. Lily came with her attorney, a man with polite eyes who didn't want a long day any more than I did. We went through the terms. It was boring, which is exactly how you want this to be. There's one request, Lily's attorney said carefully. She would like to keep the house. No, I answered. She's offering to compensate. No, I said again. I don't have to explain that. Lily's expression tightened. I deserve stability. You had it, I replied. You treated it like a spare tire. Dana slid a packet forward. The proposal stands. Split assets, sell the house, or buy out at appraised value. Each keeps retirement separate. No spousal support, no drama. Lily's attorney cleared his throat. We'll need a week. You have 4 days, Dana said. We're keeping this moving. When we left, Lily touched my sleeve in the elevator. We could still try counseling, she said suddenly, quieter than I'd heard her in months. We could say we rushed. We didn't rush, I said. We ignored the slow part for too long. Ethan. We can be decent, I told her. We can't be what we were. We gave that away at a barbecue. Her eyes shone. She blinked fast. That was a joke. It was a mirror, I said. We hit the lobby. I turned left, she turned right. I didn't look back. That night, my phone lit up with a string of messages from mutual friends who'd heard something from somewhere that wasn't me. Dude, what happened? I'm so sorry. Is there anything we can do? I sent the same response to everyone. We separated. I'm fine. Appreciate your support. If they pushed, I repeated it. I didn't give anyone a reason to pick sides. I wasn't building a case. I was building a future. 2 days later, Lily tried one more angle, the overdone sweetness. She appeared at the house before a scheduled pickup of some furniture with a cooler and a tray of brownies, acting like we were neighbors doing favors. I brought this for you, she said bright. You're always forgetting to eat. I'm not, I replied. Can I put them in the fridge? No, thanks. Her smile wobbled. I'm making an effort. You're making a move, I answered. It's a difference. She looked at the cooler like it had betrayed her. Do you have to be so harsh? I have to be consistent. Okay, she snapped. Message received. Good. We moved the furniture. She watched from the doorway, arms cross-wrapped, making sure I didn't take any piece she considered symbolic. I didn't. I took what we agreed on and left. She texted an hour later. You left your sweatshirt. I didn't reply. I wasn't in the market for reasons to revisit. Finalizing took 2 more weeks. Clean signature lines. Standard language. No fireworks. She didn't get the house. She didn't get my retirement. She got half of what we built together, which is what we both earned. We signed in separate rooms. Dana shook my hand and said, You did exactly what you set out to do. I kept my word, I answered. You also kept your dignity, she said. That's not legal advice. That's human advice. I left the building into sun hard enough to stick to your neck and thought about the question Nate asked me that first morning. Save it or end it? The truth is I did both. I ended what needed to end. I saved whatever was left of me. The last time Lily and I spoke directly, she called to ask about the dog schedule and to float one more what if. What if we kept the house market ready for a month and tried? No, I cut in. We're done. So that's it, she said flat. That's it, I confirmed. What am I supposed to tell Brooke? She asked, half ironic, half pleading. Tell her to find a better joke. She didn't answer. I ended the call. I moved into a small place on a quiet street off South Lamar with a garage that fits my truck and a workbench that lets me fix the things I keep putting off. I bought a couch that I actually like, not the one that looked good in a catalog. I made a playlist no one edits but me. I wake before 6, lift, shower, send my morning report, and walk the dog when she's with me. I started grabbing coffee with a woman I met at a friend's cookout, a nurse with a straight laugh and no interest in playing public games. We don't rush. We don't pose. We go to the farmer's market on Saturdays and talk about things that count. At work, my boss pulled me into his office 2 months later. We're opening a new risk strategy team, he said. You're the lead if you want it. I want it, I told him. The truck is paid off, the house proceeds are in my account, and the nights are quiet in the good way. I have fewer plates and more time. People ask sometimes, always the same pattern, always hushed. What happened? The answer doesn't need a sermon. We had a problem of respect. I stopped pretending it was a joke. That's the whole story. The first domino was a red plastic cup in my yard and a line meant to sound clever. The last was my signature under a fair split and a life I don't apologize for. And Lily? I hear things through the grapevine. The apartment she wanted to test is the place she's staying in for real. Brooke still hovers like a camera with legs. The investment guy who gave her advice found a new audience somewhere else. The jokes don't land for her the way they used to. That's not my business anymore. The day I moved the last box into my garage, Nate stopped by. You good? He asked, leaning on the doorway. I'm better than good, I said, wiping my hands on a rag. I've got my piece back. He grinned. See? No grid failure. No grid failure, I echoed. We cracked open cold waters from my new fridge and took in the quiet. Then I said the last sentence I owed the whole story, out loud, mostly to myself. When a man cares about respect, he doesn't yell. He makes the rules and walks when they're broken. I drove the point home the only way it ever sticks, with my feet pointed forward. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. Naomi's living room was all string lights and mismatched chairs. I was at the kitchen island talking with Tyler about his busted shoulder when the music hiccuped and died. Then I heard her voice over the dead air. Best thing about Ethan? Lauren was on the walnut coffee table with a glass in hand. His biggest talent is being invisible. Somebody chuckled, then caught themselves. The room turned toward me. She tipped the glass like a host warming up a crowd. I didn't move quick. I set down my seltzer, pushed off the island, and walked in. Lauren's heel slid an inch on a magazine. She windmilled, expecting hands to catch her. I didn't offer any. She recovered. Barely. Hop down, I told her calm. Table's not a stage. Oh, relax, she waved me off. It's a joke. The joke's stale, I replied. I stood beside the table, not touching it. For the record, this invisible guy put the roof over us, fixed the AC last month, and booked the trips you brag about. A couple faces dropped. Naomi's smile shrank. Tyler looked between us. Lauren's grin froze. You're doing a bit? Cute. No. I turned to the Bluetooth speaker on the console and hit play. Then I turned it off again. I'm done doing bits. She blinked. I nodded at the floor. Step down, Lauren. She stepped down, wobbling once. I let her find her own balance. I gave Naomi a small nod on my way past, grabbed my keys from the bowl by the door, and walked out onto the porch for air. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have skipped the porch and driven straight home. The morning after, our kitchen had that rental apartment silence. Keurig hissed. The dog watched us from his bed like he didn't want to pick a side. Lauren came in wearing my gray hoodie like she owned the weekend. You're mad. She opened the fridge. You humiliated me, I told the countertop. Then I looked up. Not a misunderstanding. Not oops, wrong audience. You went for a laugh at my expense. It was a joke at a party. She poured oat milk into her coffee, eyes on the cup. Everyone understood except you. I set my mug down. No, everyone understood perfectly. She rolled a shoulder. You're being sensitive. I'm being clear. I leaned on the island. We can do one of two things. We can ignore it and pretend it's part of your brand. Or we can sit with a neutral person and figure out why invisible felt safe to say out loud. You want therapy now? She gave a dry laugh. Let a stranger tell me how to fix you? Let a stranger tell me how to keep respect. I answered. I'm not angry. I'm not shouting. I'm telling you my line. She lifted the mug, hid behind it a second. Fine. Book it. Let the specialist explain how I'm the villain. We're not doing theatrics, I said. If we go, we show up on time. We tell the truth, and we own our parts. Whatever. She pushed off the island, opened her phone. I'm slammed this week. Then send me your windows. I took my mug, rinsed it, and set it on the rack. And we won't be doing the party circuit together for a bit. Her jaw shifted. So now you're grounding me. No. I'm taking myself off the menu where I'm not respected. I grabbed my keys. Text me your schedule by noon. She didn't text by noon. She texted at 4. Thursday, 6 p.m. works. If your feelings can wait. They could. I went to work. Thursday came with a last-minute client fire and a shrug. She got home near 11. Tosta was chaos, over her shoulder, and shut off the light. I slept. 2 days of tight-lipped routines followed. Dinners like hotel trays. Her phone face down, but never off the table. Little pings and tiny smiles. She stopped asking me anything and started asking the dog. If the house had been a conference room, she would have booked it by the hour. On Sunday, I tried again. Calendar for the week? I asked, tying my boots by the bench. I'll let you know, she said without looking up from her laptop. That's not how this works. She tapped something and shrugged. Busy. Then we'll simplify, I replied. I won't chase. She glanced up. Wow. Cool. Accurate, I said. I'm tired of playing nice while being treated like the potted plant in the corner. She snorted. There's that sensitivity again. Yes, I said. It's called a boundary. She closed the laptop with a little clap. This vibe you're on, it's not attractive. Neither is last week, I added, pulling on my jacket. We start therapy this week. Or we stop sharing a bedroom. Pick one. Her eyebrows jumped. Are you serious? Dead. She stared at me long enough to decide if it was a bluff. Then she looked away. I'll check my calendar. Do it, I said, and headed to the gym. Tyler was at the squat rack, doing more talking than lifting. He's my friend from a job site 10 years back. Blunt, loyal, occasionally too honest. You good? He asked as I racked the bar. Peachy. Naomi called me, he said. Said she felt weird about the party. She liked how you handled it. Naomi liked that I left my wife standing on a table. She liked that you didn't turn it into a circus. Word around is nobody thinks you overreacted. If anything, you did the opposite. Good to hear, I muttered, chalking my palms. I'm not fishing, Tyler added. Just don't overcorrect into doormat again. I wasn't planning to. Good. He pointed at the bar. Now pick it up like it owes you money. Monday, Lauren sent. Wednesday, 7 p.m., therapist on South Lamar. Don't be late. 30 minutes later, client dinner tonight. Might be late. She came back after midnight. Hair freshened, perfume that wasn't ours. I asked nothing. I wrote down home 12:17 a.m., said client dinner. I wasn't trying to be a detective. I was trying to keep from arguing with Fogg. Wednesday afternoon, she canceled again. Boss moved meeting, can't make it. Thursday, I moved my schedule. Thursday, she texted, running behind, go without me if you must. I went. Sat with a polite woman who offered tea and said we should reschedule together. I left the empty chair alone. At home, I cooked 2 chicken breasts, put one in the fridge with a note. Yours. It stayed untouched. She ate yogurt at midnight like a soldier in a barracks. Friday night, she slid in while I was fixing a loose cabinet hinge. Wow, handyman, she said, leaning on the doorframe. Welcome home. Don't start. She lifted her hands. I haven't said anything yet, I replied. You've been tense, she said. You've been absent, I countered. We have an appointment Monday at 6. You'll be there. She smirked. To hear how I'm cruel to the invisible man. To hear how we fix respect, I answered. Or confirm we can't. She stared at the floor a second. Then she stepped closer, almost like she might lean her forehead on my shoulder. I didn't mean to hurt you at Naomi's. That's the first true sentence this week, I said. She let out a breath. I'll try Monday. Trying looks like showing up. She nodded once. Okay. That was the first softening. It lasted until Monday at 4, when she texted. Boss pulled me into a pre-launch review. I'll make it up to you. No address, no time. I didn't respond. I fixed the hinge, went for a run, and made myself a bowl of rice and eggs. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. At 10, I heard a car outside. She came in with a plastic bag from a salad place. I brought you a Caesar, she said, holding it up like a peace flag. Appreciated, I told her, taking it and putting it in the fridge. We'll need more than lettuce. You're impossible, she muttered and walked to the bedroom. I let that sit. Next morning, I moved from talk to logistics. I'm done trying to keep a vibe alive by myself, I told her on the patio while the dog sniffed the same patch of grass he always claims. Starting today, the bedroom is mine. Your things are in the guest room. The front locks change at 5. You keep a key. You message before you show. This house is not a stage. It's for people who tell the truth. She blinked fast, then laughed like I'd tripped. You're changing locks? That is so small. It's called order. You can't. I can and will. I cut in. Come to therapy, talk like an adult, and this is all temporary. Keep running the hotel routine, and it's permanent. You are punishing me. I'm protecting me. I checked my watch. I'm at the office at 9. If you need help moving your stuff, I can give you 30 minutes. After that, I'm out. You're unbelievable, she said, but softer, testing. Believe it. At 9, I helped carry 2 armloads to the guest room and set her folded sweaters on the bed. I left her the better desk. I put the dog's bed in our room and closed the door. At noon, the locksmith knocked. He changed the deadbolts while I answered emails. Lauren stood in the hallway with her arms crossed. At 6, she came home and found her rhythm interrupted. She tried the knob, then knocked twice. I opened, stayed in the doorway. This is ridiculous, she said. I just need my charger. In the guest room, I answered. Give me 5 and I'll grab it. She took a breath. Just let me in. No, I replied. This isn't a penalty box. It's clarity. You wanted space. You have it. Her tone switched. Ethan, please. I'm exhausted. Can you not make it harder? I fetched the charger, placed it in her hand. You made it harder at Naomi's, I said. This makes it honest here. She stared at me. Then the second softening came out like a script change. Can we start over tonight? I could make dinner. We could talk. That happens at therapy, I said. Book it. Show up. She swallowed. Fine. The following week, the internet turned into a stage. She started posting grayscale quotes, some masked smile to survive, a shot of her hand on a coffee cup. Safety isn't always bruises. Another. Sometimes the loudest harm is the silence. DMs trickled in from people I barely knew, checking on me like I'd turned into a haunted attic. I didn't answer anything public. I screenshotted, timestamped, saved. I kept going to work, going to the gym, and keeping the house clean enough to prove a point without saying it. Tyler spotted me on the bench and grunted. Saw some posts. Yep. You're not replying. Nope. Good. He nodded. Let people do math. In the middle of that, Ben texted, coffee. Ben doesn't ask for sit-downs. He's a quiet guy I know from a project we did in East Austin. Good eyes, fewer words than a voicemail. We met at a tiny place off Cesar Chavez. He showed up late on purpose, like he debated coming. I don't poke my nose in, he started, sliding into the chair across from me. You don't, I agreed. He fiddled with his cup lid. People have seen Lauren on East 6th. Same spot. Same guy. Consistent. What people? I asked. More than one, he said. I thought they were random until 2 of them described the same jacket. Thanks. I'm not saying anything beyond that. You said enough, I told him. I appreciate it. He nodded once. You good? I'm organized, I replied. He lifted his cup. That's your superpower. Apparently I'm invisible, I said. Yeah, well, Ben pointed to his eyes. I see you. I didn't ask Lauren where she was that night or the next. She slipped in after midnight twice more. I wrote it down in clean handwriting. Dates, times, her texts about pre-launch, the salad bag, the remarks. Not rage. Record. Then the thing that ends hope. At 1:30 a.m. my phone buzzed. Ben again. Hate this. The text said, then 4 photographs loaded. Lauren under patio lights behind a bar on East 6th, head tipped, mouth near some guy's neck, his hand on her hip. In the next, she was pressed to his chest, palm on him like she was steadying a fence post. Every photo had a neat little corner timestamp. I looked once. Then I printed them at home on the color laser I keep for invoices. I slid them into a manila folder with my notes and screenshots. Numbers don't lie even when people do. Next morning, the lawyer's name came from a friend who said nothing else. I made an appointment, took a shower, put on a clean shirt, and drove to a low building with the kind of parking lot where nobody waves at each other. Amy Reeves had that calm a person gets when they know this is the worst day of your month, not theirs. She listened. She didn't dramatize. She told me what to fill out. I signed. No speeches. No threats. Facts, dates, logistics, the house, the accounts. She raised an eyebrow at the photos and the timestamps and said, "You were meticulous." Occupational hazard, I told her. On my way out, Amy reminded me about the pre-launch party for a craft outfit in East Austin. Public event. Guest list included Lauren and, on some copy, a name that wasn't mine. I took the week to move the money that was shared into the buckets that were clean. I listed the tools in the garage, labeled boxes, moved heirlooms into the safe. I knocked out a contract at work 2 weeks early. I canceled 2 dinners and made no excuses. If I was going to end a marriage, I was going to end it like a carpenter finishes a cut. Square, clean, no splinters left for later. Lauren tried 2 approaches. First at the door with a soft face. "You're being cruel." Then later with a long voice message about pressure and meant nothing and "you know my heart." I didn't argue with a voicemail. I texted, "Therapy Wednesday 6 p.m. I'll be there." She hearted the message and didn't show. The following night, she knocked at 9. "I just need my blazer for tomorrow," she said through the wood. "Let me in to grab it." "I'll bring it," I answered. "Ethan, come on." 5 minutes. I fetched the blazer from the guest closet. I also brought a small box of her perfumes and set it down by her feet. She stared at the box. "I didn't ask for those." "It'll save us a round," I replied. "Stop making this so formal." "Formality keeps things from breaking," I said. Her eyes were big and soft then. "I miss you." I leaned on the door jamb. "Do you miss me, or do you miss the version of me that pretended this was fine?" She swallowed. "You're so cold now." "You wanted cool," I said. "I can do cool." She reached a hand toward my chest, stopped when I didn't lean in. "I'm cooking enchiladas tomorrow," she tried. "We could eat and not talk about any of this." "We talk at therapy, or we don't talk," I told her. "I'm not resetting without repair." She pulled back, smiled thin. "You'll regret this." "Doubt it," I said, and closed the door gently. 2 days later, she posted a story, her hand on a railing, captioned, "Some people control through silence." I screenshotted and filed it. Tyler texted 3 words, "Head up, forward." Then Ben sent the second batch of photos, from someone else's phone this time. Different night, same patio lights, same posture. I didn't reply. I printed them and slid them into the folder. Then I wrote in my notebook, "Decision final." The pre-launch night in East Austin was all reclaimed wood, Edison bulbs, and those tin cups people think make drinks taste artisanal. I parked a block over. I didn't walk in quick. I wasn't late on purpose. I was exact. The roof deck had a string of lights pulled tight like a harbor. There were barrels as high tables and a neon sign on brick that said something about community. I spotted her before she saw me. Emerald dress, hair pinned, hand on an arm that wasn't mine. She did that thing where she touched everyone lightly when she laughed, like she was anointing them. Tyler was there with a colleague. He caught my eye and gave a single nod that meant, "I'm present, but I'm not your security." Ben stood near the rail, alone, finishing a seltzer. He didn't wave. I walked over without dramatic footfalls. Lauren turned, smile already growing for a new audience. Then she saw the folder in my hand, and the smile misfired. "What's this?" she asked, bright voice turned brittle. "Documents," I said. I set the manila folder on the high table between the cocktail straws and a bowl of limes. I slid it open. First the signed forms, then the photos, printed clean with dates like little anchors. She glanced down and did a half laugh. "You're dramatizing." I moved the top photo half an inch toward her. "You told me once you could leave any time you wanted," I said quietly. Are you sure you mean it? The man on her arm. He wore nice shoes and a nervous watch. Leaned in, looked at the corner of the photo where the timestamp lived, then at the date printed under my notes. He went white around the mouth. I didn't know you were, he started, then stepped back. I'm not part of this. He put his hands up like a ref and backed away into the crowd, leaving her with empty air where his attention had been. The people near us did that social math and went silent. It felt like Naomi's living room again, but tilted the other way. The spotlight wasn't on me this time. It slid. She tried a last pivot. You're doing this here to what? Make me look bad. I kept my voice even. I'm doing this here so we both stop pretending in public. Ethan, don't do this, she hissed. Let's talk. We had months to talk. I slid the photos back together, left them with the papers. I'm done being invisible. I gave her one small nod the way you nod to a person stepping off a train you're not on. Then I turned and walked away through the people and the hanging lights and the tin cups. Nobody stopped me. Tyler didn't clap. Ben didn't smile. They just made space. That was enough. After that night, I didn't go back to the house. I had a duffel in my truck, and I checked into a short-term rental off South First while the paperwork moved along without theater. Amy called twice. I answered, signed what I needed, and kept my mouth off social media. Lauren's posts slowed from daily riddles to thin photos of coffee with captions about growth. The comments got kind but short. In the weeks after, 3 things happened that mattered. First, Naomi texted, I'm sorry about my living room. You didn't deserve that. Second, Tyler dragged me to a backyard cookout where nobody tiptoed around me. They handed me tongs and asked me to flip burgers like I hadn't just shut down a show. Third, Ben dropped a 6-pack of seltzer on my porch and left a sticky note. No words needed. Lauren tried once more. She left a card in my mailbox with my name written in her careful print. Inside, we got lost. I want to find us again. Dinner. No dates, no specifics, just a pitch to stall the clock. I put the card in the folder with everything else and left it there. A month later, the papers were done the way a clean job is done. Signatures, not fireworks. She kept what made sense. I kept what mattered to me. No courtroom. No speeches. The dog stayed with me. He likes predictability more than drama. When she came to pick up the last of her boxes, I wasn't there. Tyler was. He handed her the key and a printed list of items checked off. She didn't argue with a list. Time pulled forward. Spring landed on Austin like it always does. Oak pollen on trucks, patio chairs waking up, brisket smell drifting from someone's backyard 3 streets over. I found a small house with a decent yard and a shade tree that makes the afternoons calmer. I sold the old sofa and bought a table that fits friends without squeezing knees. I kept my shop schedule tight and said no to 2 gigs that wanted chaos up front and apologies later. I signed a new contract that looked like the grown-up version of my work. I slept without waiting for a key in the lock. I don't tell you this to flex. I'm not 19. I'm a man who built a lane and then got out of it when a parade showed up and thought my life was their route. One Saturday in June, I had people over. Not a party, just burgers, a chopped salad, and a cooler with ice that actually had enough for everyone. Tyler showed up with his shoulder better. My neighbor Jess brought a pie she said she burnt but didn't. Ben came and stood near the grill like he was guarding it. A woman named Claire, who I met through a client, came too. She's steady. She asks one good question and then listens to the answer. She scratched the dog's head and didn't do that fake high voice people use with animals. We ate, we talked. People left their plates in the sink without asking like they knew the rules. At some point, Tyler bumped my elbow with his beer. You're quieter, he said. I am, I agreed. In a good way. Yeah. I flipped a burger, handed it to Ben, and nodded toward the little wood plaque Claire had noticed on the fence. It says, in simple letters, house rules, tell the truth. Respect the house. Claire had asked earlier, you really need that up? Not for me. I told her. For pattern recognition. She smiled at that. I like patterns that have words. Same. We didn't talk about Lauren. We didn't have to. People know when a story's closed. Every once in a while I still hear about her from a friend of a friend. She moved apartments, switched her hair, changed up her feed. Clients dropped off. The post got sparse. The captions got longer. I don't check. If a screenshot lands on my phone, it lands in the folder with everything else and stays there. If you're looking for a lesson, It's not complicated. Don't confuse silence with kindness. Don't mistake public shame for honesty. And if someone tells you they can leave any time, believe them. Then make it easy by opening the door. I walked out because I was done arguing with the performance. I don't regret the porch at Naomi's, or the folder on the rooftop, or the locksmith. Those weren't stunts. Those were a man finally matching his actions to his standards. The night of that pre-launch, as I crossed the lot to my truck, I felt the same calm you get when a job site goes from chaos to clean. Tools in their cases. Sawdust swept. The cut is square. You put your hand on the board and it doesn't wobble. That's what I wanted. Not applause. Not a win. Just a room that stops pretending it's a stage. And now, when people come over, they come to a house, not a theater. They know the rule and they live by it. That's enough. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. The invitations were in a shoebox behind a tangle of scarves she never wore. Thick paper, silver foil, embossed names like a small-town gala trying to look big. One card had my name. The other had hers. Same address, same dress code, same intimate home gathering. I hadn't heard a word. I brought one to the kitchen. She was dressed too polished for errands. Heels that don't like grocery store floors. Blazer that says, "Catch me under good lighting." Mail for me. I held up the card. She drew a smile like she'd practiced in a mirror. Oh, that. It's nothing. Couple people from work. You'd hate it. Funny. It looks like I'm invited. It's a courtesy thing. They print pairs for everyone. Don't take it literally. She slid past me to the sink, straightening a dish towel that didn't need straightening. You going? Probably dropping in, saying hi. Networking. I won't be late. The towel became perfectly symmetrical. You don't have to stress about it. I don't, I said. Go. Her eyes flashed, irritation tucked under that trained smile. She pecked my cheek like you tap a microwave button and grabbed her tote. If I'd known where that quiet go was headed, I'd have bought a better pen for the paperwork. I set the invitation down and opened my laptop. I'm a real estate analyst. I live in spreadsheets and public records. People post more than they should. The host had a public event thread. Curated photos of candles and charcuterie, flawless kitchen island, faces tagged. I scrolled the guest list. There he was, Colin Pierce. Once upon a time, Jenna's story about him was a cautionary tale, the man of my mistakes. Curious to get an invite with my name on it, and then hear you'd hate it. I didn't text her. I didn't argue. I waited. Night lifted off the city like a lid. Around 10, I drove to the address. Modern box, black siding, glass panels catching reflections from patio lights. Cars lined the curb. Laughter floated over the fence. I parked a block away and walked past like a neighbor with a dog I didn't own. Through a narrow gap in the fence, I had a clean angle on the patio. She was there, relaxed in a way I hadn't seen at home in months. That loosened laugh. Hand on her wrist that wasn't hers to adjust. She brushed a fingertip against the edge of a man's jacket, smoothing nothing at all. The man, Colin, stepped half a pace back. Polite, distant. He looked bored. I didn't go in. I didn't take pictures. I turned and left. Scene 1 ended with me driving home, the invitation still on the counter where I'd left it. What I'd change next wasn't a speech. It was scheduling. Morning, I made eggs, ate standing up, and went to my office early. I didn't ask how her night was. I didn't do soft landing or hard questions. Silence in a marriage can be a guilt trip or a boundary. Mine was the second. At lunch, I called a name I'd been given months back by a client who liked my head for risk. If your personal life ever needs a contract brain, call Dana Ortiz. Her assistant picked up. Ortiz Law. I'm Mark. I need a pre-split consult. Not a war. A plan. Tomorrow, too, she said. Bring access. We'll make piles. I slept like a man with his shoes lined up. That alone told me how overdue this was. She watched me that night at dinner like she was spotting new paint on a wall. I used the good knife on a steak, did the dishes without announcing them, and sat across from her. You're different, she tried. You've got a secret? I stopped being the only person here without options, I said, folding a towel once and hanging it. That's all. That's cryptic. She tilted her head. Is this about last night? It wasn't a big deal. Then it won't be a big deal that I won't be at things that aren't big deals, I said and let it hang. She measured me. You're being weird. Or just less available. Her lips parted, closed, parted again. Okay, she said, voice softer. I'll skip the next one, if it's important to you. There was the first soft landing. She set a cup of coffee near my laptop later, an apology dressed as caffeine. I took it. I didn't rearrange my week. Next day, Dana's office was small, efficient, no diplomas on the wall, just a framed map of the city. Dana was short, direct, sleeves rolled to elbows. Her handshake told me she played pickup basketball at some point and still boxed on Saturdays. Tell me the lay of the land, she said as I sat. Money's clean. House in both names. She consults from home. I cover most fixed costs. No kids. Signs of boundary drift. You looking to save it or secure yourself? Secure first. After that, we'll see. Good. Victor, she called, and a guy in his 20s slid in with a legal pad. Victor's going to walk you through our pre-split checklist. You don't fall, you deploy a parachute. Victor grinned. We separate access, map assets, close leaks. We don't make threats, we make folders. Sounds like my day job, I told him. For an hour we identified accounts, autopays, shared cards, her business expenses. He flagged travel charges from her card that ran counter to the story she told. Not proof of anything, just a pattern. Premium seats, boutique hotels when she said workshop day trip, cash withdrawals that coincided with her girl's lunch. We were building a timeline, not a case. You don't owe me drama, Dana said when we finished. You owe yourself clarity. You act calm, you act once. I walked out lighter. Clarity isn't a feeling, it's an address. At home I move quiet. I iron shirts on Sunday, shave with the razor I ignore when I'm lazy, polish my shoes. I pushed back my return time a notch. I didn't check in. I didn't hover. I answered when she spoke. I didn't fill the air. People think changing a relationship needs fireworks. It needs scheduling and standards. She probed over a salad. Are we okay? We're accurate, I said. I like accurate. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. You're not funny. I'm not trying to audition. She prodded the arugula around. So you just withdraw? That's your fix. I'm choosing where I show up. I took my plate to the sink. Don't worry. I'm not going to be mysterious. I'm just not the only person waiting by the door. She took a breath like she wanted to fight, and then she didn't. I can work with honest, she said. Soft again. It sounded nice. It bought nothing. 2 days later, my phone buzzed at 11 a.m. while I was reviewing absorption rates for a client's apartment project. Going with Colin. He had an extra ticket, just to get out of town for a weekend. Don't be dramatic. A green suitcase went missing from the hall closet. The stupid one she called her escape pod. I called when my meeting ended. She picked up in the elevator. The echo gave it away. Hey, she said breezy. I'm boarding. Can we not do a whole thing? You made a plan, I replied. Enjoy it. Mark, it's not like that. He had a spare. I'm emotionally suffocating here lately. You've kind of disappeared. I need air. Don't take it personally. You chose the person and the timing. That's personal. You're being old-fashioned. I'm being literal. Can you stop with this tone? It's a weekend, she said, a brittle laugh. I'll be back. Maybe we can talk like normal humans. We can talk like normal humans now, I said. Here's me being normal. Enjoy your trip. No check-ins needed. Silence from her end stretched. You're not going to tell me not to go? She asked. You already went, I said, and hung up. I texted Dana a single line, moving to next step. She replied with a thumbs up and a time for Monday. Then I did something I hadn't done in a year. I invited people over. Nate, college friend who sells bikes and starts conversations with punchlines. Alyssa, colleague with a laugh that scares liars. Brooke, neighbor from 2 floors down, a nurse who jogs at 5 a.m. because she likes empty sidewalks. I told them bring nothing. The apartment is a showroom usually. Her magazines stacked by spine color. Candles arranged to look untouched. I cooked actual food. Music at a volume human beings can speak over. People sat on the couch like it was allowed for once. Nate popped a can and glanced around. So the museum got popular tonight. You charging admission? Membership fee is washing your own plate, I said. Alyssa lifted a brow. Where's Jenna? Getting air, I said. We're ventilating here too. Brooke arrived with flowers because she's old school and kind. Your place is spotless. Like surgical. She smirked. You do this or she does? She curates. I rent the set, I said, handing her a plate. We ate. We told stories that weren't curated for social feeds. And my living room felt like a space where the people who live in a city actually live. No one asked about us like they were picking teams. They just existed with me. It was enough. Close to midnight, my phone buzzed again. Video call. Jenna. Patio behind her, city lights, wind through a hotel balcony railing. Hey, she said. Her mascara was perfect. It's late. For both of us, I answered. It's dumb, but I feel weird. Alone. She tilted the camera as if by accident. A second wine glass sat on the small table by the chair. You're not alone, I said. Can we just talk? I don't want to fight. Her tone turned sugar. I miss normal. Here's normal, I said and flipped my camera. The shot caught Nate telling Brooke a story about a customer who wanted a bike because it looked fast standing still. Brooke leaned in, laughing. Without thinking, she kissed my cheek like a sister when you pass the salt. It landed in the frame. Jenna's face tightened. Unbelievable. It's not a show. It's a mirror, I replied. Enjoy your weekend. Mark. I ended the call. Then I put my phone face down and passed Brooke the pepper. Monday, I was back in Dana's office. You look rested, she said. Sleep is cheaper than therapy, I said. Victor had a neat stack waiting. Access separated. Subscriptions weighed. We have a draft for voluntary dissolution if you want to file first. No kids. No support if the financials line up and the conduct is a pattern, not a one-off. We recommend pictures of statements, not screenshots from social. Facts, not feelings. Dana tapped a page. I don't need her demonized. I need a narrative that shows decisions and consequences. Your job is to keep your voice even. No surprise confrontations. We let the paper talk. I'm good at paper, I said. That's why you'll be fine, she answered. One more thing, don't gloat. People like her need oxygen. You give them silence and a folder. I left with a folder and a simple plan. I started coming home a little later, carrying nothing dramatic, just my gym bag. I set clear lines on the calendar. I put an auto transfer into a separate account for my share of household costs and left hers to her. I locked down my credit. I updated passwords like a boring adult. No speeches. She came back Wednesday night with the green suitcase and eyes that wanted me to fill silence. Hey, she said, wheeling it in. I brought pastries from that bakery near the hotel. She set a box on the island like it could erase a flight manifest. Thoughtful, I said, not moving. So, how was your weekend? She asked it like a test everyone fails. Alive, I said. Good. She opened the fridge for no reason, closed it. We okay? We're accurate, I repeated. You? It wasn't what you think, she tried. We didn't. You don't owe me that play, I cut in. You made a plan that didn't include me. That's the whole story. You pushed me away. The box lid snapped. You disappeared emotionally. I stopped being the only person auditioning. She measured the room. I can make it up to you, she said. Let's do a trip. Just us. Napa? Or something close. I'll book it. Second soft landing. Now we were negotiating through pastries. I leaned on the island. Rain check, I said. The thing I'm booking doesn't fit a wine weekend. What are you booking? Clarity, I said, and slid the folder from Dana onto the quartz. Papers, tabs, signatures flagged. Voluntary dissolution, property notes, joint accounts lists with my share circled. She stared like the island had cracked. What is this? She asked. What it looks like. I didn't raise my voice. This wasn't take a weekend to think. This was a test. You ran it. You failed it before the suitcase left the closet. That's unfair. Unfair is hiding paired invitations and telling me I'd be bored like I'm an intern. I tapped the top page. This is a boundary, not a punishment. You don't lose your dignity here. You forfeit access. She blinked. Tears threatened, not because she was broken, but because tears changed the conversation. You replace me in 2 days? She flicked at the air. That woman in the video. Don't talk about Brooke. She's not a prop in your scene, I said. She's a neighbor who eats and laughs like a person. She didn't vanish with a man who used to be your story about what not to do. Colin is a friend, she insisted, voice sharpening. He's a flashlight, I said. You aimed it at yourself to see if you were still interesting. She swallowed. You're being cruel. No, I'm being accurate, I said, steady. You disappeared. You chose him. You broke us. Mark, think about this. She touched the folder and then snatched her hand back like it burned. A divorce? Over a weekend. Over 6 months of one-way decisions. I pushed a pen toward her. I'm not chasing you around a patio with my dignity in my hands. We do this clean. You keep your business. I keep the house. We each keep what we built before we met. I'm not seeking anything from you. You'll regret this, she said. I don't collect regrets. I collect deeds. She stared, then tried a new angle. Let's talk to someone. A counselor. I'll go. I'll do the talking. I'll own my part. Please. There was a version of me from a year ago who would have jumped at that, grateful for the word own. The version in front of her had slept 8 hours Sunday night. I already talked to someone, I said. A grown-up with a checklist. I told you I like accurate. She stood there, chest rising, falling. Then she laughed, a flat sound. You're proud of yourself. I'm done with myself being the only adult in the room. I slid the top page closer. Sign where it's flagged. Or don't. But understand the motion is filed either way. She didn't sign that night. It wasn't about ink. It was about gravity finally showing up. The next weeks were mechanical. Dana filed. Papers served. Her response arrived with predictable edits. We met with Judge Ramirez, a bench I didn't need to admire to respect. No dramatic speeches, no aisle standoffs. Just facts. Ramirez looked like a man who values mornings. No kids. Joint residence. No support requested by petitioner, he noted. We are here to apportion property and confirm consent. Let's keep it efficient. Dana nodded. We have a timeline of financial independence and documented unilateral trips funded outside their shared budget. We're not alleging misconduct. We're establishing pattern. Jenna's counsel tried soft. These were personal wellness trips. There's no allegation of harm. Ramirez glanced over his glasses. The allegation is not harm. It's unilateral decision-making inconsistent with a shared household. Let's stick to the ledger. Victor's folder worked like a metronome. Dates, withdrawals, itinerary overlaps with workshops, the pair of invitations she pretended were courtesy prints. Texts where she wrote to a friend, he won't notice I'm gone. The last one came from a cloud backup I did not hack. Jenna had sent it to someone foolish enough to keep everything. Dana kept it dry. We're not here to fight. We're here to finish. Ramirez made notes. Residence stays with petitioner. Separate accounts stand. No periodic support. Each keeps business assets. Clean break. Jenna whispered to her attorney at that, eyes wide. She looked at me like a person who just remembered where the floor is. Ramirez signed with the efficiency of a man late for lunch. You two can decide to be angry, or you can decide to be adults. Today I saw one adult. Don't test me with future filings. Outside, Dana shook my hand. You did what you said. You acted once. Thanks for the parachute, I said. Victor grinned. You'd be surprised how many people try to flap their arms instead. I've watched enough roofs to know falls don't ask permission, I said. I didn't throw a party. I went home. The house felt different. Not lighter. Just honest. I ordered a basic table that didn't match her aesthetic. I ate on it. I worked on it. It held weight like a thing meant to be used. 3 weeks later, I got a text from an unknown number with the kind of ASCII smile face people use when they don't know what to say. It was Colin. Coffee. We met at a bakery that didn't match anyone's feed. He was taller than in the patio pictures, thinner, polite. Appreciate you meeting me, he said. You reached out, I answered. He wrapped his hands around a paper cup. I wanted to say something face to face. I didn't come back to cause a mess. She DM'd me months ago about a work thing. Slid into memories. I kept it high level. That party? She played it like nostalgia. I didn't want to be in the middle of your home. You weren't, I said. You were a streetlight. She stood under it. He nodded, relieved. I didn't respond to the trip thing the way she wanted. It was more choreography than connection. That's why I did the half step back. I'm not this guy anymore. I saw the half step, I said. That's why I went home instead of through a door I didn't need to go through. He looked at me, measuring. You handled it cleaner than I did when I was your age. I'm not your age, I said. But thanks. He smiled. If it helps, she told someone that you wouldn't notice if she left. He winced. I think she believes attention is oxygen. No attention equals no air. I gave her a door that leads outside, I said. Plenty of air out there. We talked a few more minutes. He stood to leave. You'll do fine, he said. You look like a man who likes quiet mornings. I like accurate, I said. Quiet comes with it. Quiet mornings happened. Work went well. A developer who liked what I did on a stalled project offered me a new contract at better money, fewer meetings. I bought a used truck because I missed owning something that could carry lumber. Nate and I rebuilt the wobbly fence around the little back patio of my place. The one she once insisted needed only a photo of a fence. Brooke texted the week I moved some of Jenna's remaining boxes into the storage unit. Want help? She wrote. I said sure. She carried the light ones, and I took the heavy ones, and nobody tried to turn it into a metaphor. We grabbed tacos after, and she talked about a travel nurse program she was applying to. I told her to take the offer that paid slightly less but treated her like a person. She did. We started walking the neighborhood sometimes at night. Nothing theatrical happened. It felt like a life you can live. Alyssa popped by with a houseplant because she likes irony. Try not to kill this one, she said. I kill nothing, I replied, watering it like a man following instructions. Nate brought over a tool he swore would change my life. It didn't. The fence stood anyway. I heard, through a co-worker who knows someone, that Jenna moved into a studio near a social district where you can pay a cover to be seen. Her business post slowed. The strategy sessions became life updates. The green suitcase got a lot of miles. That's all I needed to know. I didn't hate her. I just didn't subscribe. People think the last line in a story like this is a slam. Mine happened the day she came for the last of her things. She stood in the doorway of the apartment she had curated like a magazine and looked at the table I'd bought without asking. It looks practical, she said, like that was dirty. It is, I said, closing the last box. It holds whatever you put on it. She watched me lift the box. Do you ever feel like you overcorrected? I corrected, I said. I didn't swing. I just stopped auditioning. She bit her lip and looked at me like the answer might change if she kept looking. I didn't think you'd really do it. That's the point, I said. You didn't think. Her mouth opened. Closed. I carried the box to the hall. Take care of yourself, Jenna. That's it. No last word, she asked. I set the box down, met her eyes, and gave her the last word she'd get from me. This is the last word, I said, and shut the door gently because banging it would make her feel big. The apartment felt like mine. It didn't feel perfect. That helped. I cooked on a surface that had scratches. I parked a truck that had character. I got up early and liked my coffee black and the light boring. I dated when I felt like being in a room with someone who also had a life. Brooke and I tried dinner one night. It didn't turn into a movie. We laughed anyway, and she flew out for her program, and we kept it friendly. I took a long weekend with Nate to hike a trail neither of us could pronounce. We complained about our knees like men who earned the right. Some mornings I drive past dark glass boxes with perfect patios and imagine the parties. I don't judge them. I just remember the gap in the fence and the man who stepped back half a pace, and I thank whatever part of me chose to walk away and make a plan instead of making a scene. Respect is not an argument. It's an address. I'm moved. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. They called it restructuring and offered me water I didn't ask for. Thursday, 10 a.m., glass conference room. HR manager doing the soft voice like I was a skittish dog. She talked about market conditions and realignment. I listened, signed, shook hands. 16 weeks pay, COBRA covered, and used PTO, total package just over 200 grand. Clean cut. No drama. I walked out, hit the parking garage, and called my girlfriend. Hey, heads up, I said, sitting in my truck with the engine off. They eliminated my role. I'm fine. Silence, the loaded kind. Fine, Rachel finally said. I can't be with someone who doesn't have his life in his hands. I need stability, Mark. Not a what? I leaned back, watched a sparrow fight a stale chip on the concrete. not an unemployed mess. I don't have time for a reset at 32. That what you heard? Reset? I'm being honest, she said. It's not the path I want. Appreciate the clarity. She hung up. No, we'll figure it out. No, are you okay? Just a tidy exit. I sat there a minute, cooler than I had any right to be, and decided I was done mistaking company for care. If I'd known where it was headed, I'd have slept better the week before. I didn't go home. I drove to my bank. I paid off the car, zeroed the credit cards, moved a chunk into a high-yield savings account, the rest into a dull, diversified mix that doesn't make headlines. 6 weeks of cushion set aside. By the time I hit my front door, the official offer email was waiting. Senior role, 40% bump, start date 6 Mondays out. I ate tacos, took a long nap, and that night scrolled apartment listings out of our neighborhood. I wasn't going to live near the ghost of a plan someone abandoned by phone. The next day, I let my landlord know I was buying out the month and moving across town. Saturday, I picked up a certified pre-owned electric sedan, 52 grand, paid in full. Quiet car, quick and mine. Clean trunk, no memories. Sunday, I slept like a man who'd stopped arguing with the weather. Monday after lunch on Barton Springs, I walked out of a coffee spot with my Americano and bumped into Rachel. She looked me over, then the car at the curb, then back at me like the math didn't add up. You got a new car? She tried for warm. Wow, big purchase. Cash, I said. I'm not into payments right now. I misread you, she said, eyes darting to the wheels again. I was emotional. We had plans. Maybe we just need. No, I didn't bother softening it. I don't date people whose support is conditional. That's harsh. It's accurate. She swallowed, then glanced at the coffee line, at the sunshine, at any exit that would let her stay graceful. There wasn't one. I crossed the street and left her on the curb with the empty word, maybe, hanging wherever she wanted to keep it. If that had been the end, this would be a paragraph. It wasn't. That week, at 11:08 p.m., she texted, I was wrong. Then, I panicked. Can we talk? Then, one coffee. 5 minutes. You ended it, I replied. Please respect that. You're punishing me. I'm protecting my time. Who talks like that, Mark? People with jobs starting in 6 weeks. No emoji, no back and forth. I muted the thread. I wasn't angry. I just knew exactly what I was dealing with. Not grief, calculation. And calculations change when the inputs change. Early Friday, my buddy Eli called. We'd played cards together for years. Different circles now, but same table. You free tonight? Poker at my place, he said. Bring the quiet spaceship. I'll swing by. Later that afternoon, I sent Rachel one more message, the last normal one she was going to get from me. No contact for a while. Please don't reach out. Short. Clear. A boundary you could see from the road. She ignored it before dinner. Where are you? Popped up at 6:27. Don't. I answered. This is me asking once. That night at Eli's, 5 of us around the table. Eli in a team cap, Gabe with the neat beard and the messy stack of chips, Troy who laughs with his whole body, and Sam, the quiet one who takes notes for fun. We were an hour in when the doorbell rang. Eli checked the peephole. He looked back. It's your ex. I set my cards down. Don't open it. He cracked the door anyway, reflex. Rachel stood there with a gift bag and a bottle of wine. Hey, she said, peeking past him. We can talk like adults. You're not invited, I told her from the table. Gabe blinked. Troy sat up. Sam put his pen down. She tried to push a laugh. Seriously? Seriously. This is my night, I said. Door stays closed. Eli stepped in front of her. We're in the middle of something. You can't just. I just did. I cut her off. Good night. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. She reddened, fumbled the bag, and walked away. Eli shut the door, then looked at me. That going to blow back, he asked. It won't if I do it right, I said, and drew a fresh hand. The table went quiet for a beat. Then cards snapped, beer caps clinked, and the world reset. My initiative in that scene was simple. Put the rule in the doorway and make sure it held. She waited 2 days, then tried friendly again. Sunday, 10:49 p.m. I meant it when I said I panicked. I want to fix it. Monday, 7:12 a.m. Let me bring you lunch this week? Congrats on the new offer. It was the first softening. I kept my distance. I'm not available, I replied. Please stop. Wow, she fired back. You don't owe me kindness? I owe you honesty. Cold. I didn't know you were like this. I didn't either. Turns out clarity makes me efficient. She went quiet for a day, then found a new angle: convenience. The happy hour invite for my soon-to-be team landed in my inbox. Low-key spot on South Lamar, first round on the VP. I showed up, bought my own drink on purpose, and kept my comments short. Standard, so what will your first 30 days look like? Talk. Then I felt the air behind me shift. Mark. Rachel stood there like she'd stumbled into a farmer's market by mistake. You didn't tell me you'd be here. I let the surprise play out on her face while I took a sip. Why would I? She glanced at the group, recalculating on the fly. We have shared places. It's a small city. Not small enough. My future team watched, weighing the interaction like a product demo. The VP, Priya, tilted her head. She's sharp. No wasted words. Rachel tried the half-smile like we're civil maneuver. We only need 5 minutes. I put my glass down. Folks, I said to the table, this is my ex. We're not together. She's leaving. Rachel flinched, hoped I'd blink first, then realized I meant it. She turned on her heel and walked out, the room's volume returning like someone lifted a hand off a speaker. Priya raised an eyebrow. You okay? Better than okay, I said. I like clean lines. Gabe, who happens to sit 2 rows over in my old building but already knew the story, grinned at his lime wedge. The rest went back to their tortilla chips, and the conversation resynced. I wasn't there to make a stunt out of it. I was there to make sure the next boundary didn't arrive as a surprise. At 11:23 p.m., my phone started buzzing like a stubborn alarm clock. One number, then another, then no caller ID. You humiliated me, the first text read. I needed closure. You had it when you hung up. I deserve a conversation. You deserve a peaceful night. Me too. You're cruel. I'm consistent. People will see who you are. I hope so. I blocked the numbers I could and let the rest ring out. The next morning I woke up, made eggs, and moved on. 2 days later, I stepped out of my building and saw a familiar gray sedan idling across from my place. The plate matched the one from a road trip we'd taken last fall. I stood on the sidewalk long enough to make eye contact. She glanced down, pulled forward, circled the block, and parked again 1 street over. I took pictures, timestamps, plate, location. I didn't walk over. I didn't wave. I called the non-emergency line and logged it. The operator was bored but polite. Is she threatening you, sir? No. She's testing lines. I'm drawing them where they belong. Would you like an officer to respond? Not tonight. I just want it on record. Understood. We'll note it. She waited 20 minutes, then drove off. I texted exactly once after that. Stop coming to my home. Then I blocked the last number she'd used that week. Midweek, I was in my favorite lunch spot near the new office. A counter line, griddle working nonstop, the kind of place where the cook learns your order by the 3rd visit. I scanned the menu I'd memorized a decade ago and felt someone step into the space beside me. Don't ignore me, Rachel said. No greeting. I'm ordering lunch. 5 minutes. You're not hearing me. Just hear me. Please. You already picked your version, I said. I'm picking mine. I was scared, she said. So was I? I didn't lead with insults. She shifted, then tried the guilt angle. You're making me look foolish. No. You're doing a great job on your own, I said, and stepped out of line. I walked out without ordering. I wasn't hungry anymore. Across the street, a bus hissed and loaded a dozen people heading somewhere less complicated. That night, I typed up a simple document. Timeline, dates, screenshots, every call and text logged, each unwanted pop-in noted with a photo. Not because I'm dramatic, because chaos loves blank spaces and I don't leave them lying around. Rachel's next move was louder. She emailed the HR inbox at my new job, didn't wait for day 1, just fired it off while I was still arranging my home office. She wrote that I was contacting her relentlessly after a breakup and making her uncomfortable. The HR lead, a calm guy named Marcos who speaks like a person, not a policy manual, called me in. Walk me through it, he said. I laid it out. The garage call, the lines I set, the messages, the happy hour scene. I slid a printed packet across the table. Screenshots of incoming calls from 4 numbers, her texts, the note from the non-emergency line, photos of her car near my place, and, most useful, my message asking her to stop. I wasn't angry. I was surgical. Marcos flipped through, nodded, and closed the file. "Thanks for coming prepared," he said. "From what I see, there's no pattern on your end. I'll document that. If she contacts us again, security will be looped in." "She won't stop with an email," I said. "Then we'll be ready," he answered. "You good?" "Very." 2 days later, Rachel materialized in the lobby with a paper bag and a smile for the front desk. "I'm here to bring lunch to Mark. He just started," she told the guard. "A patient woman named Lila who has a way of making you confess your middle name." Lila called upstairs. Marcos texted me, "Stay where you are." 5 minutes later, security walked Rachel out. She tried to talk while they held the door. She didn't get far. That afternoon, Marcos forwarded a letter they sent her. "Do not return to the property. Do not contact staff about me." Clear language, no wiggle. That night, a number I didn't know lit up my screen. "Mark, this is Lorraine," a woman said before I could speak. "Rachel's mother." I paused. "Evening, Lorraine." "She made a mistake," Lorraine went on. Her tone was a mix, practiced sweetness with a small stone under it. She told me she panicked. 18 months is a long time to throw away. I agree, which is why she shouldn't have thrown it away. You're a decent man. Be the grown-up here. Give her one conversation. "I have been the grown-up," I said. The grown-up closes the door when the house isn't safe. "She's hurting. So am I. I'm not a resource you flip off and on." Lorraine exhaled. "I hope you're proud." "I'm calm," I said. "That's enough for me. I'll tell her you refused. Tell her I wish her a peaceful week," I said, and ended the call. If that sounds cold, good. Warmth wasn't changing anything. Boundaries were. The next morning, I sent a note to a lawyer my friend Sam recommended. Not a big name. Just a practical guy who's seen the same story in 12 zip codes. We met in a small office that smelled like old carpet cleaner and coffee. I brought my file. He read it quietly, then asked 3 questions that told me he'd do fine. "When did you tell her to stop? When did she ignore it? Who saw what?" "We filed for a temporary protective order. He told me I might not need it if she calmed down." I told him I was done rolling dice with peace. The hearing date landed a week after my start date. I kept my head down at work, hit the gym instead of bars, and used the electric sedan to rediscover that Austin is easier when your car doesn't drink. I got recognized by 3 people in the building for my directness at happy hour. None of them meant it the way Rachel did. They said it like a compliment you could spend. The morning of the hearing, I wore a jacket that fits and a shirt you iron once and forget. The room was beige and buzzing and full of bored faces who'd seen their version of this twice that month. Rachel sat across the aisle with her mom and a lawyer who priced himself in installments. She didn't look at me. I didn't look at her. My file sat on my lap like a brick I'd built myself. The judge took a sip of water, skimmed the docket, and called our names. We stood. My lawyer spoke first. 5 minutes of "here are the facts," without a single flourish. He handed up the packet. Dates, times, messages, the HR letter, the security note about the lobby incident. The judge read enough to get the pattern. Rachel's lawyer tried the word "normal" like it was a magic key that opens every locked door. "It's normal to reach out after a breakup," he said. Emotions were high. She wanted to talk. The judge looked over his glasses. "How many times did Ms. Ellis reach out after he asked her to stop?" he asked. Rachel's lawyer started to answer. Rachel cut him off. "I was trying to fix it. He blocked me. I came to his work because he wouldn't meet." "Thank you," the judge said, holding up a palm. "Ms. Ellis, I need to know. Did you continue to contact him after he requested no contact?" She hesitated. "Ah, yes. But—" "That's enough," he said. "Order is granted for 1 year. No contact, 500 feet from his residence and place of work, no indirect contact through third parties. Sheriff's office will serve." Next, the gavel didn't slam. It barely touched the wood. Still, you could feel the floor shift, control gone from one hand to the other, quiet as a page turn. In the hallway, Lorraine stared like I'd set the building on fire. "Hope you're satisfied," she said. "I wanted quiet," I replied. "Now we have it." Rachel opened her mouth, then closed it. She and her lawyer walked away first. I waited until they were out of sight, then rolled the stiffness out of my neck and stepped into the sun. It wasn't triumph. It was relief that didn't need anyone's permission. I didn't send an announcement, didn't post a thing. I changed nothing except the assumptions people could make about my availability. That night, Eli texted, "How'd it go?" I sent back, "Done." He replied with a thumbs up and an address for the next card night. Normal is underrated. Work kicked in like a well-tuned machine. The new team was competent, the problems were clean, and my calendar started filling with meetings I actually wanted to attend. I kept my house quiet, my weekends simple. The car charged while I slept. My groceries knew their shelf. My phone didn't buzz at midnight anymore. 2 Saturdays in, I grabbed coffee at a small shop in Zilker and sat outside with a notebook, planning a Miami lane change project that would live or die on one bottleneck in Jacksonville. A woman at the next table knocked her cup over, apologized to the whole city, and laughed at herself without asking anyone to fix it. Her name was Dana. She works in landscape design, knows how to talk about shade like it's math. We compared notes on Austin traffic like we were discussing an ex we both outgrew. "You're direct," she said after 20 minutes. "It reads as calm, not harsh." "That's rare." "It's new," I admitted. "Keep it," she said. "It works." I didn't kiss her hand, didn't promise anything, didn't dramatize. I asked her if she wanted to check out the food trucks near the park next week. She shrugged like she'd been waiting for an easy ask. We set a time, and that was that. Monday, Marco stopped by my desk. "By the way," he said, "legal log the order. If anything comes up, we're ready." "Appreciate it." "No worries." Also, he smiled. "Your Miami plan?" "It's good. Present it Friday." "Bring a whiteboard," I told him. I like drawing straight lines. Friday came, and so did the whiteboard. Priya nodded through my outline, asked 3 hard questions, then sent me to run it. At lunch, the team dragged me out to a taco truck, and someone asked about the car. I said it's quiet and costs less to feed than I do. No one brought up Rachel. Good teams mind their own business until it intersects with yours. A week later, Eli's kitchen table was stacked with chips again. Dana swung by at the end to say hi. Eli's wife had met her at a yoga thing and decided she had to meet the logistics guy who doesn't talk like a spreadsheet. Dana fit. She didn't try to. That matters. Around 9, there was a tentative knock on the door, and every man at the table rolled his eyes like we all shared a headache. Eli checked the peephole and turned back with his hands up. "It's nobody," he said. "Wrong door." He didn't even say her name. We played on. The order did what it was designed to do. Not punish, not humiliate. Just quiet the noise I didn't invite and protect the life I was making. I didn't have to think about who might park across the street or show up at a lobby pretending kindness. The calendar held what I put there and nothing I didn't. I heard a few things through the grapevine. Austin isn't small, but it isn't big either. A friend of a friend ran into Rachel at a mutual's birthday. She told people I'd overreacted. Someone else said she was moving in with a coworker from her office because her lease was up and the numbers didn't pencil. She put up a post about growth and choices. Fine. Everyone needs a story that lets them sleep. Mine went like this. I got hit. I stood up. I put lines on the field and kept them where they belonged. I didn't have to raise my voice. I just had to act like my time was valuable. Turns out that's all respect is, price and scarcity. You set it, or someone sets it for you. A month after the hearing, Dana and I drove west late on a Sunday with the windows down. She pointed out projects she'd designed, shade in the right places, stone that would still look like itself in 10 years. I told her about ports and fuel costs, and how a 12-hour delay in Houston ripples to Atlanta like a gossip chain. We didn't talk about respect. We just practiced it. On Monday, I sat at my desk and watched the team file in. Priya tossed me a look that meant, run with it. And I did. The plan worked. Not perfectly, nothing does, but well enough to add a line to the win column without cheating any steps. I drove home in a quiet car that didn't owe me anything and parked in a spot no one else had a key for. I cooked a steak, ate it with the window open, and texted Eli to ask if he'd fixed the chip in his counter. He said he was leaving it. It's honest, he wrote. Reminds me to cut straighter. There's your moral. I got honest with myself. I cut straighter. When someone showed me they value status over steadiness, I didn't negotiate. I didn't hold a summit. I changed the rules where I could and left where I couldn't. And when the tests kept coming, I brought in structure that doesn't care about feelings. logs, letters, an order that says peace isn't a debate. The last thing I said to Rachel was in that hallway. I wanted quiet. I meant it. I didn't need her to understand. I needed it to be true. Now it is. My life's not a movie. It's an itinerary that fits. New job, clean place, a car that starts every time, friends who don't open doors for trouble twice, a woman who laughs at herself before she asks anyone to clean it up. That's more than I had when I was trying to be impressive for the sake of being impressive. And the woman who told me she didn't have time for a reset at 32? I hope she finds whatever time buys. I'm done renting my peace to anyone who thinks support expires when the numbers dip. I'm not mad at her. I'm grateful. She cut me off with one sentence in a garage, and it turns out that's exactly how you make room for a better drive. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. She didn't look up from her phone when I came down for coffee on my 30th. She swiped her screen, put me on speaker without saying a word to me, and walked circles around the island like a hostage negotiator. Yeah, late breakfast, girls only, she chirped into the phone. I'm already running behind. I stood there with a mug and a dumb little candle in it because I thought it would be funny to light it at the table. She slid past me for her tote. You're kidding, I told her, lifting the mug. Today's Tuesday. You took the day so we could. Uh-huh. Needed a day. She waved, still on speaker, still not looking at me. I'll be back later. No, happy birthday. No glance. Just the front door and the quiet after. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have eaten the candle. I worked from the dining table, my laptop running diagrams, my phone pinging. Mom, Dad, friends, my brother Connor, everyone except my wife. Noon passed. 1, 2. At 4 I checked the location share she insisted we set up months ago for safety. The dot was downtown. Not a cafe, not a spa, a hotel, Lakeshore Grand. Level silence from her end, straight into voicemail when I tried to call. I didn't jump in the car. I'm not a reality show. I called the front desk. Lakeshore Grand, this is Tara. Hi Tara. I need to send a delivery to a guest. Can you help me confirm the room? I gave my name and hers. One moment. Keys tapped. Yes, Ms. Cole is in 1215. Great. Can I order a cake to the room? Message on top. And please charge it to me. Of course. What would you like it to say? Happy birthday to me. Enjoy the divorce. She was silent for a second. I could hear the hum of the lobby. Do you want that written exactly? Exactly. And I'll email an ID if you need it for the charge. Not necessary, sir. We have your card on file from an earlier reservation. I can process this. No problem. Send it up now. I hung up, saved the call log, and pulled up a number I kept for emergencies I never thought I'd use. Alvarez Family Law. The assistant took my message, scheduled me for 9 a.m. the next morning, and told me what to bring. Bank statements, titles, anything that might be questioned. Then the phone started shaking itself off the table. Are you insane? Her text came first. What are you doing? You humiliated me. Call me now. I put the phone face down and typed a note to myself. Save everything. Evidence folder. I took screenshots of her texts, my cake order receipt that hit my email, and the location share with the dot still frozen on the hotel. Another call, unknown number. I let it go. Voicemail popped in, then another text. From a different number. This is Brooke. I'm with Megan. You're a psycho. You're embarrassing her. Pick up. I sorted everything into a folder and turned off notifications. At 9:30 p.m., the front door hit the stopper hard enough to rattle the coat hooks. She came in hot. Coat half on, hair caught on her lip gloss, eyes loaded. You've lost your mind, she opened. I was planning something for the weekend. We were hanging with friends. Someone grabbed a room. You stalked me. I leaned back in the chair. Location share was your idea. Room's in your name. The front desk will print a receipt with a timestamp, just in case we need to frame it. You sent a cake saying enjoy the divorce. Happy birthday to me. I shrugged. You didn't manage it. You're dramatic. Tomorrow, 9 a.m., I'm meeting a lawyer, I said, sliding past her toward the hallway. If you want representation, get it. I'm moving into the guest room tonight. Keep the primary. I'll lock the door. You're punishing me over a breakfast. You were in a hotel on my 30th, ignoring calls. I answered, hand on the guest room doorknob. We'll keep it formal. If you need to reach me about bills or the house, email me and copy your attorney. Everything else can wait. She stared at me like I'd switched languages. I closed the door. The lock clicked. The first decent sleep I'd had in months happened behind it. By morning, I'd made a list. Bank accounts, retirement balances, the pinball machines in the garage, 6 restored, 2 in pieces, my odd hobby since college. Serial numbers, receipts, photos with date stamps. The house deed, my car title, the insurance policies. I pulled everything on a drive. I packed a backpack and a folder and left early, tossing a spare hoodie in my trunk. Alvarez had clean hands and a cleaner desk. Walk me through it, he said. Breakfast, I started. Except it was a hotel. She ghosted all day. Location share lit up the lakeshore. I didn't ambush. I made a call. I sent a message. He watched me without nodding. And tonight, I moved to the guest room. We're not doing normal household. I want to keep all communications written. I'll respond once to tell her the rules. Good. Document property, he said, clicking his pen. If your hobby machines are separate property, we need proof. I have serials, receipts, dated photos. Most purchases are before marriage. 2 after, but paid from my separate account. Keep them where they are for now. Don't sell. Don't trade. If she leaves, change passwords. If she stays, you can still move to guest and stop shared finances except essentials. Consider splitting the joint account into bill only and your personal account. Announce it in writing. What about the house? We'll discuss options, buyout or sale. Decide what you prefer, but don't announce it yet. Keep your tone even. You don't need to explain. State terms. You're not in a fight. You're in a transfer. I left with a list and a calm that didn't feel like calm, more like a locked toolbox. She pinged me before lunch. Can we talk? Email, I replied. I sent one email to her and CC'd myself. From now on, please direct all communication to me via email or through counsel. For logistics and bills, I will respond within 48 hours. I'll be in the guest room until we decide next steps. Please do not enter without knocking. Her reply came fast. You're breaking the marriage over a misunderstanding. I'm formalizing how we deal with each other. I typed. House and assets will be handled by agreement. I'll share counsel contacts if you need them. She went quiet for a bit. That night she wasn't home. I cataloged the garage. Took photos of each playfield, each coin door, each plate with a serial. I lined up binders with invoices, 1 per machine. I had 6 fully restored, a bright blue circus theme, a space game with the old chimes, a racing one from the 70s with a back glass I'd repainted, the whole set worth around 45 grand on paper. 2 projects half gutted and bagged, parts lists inside, maybe worth 15 when done. I snapped everything with the day's paper and frame. On day 3, she texted my phone from her mom's place. I knew the address by heart because I'd fixed their sink once. A paragraph from her mother followed an hour later. You are destroying your marriage over a day that could have been rescheduled. Real men build homes, not tear them down. I answered once and only once. Please direct all communication through counsel. For family messages, I won't engage. Thank you. Then I blocked her mom's number and saved a screenshot into the folder. Connor swung by that night with takeout. You good? He asked, holding up a bag. I'm functioning. Hotel, huh? Hotel, I confirmed. On my birthday. She sent denials with friends yelling into the phone. Want me to go get your machines from the garage wall so she doesn't? They're mine. I cut in. I'm not staging a heist. I documented. If she touches them, that's on record. I'm sleeping in the guest room. Alvarez tomorrow again to check my documents. He glanced at the machines, then at me. You sure you don't want to hear her out? Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. She was in a hotel lounge at minimum, I replied. She used silence like a hobby. I'm not punishing her. I'm exiting. Okay, he said. I backed the exit. On Friday, she came back with a suitcase and a look like she expected a courtroom in the living room. I was at the dining table, working diagrams on my laptop. We need to talk, she started. Go ahead, I answered, not looking up from my keyboard. I want half of the machines, she said right away. Half of the house, half of the furniture and support. I make less. I have documents for the machines, I told her. Separate property. House is marital, we'll sell, or one of us buys out. Furniture can be allocated. Support? No. You have income. I won't subsidize choices. You don't get to refuse. I do, I said. On paper. Her jaw flexed. You're being cruel because your ego got dinged. I'm being concise, I replied. We're adults. We'll price things. We'll split proceeds. We'll move on. She glanced at the couch, then at my machines. So you're just going to erase 6 years because I had a stupid day? You erased it, I said, meeting her eyes. The day was mine. You traded it for a lobby and a lot of nothing. She looked away first. Then came the shift, the first softening, right on schedule. Can we not do this like enemies? She asked, lowering her voice. I messed up the day. I was planning something bigger this weekend. I panicked because I knew you'd be mad. I shouldn't have gone to the hotel. The girls were there. We were talking. That's all. Email me your plan, I said. I'll run it by counsel. We don't need lawyers if we talk like adults, she tried again, stepping closer. We do, I answered. Because we weren't. She left for a shower. Came out in sweats. Made tea, the kind I like. Set it by my elbow like a peace offering. I didn't touch it. You remember when I waited outside your interviews, she said, leaning on the counter. I was there for your promotions. I've supported. I'm aware of good years, I cut in. One day doesn't nuke those. The pattern around the day does. Her eyes flicked. What pattern? Distance. Private jokes about me with your gym friends. Weekend plans that didn't include me. The dot on the hotel. I'm not dumb. I'm done. She breathed out and went quiet. The tea cooled. She went to the bedroom and shut the door. At midnight, she texted me from 10 yards away. Can we try counseling? One session, please. I stared at that for a while, then typed, after we agree on separation terms. The next week was logistics. Alvarez and I ran numbers while she took conference calls from her mom's dining room. I moved my workstation to my office downtown 2 days a week and spent the evenings with a label maker. Boxes for my tools. My old guitars. Photo albums. I set the machines on dollies and slid them closer to the garage door like they were already halfway to a new life. Brooke, the friend from the hotel, called me from a new number and left a message that sounded like a lecture. I saved it and moved on. On Wednesday night, Megan came by with a different tone. She put her hands in the pockets of my jacket hanging on the rack like she was a teenager. She smiled soft in a way that used to work back in year one. Okay, she opened. I get why the hotel set you off. It was stupid. I'm not going to pretend it wasn't. Let's do counseling. I'll go tomorrow. I'll pay. I'll do the calendar. We don't have to tell anyone. I watched her. Why tomorrow? Because I don't want to lose you. Losing me already happened, I said. We can still be decent in the exit. Her mask cracked. Exit? That's how you talk about your marriage. It's how I talk when I've been ignored on the day I told you mattered, I replied. When I see a room number with your name on it and a cake I paid for because the words didn't happen at home. She took a step forward, hand on my forearm. Please. I set her hand gently back at her side. We're doing this clean, I told her. If you're serious about being decent, agree on the house plan, confirm the assets, stop arguing over my machines. Then we can do a goodbye dinner and keep it civil with our friends. She stared like I'd proposed we divide oxygen. You're cold. I'm organized. That night, Connor texted me a name. Does Lucas from her gym ring a bell? I replied with a question mark. He sent a screenshot from a group chat I didn't know he was in. Someone had posted a photo of the lobby bar at the lakeshore from that Tuesday. In the corner, shoulders turned, was Megan. Facing her, partly hidden by a column, a guy I'd seen in 2 of her photos over the past year, listed as the trainer in captions. I zoomed 1 click. Lucas, the brother of someone Connor knew, had posted it, then took it down, then apologized. Good intentions, bad OPSEC. I didn't send it to her. I saved it. I sent it to Alvarez and asked how to handle proof of long-running communications, if any surfaced. He said, do not confront. Collect. We'll ask in a deposition if necessary. 2 days later, that necessity knocked. A woman named Erin, soft-spoken, showed up in my work email. You don't know me. I dated Lucas. We're not together. I saw your name in a text Megan sent him months back. I thought you should see this. It was a file of screenshots. Banter. We should talk outside class. When can you step out? Room for a minute. No big deal. I didn't rage. I forwarded the file to Alvarez and to myself. I typed one line back to Erin. Thanks for the heads up. She replied, I'm sorry. I would have wanted someone to tell me. The next week, during a deposition with both attorneys on the call, Alvarez asked Megan a string of clean, boring questions. Bank balances, income, dates. Then he asked, who was with you at the Lakeshore Grand on Tuesday the 14th? Friends, she answered. Names. Brooke and 2 others. Was Lucas, last name omitted, present that day? She paused, then said, he came by later. We all talked. Did you and he speak privately in the hallway? She hesitated. For a minute. Did you and he step into room 1215 at any point without the others? Another pause. Briefly, she said. To grab something. It wasn't. Thank you. Alvarez cut in. No further questions on that topic at this time. I sat with my camera off, looking at my hands. That was my kill turn in action, delivered dry as paper. I didn't need fireworks. I had a minute in a room and a cake stub. She shifted tactics that night, hard and calculated. She showed up at the house with groceries, made dinner, poured me water, peppered me with apologies that sounded like speeches. It was too sweet to be real, like a commercial. We can reset, she said, setting plates on the counter. I get that you're hurt. I shouldn't have gone downtown. I shouldn't have ignored your calls. I hear you. You matter. Please. You have counsel, I reminded her. Use them. I'm using my heart. And sign your disclosures. She blinked, then tried the one card that still had any sharp edge. I'm pregnant, she said. I didn't flinch. I didn't laugh. I didn't grab her. I looked at the calendar in my head without looking like I was doing it. She stared, waiting for panic or hope. How far? I asked. 8 weeks, she answered, too fast. Then we do a test, I said, exactly as if we were discussing a leak under the sink. Before any conversation about custody or money. Until then, we assume nothing. And we're still moving forward with the house. How can you be so? Because you had a minute in a hotel room on my 30th, I answered. Because you spent the day pretending I didn't exist. Because now your timing is convenient. You're accusing me of. I'm not accusing you of anything. I cut in. I'm requesting a test at the appropriate time. Alvarez will send the protocol. In the meantime, please do not reference the pregnancy in any demand letters. She didn't cook for me again. The following week, we listed the townhouse. She balked. Her lawyer wrote that a stable environment for the child required her to keep the house and me to cover costs. Alvarez replied with 3 lines. No child has been legally confirmed. My client will not carry the mortgage on a property he is not occupying. Proceed with sale or propose a buyout with market valuation. She sent another dietary apology. I ate at my brother's. My office became my sanctuary. I started going there more, not because I needed the hours, but because I needed walls that didn't remember arguments. My team pulled me into a system redesign that took a full day of whiteboards and pizza. After we wrapped, my coworker Jenna asked, you doing anything for the big 3-0, or did you already? Done, I told her, and left it at that. The next morning, I had movers take the pinball machines to a storage unit near my office, cameras installed, full inventory signed. I left a note on the garage wall with the empty outlines of where they used to be, moved for safekeeping. Separate property. Do not access. I photographed the note. When Megan returned that night and saw the blank space, she looked at me like I'd taken a limb. You're hiding things, she said. I'm protecting my property, I replied. They're documented. They're insured. They're not joint. You're being impossible. I'm being precise. She upped the pressure again, this time in writing through her lawyer. Support for her lifestyle, the letter read. Alvarez sent back 3 bullet points. Incomes, standard of living, lack of need. No, he wrote, politely, and attached case summaries. He CC'd me. I didn't need the citations. I needed the word no. Then came her second version of change. She turned soft plus Tinder up to 11. She sent me a picture of a baby outfit. She left a note on my laptop. We could have a family. We could fix this. You're a good man. Don't make this your legacy. I left the note on the counter. I emailed her attorney. Please advise your client that any future references to potential children must be set aside until confirmed by testing. We are not discussing custody or support until then." A week later, her lawyer's tone shifted. "Our client seeks a reasonable settlement. Sale of the house with shared proceeds. Division of retirement accounts for the years of marriage. Each keeps their own personal property. No continuing support." It was the list I'd set out on day one, minus the noise. I wrote Alvarez, "Accept with adjustments. Confirm my machines are excluded explicitly. Her car and payments remain on her. No support either way." He made the edits. They had one sticking point. She wanted one of the restored machines because it reminded her of us. I told him, "That's the point. It's mine." He sent declined. They dropped it. We were closing, and I could feel the temperature drop. She texted me once more, direct, an essay about being sorry, about the moment at the hotel, about losing control and being stupid. She said she wished she could rewind. She said she still loved me. I read it at my empty dining table with a box of kitchen gear half packed, then deleted it. I didn't forward it to anyone. The sale went through 2 Fridays later. The check hit our accounts, split down the middle after fees. I wired my share of the retirement split. She signed for her car and the payments. I signed for nothing else. The machines stayed with me entirely. I rolled them into a new space in a 1-bedroom near my office. The first night there, I slept like normal people probably sleep every day. The test sheet rattled like a saber melted quietly. 2 weeks after Alvarez sent the protocol and timelines, a 1-line text came in from her. There was a miscarriage. I sent 1 line back. "I'm sorry you're going through that." And that was it. No receipts. No more letters about stable environments. We finalized through paperwork. No courtroom. No speeches. A notary, a couple of signatures, and a single envelope with settlement copies. She sent one more apology after the ink dried. I deleted it too. Not out of spite. Out of policy. The week after closing, I drove to a local tournament in a hall that smelled like old wood and new polish. I entered one machine I'd restored myself. A space theme that still made the right kind of bell noise. Connor came, turned his baseball cap backward like he was 12, and clapped like a seal when I placed second. "Not bad for a guy who just lost his house," he grinned. "I traded square footage for square-shouldered," I said. "Did you just write that down?" he asked. "It's a working line." He looked around at the machines and the people who knew them by first name. "You look like you're at home." "Because I am." A month later, I filed the last pieces, change of address, new insurance, new passwords. Alvarez sent a final email. "Congratulations. You handled this exactly right." I replied with a photo of the garage wall at the townhouse, now occupied by anonymous boxes. He sent back a thumbs-up emoji, the only casual thing I got from him in months. Megan's circle moved on to new drama. I heard through Connor 2 secondhand notes. She was staying with her parents for a while to save. Her car needed repairs she hadn't budgeted for. None of that made me smile. It just sat where it belonged, on the other side of a door I wasn't opening again. On a Wednesday in May, I was in the new apartment, the machines humming like background wildlife, when Jenna from work texted me. "Still on for trivia tonight?" I thought about the empty couch I'd bought with no shared opinions and the way the city lights hit the glass in my window. Then I said, "Yeah." We met a group from the office at a corner place. She laughed at my terrible team name and didn't ask for my life story. We didn't trade promises. We didn't trade location shares. We divided the check and walked to the train. On the sidewalk, she pointed at the building across the street. "There's a pinball place over there," she said. "You talk about them like they're people. Show me which ones are kind and which ones hate you." "They're all moody," I told her. "Kind in the morning, cruel by night." She smirked. "That's one way to talk about machines." "They're honest," I said. We played 3 rounds. She was terrible and didn't care. When she missed, she laughed, shook her head, and went for the next ball. No speeches. No theater. No hotel lobbies. Before we parted, she looked at me. "30 looked good on you today," she said. "It's had practice," I replied. Back at my place, I made a habit of simple rituals. I left my phone in the entry tray when I walked in and didn't touch it until I was ready. I kept a calendar that was mine. I ate at my table even when it was just me. I kept the guest room empty on purpose, not as a message but as a statement. I don't need a lock to be calm anymore. Sometimes, late, I would open the folder with the screenshots and the hotel charge and the cake receipt. Not to torture myself, to remind myself what clarity looked like. A dot on a map, a minute in a room, a cake with a sentence. Then I'd close the folder and open a schematic, lose myself in a design problem where logic still won. On what would have been our next anniversary, I drove past the lakeshore on my way to meet Connor for lunch. I looked up at nothing in particular and kept driving. At the light, a guy in a delivery hat jogged past with a bakery box balanced on his palm. For a second, I thought about the message written in icing that day. I didn't smile or scowl. I just felt the rightness of a choice made at the right time. Connor slid into a booth across from me. So, he said, any contact from her this month? No, I told him. And it's perfect. You going to that tournament Saturday? Yeah, I nodded. After trivia? With Jenna. He nodded slowly. Good. Fresh air. Fresh rules, I corrected. He raised his soda. To rules. I clinked mine against it. To respect. Back at work, my team rolled out the new architecture, the kind of launch that normally would trigger nervous pacing. I stood behind the chair of a junior guy and watched the graph stabilize. The CEO wandered past, clapped me on the shoulder, and said, "Nice work, Daniel." It landed different this time. Not because it mattered more, but because I wasn't wasting energy elsewhere. Every now and then, someone who knew both of us would bring her up like they were dropping a match. I saw Megan at the grocery store, they'd say. She looked tired. I'd nod. I hope she gets some sleep. Then I'd change the subject. The part of me that used to think I had to explain had retired. I moved one of the restored machines into the living room, a red and gold model with a stubborn left flipper. I played a quick game before bed most nights, not chasing high scores, just hitting the ball until it dropped and not being mad at gravity. When I lost, I didn't pound the glass. I put a hand on the side of the cabinet, breathed once, and shut it down. Ritual, not obsession. People ask what the last thing I said to her was, looking for some cinematic line. They're disappointed when I tell them the truth. On the day she brought up the house one last time, her voice tight, her lawyer pushing for just one machine because memories, I set down my pen, looked at her, and delivered the whole thesis in 3 flat words. Respect or distance. She chose distance when she ignored my day. I chose it back and did the paperwork. No shouting, no scenes, no kitchen chairs thrown. A cake, a call, a door with a lock, a guest room, a schedule, machines rolled out. Dot after dot connecting a picture adults recognize. Now it's just my name on the lease, my keys in the bowl, my rules in my pocket. I'm not angry. I'm busy. I'm in a better apartment with a shorter drive, a lined-up project waiting on my workbench, and a number in my phone that texts me about trivia nights and machine personalities. If there's a moral, it's not complicated. Don't waste birthdays on people who pretend they're Tuesday. Don't explain a line twice. And when the hotel lobby swallows the person who promised to sit across from you, send the cake, call the lawyer, and get on with your life. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. She did it with a laugh loud enough to cut through the quartet. Silver heels, hair sprayed like a magazine cover, champagne glass raised. We're heading downtown, she told Tasha, and then, louder, for the room, real fun's not here. The bow on the violin actually scraped wrong. A couple of my clients turned their heads. I moved 2 steps and covered the doorway with my shoulder. This is your party, I told her. And this is our house. Tasha snorted. Don't be that controlling husband. I didn't argue. I nodded at the caterer to pour. Everyone enjoy the short ribs, I said to the room. Kitchen's open, bars stocked. Cassie will be unavailable. Cassie rolled her eyes, slipped past Tasha, and went anyway. I didn't chase. I topped off a neighbor's glass and asked the quartet for something upbeat. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have ordered a band just for the exit music. She was out the door, and the night had a new temperature. I made rounds. I thanked my aunt for the pecan pie. I talked shop with a developer I'd been courting for 6 months. Every so often someone asked, "Where's the birthday girl?" My answer stayed the same. She stepped out. The sentence wore a groove in my mouth. At 10, the quartet packed up, and the 100 guests were down to 20. I cleaned and smiled and said goodnight until the driveway looked like a dealership at closing time. When the last car taillights faded, I stacked empty glasses in a bin, checked that the grill was off, and sat on the back step. No speech. No angry text. I didn't go looking. At 7 the next morning, the garage door hummed. Cassie walked in with 2 coffees, soft sweatshirt, messy bun that probably took 20 minutes to arrange to look messy. "Morning," she chirped. "Morning." She set a cup near my elbow like it was a medal. "Double vanilla, extra shot. Happy late night cleaning, hero." I slid it back an inch. "Fun crowd downtown." "Relax, Mark. It was my birthday." She smiled like a school nurse. "You made it so nice. I needed a little freedom." "You walked out of your own party and left me entertaining half the contractors in Denver. You love holding court. You turned it into a solo act." Her eyes narrowed. "So we're doing punishment now?" "No." I took my own cup from the machine and killed the noise with the first sip. "We're doing boundaries." Same thing with nicer words. "Not for me." I set my phone on the island, pulled up my banking app, and started tapping. Joint cards are blocked. Family savings moved to the safe account. Use your own income for whatever downtown needs you've got. She straightened. "That's ridiculous. It's math. And I'm done sponsoring Tasha's opinions." "That was a joke." "It was a label," I answered. "And labels have budgets, just not mine. You're punishing me for having friends. I'm refusing to finance disrespect." Her mouth twitched. "You sound like a brochure. You sounded like a host until you disappeared." She put both hands on the counter. "So you're cutting me off." "I'm cutting off a leak. And how long does this little regime last? As long as I need to know my wife won't use my house as a stage and me as the prop." She laughed once. "You're overreacting." "That's possible. So we'll stay on cash. It slows things down. Might help me calibrate." She tried a softer tone. "I appreciate the party, Mark. I do. I needed to feel like me." It got big. It got formal. I wanted something spontaneous. "You had 100 people here for you. It wasn't about me." She brushed a crumb into her palm and looked up. "You made it about your business. That's what you saw?" "It's how it felt." I tapped the card image until it grayed out. "Then we agree on one thing. Feelings aren't bills. I'll remember that the next time you need something." "Good. We're both learning." She grabbed the coffee she'd brought and took a sip like it could swallow the conversation. "So that's it. Cold War. No war. Clear rules. Use your income. We split household costs by the spreadsheet, like always. We're not teenagers." She stared at me like she expected me to blink. When I didn't, she made a calm face, kissed the air near my cheek, and walked upstairs humming. It was a melody I didn't know. That afternoon, my friend Leo called. He's the guy I met when my company poured the slab for his brewery. He speaks in headlines. "Orchid Room. 9. I'm buying." "What's the occasion?" "Your face at your own party was the occasion." He paused. "And I got a rumor." "I don't need rumors. You'll want this one. I'll see you at 9. The Orchid Room is one of those bars that got designed with a ruler and a dimmer switch. Dark wood, velvet, lighting low enough to hide separation, high enough to read the menu. Leo and I took a corner. He ordered something brown and expensive. I stuck to seltzer and lime. Information sits better that way. "You heard from Cassie?" he asked. "She brought me coffee." That was sweet. It was a move. He smirked. "This town's small, Mark." That sentence never ends well. He nodded toward the back. "Don't turn now." I didn't. I waited until the server left, and then took a slow look like I was checking the light fixtures. 2 tables away, Cassie sat closer than close to Evan, husband of Tasha, shirt sleeves rolled up, watch face catching the lamp. Cassie laughed. He touched her wrist the way you touch a button you want to keep pressing. Leo watched my face. "Say the word." "No words." I lifted my glass to the table like I was toasting a stranger. Cassie saw me. Her smile froze. She said something quick to Evan, stood, and headed for the exit like the building was tilted. Leo kept his eyes on me. "You good?" "I'm clear." "You want me to?" "No. No conversations behind backs. No detectives. No speeches. Straight steps." Leo swallowed whatever he was about to say. "What's the play?" "I'll adjust the access. And I won't step in to block the consequences when they arrive on their own." He nodded like we'd just agreed on a bid. On the way out, Evan caught my sleeve. "Man, I turned. Don't. I'm not collecting explanations. It's not what it looked. It looked like you weren't bored. He blinked. I respect you. Respect is expensive. Good night, Evan. When I got home, the house was trimmed quiet. Cassie had left the hallway light on like a beacon. I turned it off. The next day, I moved my calendar. I shifted a client meeting to our backyard for Saturday and put the grill on the list. Good fences are cast iron. By Saturday, the sky was a billboard blue. Family, neighbors, some of my guys from the site. Vince brought his poker face and his wife brought potato salad that could win an election. We had fold-out tables lined with paper plates and the kind of chatter that feels like a blanket. Cassie wore a sundress and that airy smile people use at open houses. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. You need help? She asked, hovering by the grill. I'm good. She took that as permission to stay. She leaned in. Don't be weird. I'm hosting. Don't try to control what I do. You can do anything you can pay for. She flinched a little and stuck her smile back on. 10 minutes later, when everyone had a plate, she climbed one step up on the deck. I won't be late, she announced. I've got a date. Forks paused. Vince looked at me with a look that meant, are you going to let that stand? I kept the tongs in my hand, flipped a burger, and set the next bun. That's true, I said, louder than the music. Yesterday you were at the orchid room with Evan. The side gate clicked. Evan stepped into the yard like a man walking into someone else's movie. His eyes did a quick scan, landed on Tasha, then on me, then on Cassie. His throat worked. Tasha shot up from her chair. What is this? Evan lifted both hands. I've already spoken with an attorney. I'm leaving. You could hear the ice melt in the cooler. Tasha moved toward Cassie. You told me it was networking. Cassie's face cracked and scrambled. It was a conversation. With my husband? Tasha's voice carried to the fence. I raised a palm without raising my voice. Hey, save it for your porch. Tasha spun on me. She's your wife, not my supervisor. Cassie pointed at me like I had tripped her. You did this. I did nothing, I said. I just stopped covering. Silence puddled. I turned the grill off. Grab cupcakes on your way out, I told the crowd. We're done for today. Neighbors did what neighbors do when they see a building leaning. They move out of the way. Plates hit trash bags. Chairs folded. Vince squeezed my shoulder and steered his wife toward the car without commentary. In the kitchen, Cassie dragged a suitcase from the hall closet and started tossing in clothes like an ad for a moving company. I stood in the doorway so I wouldn't be in her way. Say something, she demanded. You already said it. You humiliated me. You opened with I've got a date. I closed with facts. That wasn't your secret to tell. We don't have secrets that protect other people's dignity at my expense. I'm not staying here. She zipped the suitcase like stitches. That tracks. Where am I supposed to go? That's a grown-up question. She stared at me, looking for the old script. I didn't hand her a line. You walked out of a party you asked for, I said. Then you walked out of respect. The house comes after. You act like this accountant, with punishments and ledgers. Boundaries and ledgers are cousins. She rolled the suitcase to the door, grabbed a tote bag, and turned. You'll regret this. Maybe. Pack the photo albums you want. I'm not storing your version of us. She left without slamming the door because slamming is a confession. The driveway swallowed her car. Monday I called Vince. He handles our partnerships, and he doesn't drop balls. I need Cassie out of the marketing workstream, I told him. Understood. No drama. Severance that fits the scope. A clean letter from the firm. Can do. No press. No spin. I know how to write a quiet ending. Make it today. He exhaled. That fast. I'm preventing slippage. By evening, the envelope was on my kitchen counter. When Cassie came by to collect a box of shoes she'd decided were important, she saw it, tore it open, and read the letter like it had been written in a language she'd only learned in high school. You erased me, she said. I stopped providing. This is my work. It was my platform. I built the brand. My company isn't a brand. It's concrete and deadlines. She jabbed the letter with her finger. There's a check and a goodbye like I'm some temp. You asked for freedom. This is the grown-up package. Who signed off on this? Ask my partner. She laughed without humor. You're doing this to make me crawl back. No, I'm doing this so you don't stand in two doors at once. She switched tactics like a quarterback. She set the letter down, reached for my arm, softened her voice. Look, I was reckless at the party. I was embarrassed. I said the word date because it got a reaction. I didn't think about you, and that's on me. Let me fix the marketing. I'll be professional. I'll send weekly reports. I'll run every piece by Vince. I'll even do those early site visits you always push. I'll make your guys look like heroes. It's already fixed. I pointed at the letter. We closed that channel. So there's nothing I can do? You can build your own thing. That you control. That you pay for. Look at me, she said, hand still on my arm. I'm saying I'm sorry. I heard it. And we proceed. She blinked like the room had tilted. You're not even angry. Anger is expensive. I'm frugal this year. She pulled back like my shirt was hot. You're not who I married. Neither are you. That night, around 1, my doorbell went off like an alarm. I took 2 steps and saw Tasha through the glass pane, mascara in streaks, hair fighting gravity, hands full of fury. I opened the door because I don't hide. You need something? She stormed in like she had a deed. Evan emptied the account. He changed the locks. He won't answer. You did this. I didn't sign his checks. You planted that scene in my yard. I hosted a barbecue. Cassie made the announcement. Evan made his choice. She paced my kitchen and knocked a spoon off the counter. I need you to write down what you saw. Names. Times. The whole thing. He'll fold the second he sees it in a letter. I'm not building you a hammer. This is me drowning. You don't get my oxygen, I said. I'm not stretching moments to fit a narrative. You owe me. She poked my chest with a nail that had seen better days. I covered for Cassie when you were too busy playing CEO. You didn't cover for her. You coached her. She laughed, too loud. What? She's a puppet, and I'm the strings. Please. You pushed the freedom door like it was a fire exit and forgot there's a drop on the other side. She moved to the fridge, yanked it open, slammed it shut, pulled a mug off the rack, let it hit the floor. Ceramic hit tile. My patience didn't. Enough, I said. You don't get to enough me. She grabbed the bowl of lemons and winged it at the sink. 2 bounced. 1 split. I took out my phone and hit 3 buttons. I didn't raise my voice. You're leaving. With your car door intact. She swore at me in a string that could have knit a sweater, shoved a chair, and when the cruiser lights bounced on my windows, she tried for a new face. The officers were young and tired and very done with kitchen drama at 2 a.m. Ma'am, one of them said, let's take a walk. She made a mess, I told him. He looked around. We see it. I'm not filing. They took her. The door closed. I swept. It's calming, sweeping your own floor when the night has been loud. The next morning, Leo texted, you good? I sent back a photo of the lemon halves in the trash with the caption, housekeeping continues. By Thursday, my calendar said meeting, 15th floor. The conference room at the legal firm had glass walls and a view of the mountains. Funny how that doesn't change what's in front of you. Cassie came in with a lawyer I didn't know. He was smooth, hair in place, voice at therapist volume. My attorney put a stack of papers on the table and took out a single folder like a chef who knows the recipe. Cassie's attorney started with numbers. Our client is seeking monthly support given the years she contributed to the household image. A fair percentage of the company based on her role in growth. Temporary access to the second property for mental health. Continued status as a consultant. I opened the folder and slid a document forward. 11 years. Signed. Witnessed. Her attorney skimmed. Flipped. Flipped again. I watched his eyes do the math. The prenup had 3 sentences anyone could understand. Business assets separate. No support without dependency. No claim without children. He cleared his throat. This seems robust. It's clean, my attorney said. It held when it was reviewed last year for a separate matter. Cassie leaned in. You told me it was just a formality. It was a decision, I said. She looked from me to her lawyer. We can argue this. You can argue anything, I said. Math doesn't care. Her lawyer tapped the table. We could pursue other angles. Public perception, reputation, the value of her. Image is a mirror, not an asset. Cassie tried a new route. We can make this ugly, Mark. You don't want stories. I run a construction company. People hire me for a slab that doesn't crack. And the second property stays with the business trust. She pushed her chair back an inch. You're punishing me for wanting my own life. I'm letting you have it. Her lawyer nodded at mine in some silent language and closed his notebook. The document seems enforceable. The room emptied like someone opened a vent. The view got bigger. Cassie sat there a second too long, like she could stop the chair from moving under her. This is your line in the sand, she said. This is me taking the sand back. You think I'll fold? I think you'll do exactly what you want to do, the way you've been doing it, just not on my account. She stood, took her purse, and paused. You'll be alone. I'm particular. I stood too. Call Vince if you need a reference for future projects. He'll describe your skills accurately. She stared, waiting for the old version of me to appear with a plan or a compromise. I opened the door for her. Her heels clicked down the hall until the sound turned into building noise. That was the actual ending, not the scene with the backyard or the night at the Orchid Room. This was the moment where everything got stamped. After, I drove to the site. The crew was framing a second story on a midtown build. Hoses hissed. Nail guns popped. Vince came over, helmet low, eyes up. Clean, he asked. Clean enough. You want to grab lunch? In an hour. I looked at the beam they were lifting. I'm sticking around for this set. He nodded. Good call. At home, I changed the keypad code, canceled the cleaner for Tuesdays, and turned the guest room into a home gym because I like simple conversions that you can see with your eyes. 2 weeks later, my aunt sent a text asking if she should be neutral in the family chat. I told her to make the chat about recipes again and not about grown people. Around the same time, Cassie left a message I didn't return. Later, I heard from Leo that Evan had moved into a rental near the tech park. Tasha started making rounds telling anyone with an ear that she had been blindsided. People nodded politely and ordered another drink. Denver is a small town that pretends to be big. Mid-September, I took the truck out to Red Rocks before dawn and met my buddy Troy for a run. He's twice divorced and has the attitude to match. You look lighter, he said, jogging like a metronome. I lost a line item. Expensive one. Priceless. He laughed. You going to start dating? I'm going to start living. At work, I turned down 3 projects that wanted me to cut corners. I picked up one in Boulder that required patience, and I had a lot of that. My days got simple. Run, build, eat something that looked like food, sleep. I didn't read posts. I didn't check tags. I kept my number the same for the clients who pay on time. A month after the legal meeting, I ran into Cassie's cousin at a grocery store. She was in the cereal aisle, making choices that looked like childhood. How are you? She asked. Steady. She's figuring things out. Good. She didn't think you would actually enforce it. I didn't enforce anything. I honored a deal we both signed. She says you changed. I grew up. She nodded like that was either fair or boring. You were good to her. I was good to us. I reached for my brand of oatmeal because some loyalties don't need negotiating. Say hi to your mom. When I got home, I parked next to the truck I'd wanted since I was 25 and couldn't rationalize until now. I called it the Yes truck. I'd said no to myself too long. The last thing I did was take the photo albums out of the hall closet and pick a dozen pictures that still told the truth. Holidays with my parents, the first house I poured, the fishing trip with Vince where he fell in, my nephew in a Halloween costume that made him look like a lopsided pumpkin. I put those on the shelf. The rest went in a bin in the garage labeled past, closed. A couple months later, I met someone. Her name is Nora, a project manager from a company that actually pays vendors on time. She has her own house and a calendar that doesn't need to borrow mine. We split checks because it's easier, and sometimes I pay because it's nice. She asks about bids and schedules, not image and status. When she says she's staying in, she stays in. Last week, we went to a small place with live jazz on Thursdays. I picked a table against the wall, the way I like it. The quartet was a step above the one at my house that night months ago. During a break, the cellist asked for requests. I asked for something bright. Nora laughed. You like to rile up the room without opening your mouth, she said. It's efficient. She leaned toward me with that easy look that doesn't have an angle. You know what I like about you? What? You don't perform. You do. Performing is expensive, I told her. I'm frugal this year. On the way out, I thought I saw Cassie across the room for a second. Maybe it was her, maybe not. A woman with the same shade of hair, the same careful posture. She was with 2 friends, half listening, eyes on the door. I didn't slow down to check. Maybe she's rebuilding. Maybe she's rebooting her circle. Maybe she's still testing doors to see which one's open for free. That's her math now. Mine is simple. I build a house, and then I build a life inside it that doesn't need applause to stand up straight. The last thing I said to Cassie was a sentence I liked for its accuracy. It was in that conference room with the mountains showing off and the table too shiny for men like me. This isn't punishment, I told her, sliding the prenup across the glass. It's a reset to zero. And when the papers were signed and filed and the door closed, I went downstairs, called Leo, and told him to meet me at the diner next to the yard supply place. He got there in 10 and asked the same question he always asks. You good? I stirred my coffee, added nothing, and answered the way I wanted my life to sound. Yeah, I'm good. The rest is just follow through. Boundaries set. Work humming. Keys where I can find them. A woman who shows up when she says she will and leaves when she says she has to. A quieter home. A better truck. My crew laughing at lunch. Vince trying to cheat at cards and failing. Even the dog from the neighbor's yard likes me better now because I smell like steak 3 nights a week. I didn't win anything. I just stopped playing the wrong game. The cost was high. The receipts paid. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. Saturday night. My one free Saturday all month, and Lauren didn't bother to look up from her phone. I stood there with my jacket on, keys in my hand, a reservation confirmed across town. Let's do a throwback, I started. Same taco place as our first date. I booked the corner table. She didn't blink. I'm tired. Tired of what? Driving your thumb. She smirked at the screen. Cute. I just want a quiet night. With me? I pushed. I said quiet. I took my jacket off, hung it, and watched her scroll like I was a coat rack. If I'd known where that button press would land us, I would have canceled the reservation and started packing that night. She was in our living room, but not with me. She sat tucked into the end of the couch, nowhere near my side. Phone tilted away, blue light washing her face. 3 months ago, the couch was for us. Now I was a roommate with lawn responsibilities. You've been on that thing for hours, I said. You working on something? That a cross-examination? It's a question. She sighed. People talk to me, Mike. I talk back. Don't make it a thing. People, I repeated. What people? Colleagues. Friends. New people from a networking group. She flicked her nails on the case. Relax. I'll relax when I see you again. You're 10 feet away, and I've been replaced by a glass rectangle. Now you're Grandpa. Grandpa used to dance, I shot back. You love that. Tonight, I don't. Tomorrow. No plans. We'll see. I sat down, not touching her, not begging. She kept typing, smiling at whatever lived in there. The laugh wasn't for me. That was new. The laugh used to be mine. Okay, I said. I'll cook. Want anything? Not hungry. I cooked anyway and ate alone at the island. Every minute she didn't ask for a plate, I moved another inch away from caring what she wanted for dinner. Sunday afternoon, I cleaned the garage and found the box where we kept our old printed photos. Lauren walked in, phone in hand, earbuds in. She pointed at the stack like it was clutter. You're not putting that on the counter. I'm deciding what to keep. We're not doing a scrapbook. You're not doing anything. I'm throwing away duplicates. I thumbed photo edges. Look at this. You used to drag me to these outdoor movies. Sweet, she said deadpan. Delete. Hard to delete paper. She rolled a wrist. Then put it somewhere. I need the counter. For what? She flashed the phone, quick. Video chat. With who, Lauren? She tensed, like I'd asked for a passport. You've gotten weird, you know that? I got attentive, I replied. Different word. Same energy. I put the photos away and washed my hands. What's his name? That's pathetic. It's precise. She snorted. 5 people messaged me today. 2 were women. 1 was a recruiter. You want to comb through it? Be my guest. She thrust the phone out. Here, read. It was a dare. I took it. Threads of small talk. How was your weekend? New project. We should connect. Nothing explicit. A guy named Blake sent a photo of a dog at a park. Another, a trainer from her gym, asked about form. She wasn't flirting in the words, not here. Her tone was neutral. I scrolled, nodding. See, she said, triumphant. It's just people. You're talking to people like you've got a second life. So what? We have one life in this house. You're controlling now? I'm observant. She took back the phone and placed its screen down, as if that made her honorable. Stop making problems. I'm allowed to talk to whoever I want. Me too, I said. Good for you. I'm also allowed to set rules for me, I added. I'm not going to sit in a living room where I am invisible. From today, I stop organizing date nights no one attends. And our monthly dining budget splits. I'll move my half to my card. That's ridiculous. It's responsible. You do what you want with your half. So you're punishing me. I'm protecting my time and money, I said. You should protect yours. She laughed like I had told a bad joke. You're being dramatic. Maybe, I said, but drama has a memory. And I'm done paying for dinners with an empty chair. She rolled her eyes, threw on a hoodie, and locked herself in the guest room for another chat. I wrote the new budget and sent a neat email to our shared account, split starting this month. If you need the spreadsheet, it's in the drive. No debate. Facts. On Monday, my coworker Mia swung by my cube with a coffee and the eyes of someone who reads people for a living. Mia's a data lead and a mom of two who tells the truth like a hammer. You look like you sleep on a floor. Couch, I corrected. By choice. You're not a couch person. I wasn't. I took the coffee. Thanks. She leaned on the partition. Something I should hear? I'm good. You're not, she said. What's the policy? Policy is, I don't bring the house to the office. We can share an elevator like humans. Want counsel or jokes? Counsel, I said. Short. All right. If you're being frozen out, stop standing in the freezer. Go for a walk, shut the door, move your money, move your schedule. Working on it. And don't argue feelings, she added. Set rules. People respect rules. I'm already there. Good. She tapped the desk. You're a builder. Build an exit if you need one. I nodded, filed it, and worked. In the afternoon, I looked at the family financials and made transfers. My savings into a separate account I'd had since before marriage, an account with my name only. My paycheck rerouted. No drama. Responsible architecture. That night, I told Lauren the new arrangement. She lifted an eyebrow. Why? So nothing gets confused. You pay your card, I pay mine. We split utilities. You'll get my half in advance every month. If you miss your half, we reduce services. No lectures. That's petty. No, I said, it's clean. She didn't argue more than a scoff. That told me everything. She liked the gray zone because it fed her freedom without cost. I just put walls around it. The coldness didn't lift. She existed in the house as background noise. We had 2 chairs at the table and sat in different rooms. She networked while I cooked and ate. It was like sharing space with someone waiting for a flight. She didn't even pretend to ask me about my day. 3 weeks of that, and I caught her smiling at her screen like it was a person, not a device. I came over and leaned on the doorway. What's funny? She didn't even turn. Memes. You don't laugh at memes. I do now. You're different. You're paranoid. Then tell me who it is. She locked the phone and finally looked at me. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear me asking for a name? She tilted her head, bored. If it'll shut you up, Mike, I can show you everything again. There's nothing in there. Show me later, I said. Right now, I'm setting another rule. I'm not available for late-night question sessions anymore. If you want to plan something together, send me your time by Thursday. After that, I book my weekend. That's childish. It's adult scheduling. No surprises. No last minute. Let's do something texts when you're bored. She gave me a slow clap. Congratulations. You just made yourself less available to your own wife. You already did that, I said. I'm just acknowledging it. Then came her first soft turn. Friday, she came into my workshop corner in the garage while I was tightening a vise. She put her phone away. That was the headline. Dinner? She asked. My treat. I looked up. Now. I had a rough week. Let me make it up to you. She set a hand on the bench. No affection, just proximity. What changed? You want me to beg? I want clarity. I'm trying, she said, voice low. Can we have one night without this? She fluttered a hand toward the phone-shaped hole between us. I wiped my hands on a rag. Where? She named a place she knew I liked. My guard noted the timing. Right after the budget split, right after I stopped planning. I said yes, with conditions. House rule, I said, locking the garage. No phones at the table. If it buzzes, it waits. She nodded. Sure. And one more? We actually talk. We always talk. No, I said. I talk. You comment. She tried to smile. I'm here, aren't I? Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. At the restaurant, we sat near the window. She put her phone face down, then stacked it on top of mine like a symbol. For a while, it felt like the old us. She asked about a client I was dealing with, even remembered the name. I loosened. I allowed myself to think maybe she'd felt the wall and didn't like it. Midway through the second course, a buzz. She flinched and went for the phone before catching herself. Emergency? I asked. No. Then it waits. Right. We got through dinner and walked to the lot. She slipped her arm around mine. It had wait again. I raised my eyebrows. What? She said, amused. Is contact illegal now? Contact is evidence. Of what? That there's something to keep. It almost worked on me. Back home, she made tea and asked if I wanted to watch a movie. We made it 20 minutes in before she remembered something and excused herself. 20 minutes later, the bathroom fan hummed and light leaked under the guest room door. She was back on the grid. I let the movie run to the credits, stood, and went to my office. If she needed a digital fantasy, I could give her one. Not to punish, to verify. The next morning, I created another person. Not me with a hat. A clean build. James Walker. Nice profile picture. Suit. Skyline. Good light. Believable. Nothing flashy. Job. Independent consultant. Frequent travel. Interests. Bookstores. City parks. Running along the river. No specific brand names. I connected him to a few mutual acquaintances through groups. Easy to fake with public events. I sent a request to Lauren. No message. Within minutes, James had an incoming DM. New in town, she wrote. Back and forth, I answered. Mostly New York. Work or play? Work, when I'm honest. You. Denver native, she said. Family there. I stared at the word family. That was her cover story anywhere outside our house. Daughter, helpful, busy. She rolled that out for everyone. New York has its charm, I sent. Denver has the better sky. You sound like a brochure. Guilty, I typed. Where do you get coffee around here? She sent recommendations. I watched her energy unfold. With James, she asked questions. She actually listened. She remembered details. In hours, she gave more attention to a stranger than I'd had in weeks. That night, in real life, she barely spoke. James got paragraphs. I got night. For 3 days, I kept it clinical. Questions, a joke here, a photo of a book on a table from a stock library no one would trace. She rushed to respond. Mornings, lunch breaks, late evenings. On day 4, she sent, you seem grounded. Refreshing. What does that mean? Most guys are thirsty. I like water, I sent. She sent a laughing emoji and a selfie in the car, careful angle. I put the phone down and stared at our kitchen clock. I had wanted to be wrong. This just told me to stop hoping. At home, she sauntered through the hallway with a plate. Your movie night special, she said lightly, leaving it near my keyboard. First gesture in weeks. Thanks. You're working late, she added. I'm lining things up, I said. Makes the ending clean. What ending? The week, I said. She shrugged and left. We hit 2 weeks of James. The more I pulled back in the house, the more she poured herself into the screen. She started sending him little day fragments. We've got rain today. Boss is impossible. My trainer said I improved. With me, she communicated requests. Pick up paper towels. Don't forget the bill. I'm in a call. Keep it down. On a Thursday, James asked if she liked New York. She wrote a paragraph about energy and opportunity and how people there decide what they want and go. I could hear her mouth shaping the fantasy. Come visit, I typed. I host friends all the time. There was a pause. On the couch next to me, the top of her head didn't move. Then the reply came in. Would you actually want that? I don't invite people I don't want to see. Bold, she wrote. I like bold. I like clear. She double-tapped the message. A tiny liked at the bottom. In our house, I couldn't get a full sentence. For James, she tapped hearts. That night, I called my oldest friend, Nate, who has a small place in Queens and a larger network of favors. We went to college together. He knows when to talk and when to just do what I ask. You want a place for a month? He said. No questions asked. No questions now, I said. You'll understand when I tell you the story over whiskey, and yes, I know I owe you one. I've got a one-bedroom that's between tenants. Friends building. Not fancy, clean, keys under the mat if I tell them. Perfect, I said. I'll mail you an envelope. Put it on the kitchen table. Label it with her name. You're scaring me a little. I'm saving us both time, I said. You got it, he said. Anything else? Leave the fridge empty. I don't want her thinking someone lives there. He made a noise. You're a precise man, Mike. That's the whole point. The next morning, I filed the divorce papers. No theater, no guilt. I scanned them for my records and mailed a signed set to Nate. Then I started taking screenshots. Not one or two. The entire James thread, timestamped, indexed. I didn't have to twist anything. It told the story just fine. I'm not a detective. I'm an engineer. Documentation matters. Saturday, I set my public boundary. We had a barbecue at our neighbor's place. Frank and Dana on one side, younger couple across the street with a new baby. We stood in a ring on the patio while Frank burned burgers the way he always does. Lauren drifted off every few minutes to check work. Dana, who notices everything, nudged me. She okay? She's busy, I said. I'm adapting. At one point, Lauren came back to the group in the middle of a story. She interrupted me mid-sentence to ask if someone had a charger. Frank chuckled. You're among adults. Put it down for an hour. It's important, she said. I raised my voice just enough for the circle. New rule in our house, I said. Phones face down at meals and when we're with people. If you can't follow it, you excuse yourself. Lauren blinked at me, surprised I'd said it out loud. She smirked like she didn't care, then said, "Excuse me," and walked inside. The group went quiet. Dana leaned in. You all right? I'm good, I said. I won't live in a hallway where I have to wave for attention. Frank said, That's a heavy sentence, man. It's polite, I said. I didn't chase her. I let the rule hang in the air, clear as a bell. That night, she did the second soft turn. She came into the bedroom with a plate of cut fruit and put it on my nightstand. You're making enemies at neighborhood cookouts, she teased. I'm stating norms, I said. People felt it. I gave it words. She sat on the edge of the bed. I know I've been somewhere else. I'm trying to fix it. How? Time with you. No interruptions. We could take a trip. One night. I'll plan it. When? Next Sunday. Text it to me by Thursday, I said. Lock it in. She bent to kiss my cheek. The gesture was new, carefully chosen. I appreciated the effort for exactly what it was, an effort to keep the door open on her terms while she kept me on the hook. I didn't push it away. I didn't lean into it. I noted it like a man checks the weather and still grabs an umbrella. Back on the phone, James escalated. I escalated him. It wasn't a show anymore. It was a mirror. You're fascinating, she wrote on Monday. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. Because I listen, I typed. I haven't felt seen in a while. I see you, I wrote. She sent. I want to meet. No coyness this time. 5 words, full stop. Come to New York, I typed. Work has me pinned. I'll book you a place. All you do is arrive. You don't have to pay. I insist, I wrote. We'll make it easy. Okay, she answered. Tell me when. We discussed dates. She pushed for soon. I set the address, the same one Nate had secured. I gave her the apartment number, told her the key would be under the mat. I made the promise I needed to make to expose the truth. I'll be there, she wrote. I can't wait. In our living room, she looked like someone who'd gotten great news and was trying not to float. She kept her tone flat with me, but her eyes were alive in a way they hadn't been for me in months. A man notices what lights his wife up. Mine was lit by the wrong fire. After setting the meeting, I increased the pace. I stopped pretending anyone was innocent. James got direct. No coded lines. I asked questions only a person with clear intent would ask. She matched me. She sent a message one night that said, I'm counting hours. If she had sent that to me even once in the last half year, we wouldn't be here. I answered as James, I'll be waiting. I booked myself 2 nights in a cheap hotel 20 minutes from the address, an alibi location I'd never need. Then I shipped Lauren's suitcases to her mother in Denver, cleaned out her side of the closet, and packed what mattered. I labeled boxes by room and wrote a note to the movers. Delivered to Mrs. Carter, signed and dated. No anger, just logistics. On Wednesday, she came into the kitchen with a plastic smile. "I need to go to Denver this weekend," she announced. "My mom hasn't been feeling well. I hope she feels better. I'll help her with some cabinets." "Good of you. You don't mind?" "I don't control what you do," I said. "Text me your flight so I know the house is empty." She paused, studying me. "That's it. No questions. None that you would answer," I said. "Safe travels." "You're being weird." "I'm being easy." She tested me. "If something comes up, I might stay longer." "Stay as long as you need." I took out my wallet, removed a spare card she used for groceries, and placed it on the table. "Housekeeping note. Since you're traveling, I'll take over the basics while you're away. Your half of utilities will be due on the 1st like always." "Wow," she said. "You're really leaning into this new version of you." "I'm leaning into clarity." I walked past her and put my jacket on the hook. "Call me when you land." She left the house that night with a small suitcase and a face so bright, I almost felt sorry for what the truth would do to it. Almost. On the drive, she messaged James constantly, sending little updates. "On my way. Boarding. You won't believe how nervous I am." Her husband, got taking off with a plane emoji. That contrast ended any debate in my head about whether I was being too harsh. When someone gives a stranger all the color and you the margins, the story is already over. Back home, I stacked the last box in the hallway. I printed the tracking numbers to Denver and taped them to an envelope on the counter. I sat by the window and waited for my phone to vibrate with New York. She arrived in the city the next afternoon. I could see the timestamps and read her tone like she was speaking in the room. "Landed," she sent to James. "This feels crazy." "In a good way." "It feels honest," I wrote. "Text me when you're at the address." 20 minutes. Then, at the door. "Key under the mat like you said." "Let yourself in," I typed. My chest had nothing left to break. She sent a selfie immediately. Inside. Smile bright. Hair brushed for a new chapter. The caption, "I'm here. Waiting for you." I called her on my phone, my number, not James. It rang twice. She answered, compressed voice like she had to push me through her teeth. "Hi. Hey. I'm in Denver," she said. "Just got to my mom's, but I can't talk. She's resting." "Your mom won't be there," I said. Silence. Then, flat, "What?" "She isn't coming." "What are you talking about?" "The person you've been messaging," I said. "Your Skyline friend." That was me. I heard two things: the sound of a chair leg scrape and her breath hitch. Not dramatic, but real. She walked into the kitchen. I could tell by the echo. "Mike," she started. "Stop. Your mom left you a letter on the kitchen table," I said. "It has your name on it. Open it." I listened to her footsteps cross tile. A pause. The rip of paper. Then the catch. The soft drop that comes when someone understands that the game is over. She saw the divorce papers, my signature, the date, the empty apartment around her. She tried to regain her voice. "You set me up." "I set a mirror," I said. "You did the rest. You lied to me." "I answered the question you refused to answer. What you do when given the man you prefer. You did it. Quickly. You don't know what I was going to do." "You were there," I said, "with a suitcase of excuses and a phone full of promises. You wrote that you couldn't wait. I believed you. You had no right." "I have every right to draw a line in my house," I said. "And when you stepped across it, I had the right to end it." She started to cry, not theatrical. Angry. "You tricked me. I told you the rules when we were still fixable. You picked the phone. You picked a stranger. You picked movement over us. You made me feel unseen." "I made dinner," I said. "You made plans somewhere else. You're cruel." "No," I said. "I'm finished." I let a beat sit there. "Don't come back." She snapped. "Excuse me?" "Your things are on their way to your mother," I said. "Check the tracking numbers. You won't need the key. It doesn't fit anymore." "You can't just." "I can," I said. And I did. "It's simple. You want it out. This is out. Clean. You're punishing me because I talk to people." "You were auditioning my replacement," I said. "And you picked one. Congratulations. He's no longer available. You're disgusting. You picked a ghost and wrote poetry to it," I said. I'm not here to be insulted by someone who just booked a trip to another man's apartment. I won't argue. We're done. She went quiet. Then the line clicked and died. I sent one last message from James. Don't come back to my house. The apartment is paid for 1 month. Use it to plan your next step. After that, you're on your own. I blocked her on both accounts. Then I turned off my phone for an hour and sat in the clean silence of a home that suddenly belonged to me again. A week passed. She didn't come back. Friends who knew both of us texted me vague check-ins. I answered neutral. I went out most evenings with Nate on video, with Mia and a couple of guys from work for burgers, with Frank once for a ball game. I told the story to the people who had earned the right to hear it. They reacted the way you'd expect. Shock, then a slow grin at the precision. Mia raised a glass. That, she said, is an exit. Clean enough. I asked. I could eat off it, she said. Frank shook his head. You're a cold operator. I'm warm with people who act like people, I said. 2 weeks later, my phone lit up with a Denver number I knew. Her mother. We've had coffee together at holidays. A practical woman with a polite tone. Michael, she said, no hello. What on earth happened? Hi, Janet. She showed up here with boxes and a story I can't repeat without sounding unhinged. She says you were unfaithful to her and then dumped her. Did she show you any proof? She showed me a blank screen, deleted messages, and she cried. Do you want the facts? I asked. I'm not avoiding them. Yes, she said. Please. I told her the short version. Not the color, not the jokes. The record, the ignoring, the phone, the mirror, the apartment, the letter. I offered to send the screenshots. She didn't say no. Send them, she said after a pause, voice different. I need to see what you're saying. I need to talk to her like an adult. I sent a compressed file with dates. 10 minutes later, she called back and didn't bother to hide the hit. I'm sorry, she said. I'm embarrassed for her. I'm embarrassed I doubted you for a second. You don't owe me an apology. I do, she said. You treated her well for years. I watched it. I don't know who she thinks she is lately, but it's not someone I raised. She'll figure it out, I said. What do you need from me? She asked. Nothing, I said. I already put the last box on your porch. Keep what's hers. If she wants the rest, I'll ship it where she asks. Otherwise, I'm done. Understood, she said. I wish you a better life. Me too. I hung up, opened the windows, and took a slow walk to the river. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt correct. That's enough. The thing about moving on is you don't need to shout about it. You just do it. I changed the locks without a speech. I canceled the streaming packages she'd insisted on and didn't watch. I left the spare room empty and bought a new table I wanted years ago but postponed because she hated the style. I called my brother and said yes to a fishing weekend I declined twice. I texted Nate a photo of the new living room with the caption, Phase 2. Phase beer, he replied. Mia introduced me to a friend of hers named Claire at a little place near the office one Thursday. We met for lunch. No fireworks, no scripts. Just a woman who manages a nonprofit and laughs with her whole face. We didn't talk about my past. We talked about how she rebuilt a team after a rough year. Competence is attractive. Calm is better. We kept it casual. I took my time. A month later, I rolled into New York for a weekend, met Nate at the corner spot he likes, and told him the long version over a sandwich. He listened, then leaned back. She really flew in for a person who didn't exist. She existed less with me at home than she did with my fake profile. He shook his head. You could write manuals. I did, I said. Just not for this. He raised his drink. To never explaining what you can demonstrate. I clinked his glass. To that. In the months after, the updates came secondhand. Lauren was staying with her mother for a while. She had quit her job, then tried a new one. Nothing stuck. She messaged old friends with different stories. Some reached out to me to confirm details. I sent none. People can build their own timelines. I had nothing to defend. By then, I had a different rhythm. I woke up early to run along the water before work. I rebuilt the deck with my hands and my music on a small speaker. I took trips when I said I would and didn't explain them. Claire and I kept seeing each other, slow and steady. She asked good questions and never once set a timer for our conversations. When we sat together, neither of us reached for our phones. One evening, we drove out of the city line to her friend's farm stand, picked up a bag of peaches, and sat on the tailgate of my truck while the sun dropped behind the trees. Claire looked over at me and said, "You're very calm." I got tired of noise. "I like quiet," she said. "Me too. I don't craft epilogues to make myself a hero. I don't need to be. I'm a man who saw the lines move, drew my own, and stepped over them. The house is mine now, not as a victory, just as my space. The friends are still here, not out of pity, but respect. And the woman who used to be my wife? She made her choices in fluorescent blue on a screen bright enough to blind. When she walked into that apartment in New York and sent that picture to a man she wanted, she wrote the ending with her own hand. In the kitchen drawer, I still have the envelope Nate set on that table. I kept the copy as a piece of paper that says I don't chase ghosts. I don't chase attention. I hold my rules. When someone treats me like background, I stop playing music for them. The last thing I told Lauren on the phone, "Don't come back," wasn't a threat or a performance. It was the final, simple instruction of a man who decided that respect is required, not requested. She didn't come back, and I didn't wait at the door. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. I walked into my own house, and they were giggling like kids. Lauren and her sister Hannah at the kitchen island with coffee and a plate of store-bought cookies, talking over each other, tapping their phones, easy and light. The second I set my keys down, Lauren's face switched off. The laugh died mid-note. She touched the edge of a napkin and went blank like I was a tax form. "Hey," I said. "Hey," she echoed flat. Hannah glanced between us. "Long day." "Same as usual." I hung my jacket. "Smells like the bakery exploded." "We were catching up," Lauren muttered. "Is that okay?" "It's your house too," I shrugged. "I like hearing you laugh." She didn't answer. She just picked up her coffee and stared at a spot on the counter like it owed her money. Hannah reached for her purse, read the room in 2 seconds. "I'll head out," Hannah said. "Got an early shift." "You don't have to run," I offered. "No, I do." She touched Lauren's shoulder. "Call me later." The door clicked. Silence poured in. Lauren kept looking at that spot. "What did I do wrong now?" I asked. "Nothing, Mike," she said. "I'm just tired." If I'd known where it was headed, I would have skipped the cookies and saved myself a season. I put the kettle back on the stove even though I didn't need it. Habit. "Want tea?" "I'm fine." "Okay." She walked past me, brushed my sleeve like it was a guardrail, and disappeared down the hall. The floor plan wasn't big enough to hide in, but she made distance out of 12 steps. I stood there, listening to a house where every sound was a point scored against me. I went to bed later than usual. She was already turned away, phone screen lighting her face. I said goodnight. She hummed, screen still glowing. By morning, warmth was a rumor. The cold didn't hit all at once. It was nickel and dime. Fewer questions, shorter answers. A smile rationed like gasoline in a storm. I try not to push. I made dinner twice that week, cleaned the grill, fixed a sticky window. She reacted like I'd balanced my own checkbook. "How's your day?" I asked over chicken and salad. "Busy." "Anything good?" "Same stuff." "You and Marissa still heading to that art thing Saturday?" "Maybe." "Want me to come?" "It's not really your thing." "What is my thing lately, Lauren?" She looked up, bare flicker of annoyance. "Do we have to do this every night?" "Do what?" "Turn everything into some evaluation." I cut another piece of chicken and decided I was done playing customer survey. "Okay, then I'm changing a few things." She blinked. "What?" "I'm pulling my schedule off your calendar. I'll be at the gym Monday and Thursday nights. I'm done waiting around for maybe plans. If you want to schedule something, send a time that works. I'll confirm or not. And I'm separating the discretionary budget. You handle your part, I'll handle mine." Her fork paused midair. "Is this a threat?" "It's logistics," I said. "It protects both of us from guessing." So now we're roommates. We're adults who don't do fishing trips with each other's patience. She pushed her plate away. "You're so dramatic." "I'm so tired of reading minds." She exhaled like the room bored her. "Fine. Do whatever you want. Plan on it." We cleared the table. She went to the couch and opened her laptop. I loaded the dishwasher and wondered when partnership turned into co-management of square footage. Later that week, Hannah dropped by again with a bag of oranges and that easy grin. Hannah was 3 years younger than Lauren, worked 2 jobs, drove a dented sedan, and still found a way to laugh at the day in front of her. We ended up in the kitchen when Lauren stepped out to take a call that lasted forever. "Be honest," I told Hannah, rinsing a knife. "What am I missing here?" "You're not missing," she said softly. "You're taking on too much weight by yourself." Translate. She's scared to feel something she can't control. When you press, she locks up. Great. So to fix it, I should not care. You care. Just stop measuring. People open up to warmth, not pressure. I leaned on the counter. I've tried warmth. Then stop performing it and just live. Even if she doesn't come with you. Something in her tone wasn't pity. It was respect, and it sat right with me. The next week, I tested Hannah's advice. No scoreboard. I made coffee without comment, kissed Lauren on the cheek in passing, left the gym twice with sweat like proof of life, and started a Saturday morning plan she wasn't invited to manage. I booked a table at a little place we liked back in better times and texted her the time hours in advance. No essay, no pressure, just a fact. She stared at the message for 5 minutes while sitting 2 feet from me. 8 o'clock, I said. They gave us the patio. Maybe, she answered, eyes still on her screen. Maybe is not a time. She looked up, taking her time. Then go without me. I will, I said. At 7:50 p.m., she came out of the bedroom in a navy dress I used to think meant yes. She didn't look at me. Ready? I asked. She grabbed a different purse and slid on a jacket. Marissa texted, "We're hitting a wine tasting. I told you it wasn't your thing." I nodded once, grabbed my keys, and walked past her. She stopped at the door. "You're still going?" "Yep. All alone. I'm good company." "You're being petty. I'm being literal." We reached the driveway at the same time. She headed for her car with a look that said, "You won't make me feel bad." I didn't try. I sat outside on that patio anyway, ate my dinner, tipped too much for one, and looked at couples who had something to say. When I came home, she was already asleep or pretending to be. On the counter, a sticky note. "Thanks for being flexible." Flexibility wasn't the point. Respect was. So I made my next move clean and public. Sunday morning, over French press, I slid an envelope across the island. "What's this?" she asked. "Household adjustments," I said. "We each get our own checking for personal spending. The joint covers the mortgage, utilities, repairs, groceries. We'll meet on Saturdays at 10 for 15 minutes to plan the week. If you cancel, it's moved to the next Saturday." Her mouth twisted. A meeting. That's so romantic. I stopped waiting for romance to act like adults. She stared at the paper, then at me. "You're really doing this?" "Already did. The accounts are set." She sat back. "You don't trust me." "I trust me," I said, "and I'm tired of the guessing game." She drummed nails on the island, something she did when a sales pitch wasn't working. "I'll try to do better, okay? Can you not? I'm not punishing you. This is stability." "Fine," she said again, that stretched thin word. "Fine." 2 days later, she put her hand on my shoulder on her way out and dropped a quiet, "I do appreciate you." That was the first softening. A small kindness like a cloud break. I wanted to believe it. I let myself loosen an inch. That night, she brought home takeout from the cheap Thai place and asked about my client presentation. We ate at the island. She laughed twice at my story about a guy who thought Excel was a personality test. For an hour, we were normal. Then she added, "I need more space, though. Please stop hovering." "I'm at the gym, remember? Twice a week. I'm not hovering. It still feels like a lot." "What part?" "You. Checking in. Watching me. Keeping score." I set my fork down. I set rules so we'd stop keeping score. She scratched an invisible itch on her wrist. "You're suffocating me with organization. You were suffocated by spontaneity last month. Don't twist it." "I'm quoting you." "We're done talking," she said, and packed the leftovers. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. The next Saturday, at 10 sharp, I sat with the calendar and the budget. She walked in late, sat with her phone, and declared she had a busy week. I nodded, blocked time for my own stuff, and ended the meeting at 11 minutes. No groveling for her attention. No hand-wringing. I took my initiative outside the house too. Monday, I told my project partner, Nathan, that I'd be on the road Thursday to see a client I normally would have Zoomed. Everything okay? He asked, side-eye over his mug. Everything's great, I said. I'm done waiting around at home for energy that doesn't show up. He smirked. That a Hallmark card? It's a schedule. Thursday, I drove 2 hours, shook hands, solved a thing with a spreadsheet and a dry joke, and realized the air felt less heavy when I wasn't muting myself. On the way back, I turned the radio off and thought about the difference between peace and quiet. The tension rolled forward like weather. Lauren swung from cool to dismissive to performance mode, depending on the audience. At a neighbor's barbecue, a guy asked how long we'd been married. Before I could answer, she chimed in, long enough for him to think eating vegetables is a personality. The circle laughed. I smiled and flipped a hot dog that wasn't mine. Later, in the car, I brought it up. You made me a joke. It was a joke, she said. It was a dig. You're too sensitive. Maybe you're too casual with respect. She crossed her arms, turned to the window. You ruin everything by picking it apart. I ruin it by identifying a pattern. You ruin it by talking. When we got home, I sent a text to the group thread for a poker night I'd been skipping. Count me in this Friday. I didn't ask her schedule first. I didn't leave a gap for maybe. Friday at 7, I kissed her on the cheek on the way out. She barely turned. At poker, my buddy Jalen watched me rake a pot and shook his head. You look like a guy measuring exits. I'm a guy measuring standards. He grinned. Same thing if you do it right. Maybe. You're not the type to live with a foot out the door. No, I said. I'm the type to either fix the door or leave the building. Then say what you want and make it expensive not to give it. I did. I took a risk on neutral ground. The following week, Lauren's friends wanted to host a game night. The living room turned into a stage, charcuterie board, bad wine, a stack of cards nobody wanted to learn. I stood, tossed pretzels into a bowl, and chose my timing. Before we start, I said, calm and clear. 2 things. 1, if we're together in public, we don't take shots at each other. 2, if a plan gets canceled at the last second, we don't reschedule it. We replace it with something else later. That's it. Marissa blinked. Whoa. House rules. Basic respect, I said. Lauren laughed, a small, dry sound. You're laying down commandments now? I'm clarifying terms. I looked at the room. I like every person here. I also like not being turned into a punchline. Silence settled like a new rug. Marissa cleared her throat. Fair. We started the game. Lauren avoided my eyes. It was awkward for 5 minutes, then the air changed. We played, we joked, and nobody took a swing at anyone's dignity. When the last person left, Lauren stayed by the door, hand on the knob. You embarrassed me, she said. I set a boundary. You did it in front of people. That was the point. It's easier to keep a rule, everyone heard. She stared like I'd mispronounced her name. You're different lately. I stopped chasing. And if I don't change, then we have data. That was when she tried the second softening. 2 days of over-the-top sweetness. She woke me with coffee, asked about my gym routine, made a big show of folding my shirts, even texted me a midday. You free for dinner? I warmed to it for a minute because I'm not carved out of stone. We went to a casual place and split a burger. She took my hand across the table like we were back at the start. I remember why I married you, she said. I remember wanting to feel seen, I answered, not pulling my hand away. I can do that, she said. Let's reset. Fresh start. I nodded. Okay. Then tomorrow, let's do the weekly meeting at 9 and plan 2 dates for this month. She smiled. Done. She didn't show up for the meeting. I waited 10 minutes, then 20, then sent her a message, moving the meeting to next Saturday. She didn't reply. At noon, she walked in already dressed like she had somewhere better to be. Fell back asleep, she said. No biggie. It is to me, I said. You're making everything heavy again. You're making promises like coupons that expire immediately. Can you not talk to me like a client? I'd have more respect for a client who flaked. That night, we said almost nothing. In the morning, I woke to an email forwarded to our joint address. A rental confirmation in another city for a furnished place. Her name. Her dates. Start of next month. The subject line, welcome. I waited on the porch until she came out, bag in hand. What's the lease? I asked, holding up my phone. It's a short term, she said quickly. Just trying something. It's a work opportunity. Don't make it a thing. It's a move. It's an exploration, she said. I need to figure myself out. You'll be fine. You signed it without telling me. It's easier this way. Sure, I said. Then let's do easy. She frowned. What does that mean? It means we're done pretending this is temporary. I'll handle the mortgage. You take your stuff. No drama. All of this because I want to grow? All of this because you planned a departure while I was still buying groceries. Her jaw tightened. You're making me the bad guy. I'm not making you anything. I'm removing myself from your story arc. She stared at me for a long second, like the move I'd made wasn't allowed in the playbook she liked. Then she nodded, as if talking to a contractor. Fine. It took 4 days to sort the boxes. She kept her clothes, her books, the painting from her aunt, and a few small kitchen things. She left the car we'd bought together. She didn't argue about the house. She didn't cry or make a speech. She just made a list, checked it twice, and idled in the driveway a minute too long. On the porch, Hannah hovered with a tote of random items Lauren had forgotten years ago. Old scarves. A ceramic mug from a trip that used to mean something. She watched her sister load the last box. Do you want me to ride with you? Hannah asked. No, Lauren said. I'm okay. Hannah nodded and took a step back. Lauren glanced at me like I was a neighbor she wouldn't see again. Good luck, she said. You too. The car rolled away. The house exhaled. The first week alone was a kick to the shins. It wasn't heartbreak. It was silence with too much square footage. I woke up at 6 anyway, made coffee, went to work, stayed late, came home to a clean counter. Sometimes I sat on the back steps with a beer and listened to other people's lives drift over the fence. Hannah didn't let me drown in it. She stopped by under the pretense of picking up her tote and left with my laundry basket. She texted, "You're eating, right?" She dragged me to the farmer's market on a Saturday and made fun of my inability to choose tomatoes. Just pick the ones that don't look like they lost a fight, she said. That's a high bar. You're making it complicated. I'm good at that. Try being good at letting things be simple. We walked and didn't talk about Lauren much. When we did, it was practical, not forensic. I told her I was done analyzing. She believed me. Lauren sent a couple of messages early on. They were polite, almost corporate. Thanks for making it easy. Hope you're doing okay. I didn't ignore them. I answered with the same tone. Then she went quiet. Spring turned into something else. I fixed a few things around the house that had been on hold because life was a waiting room. The roof over the porch. The rattling duct in the hallway. I went to poker nights regularly. I took a weekend trip to the coast by myself and didn't make a speech about it to anyone. I remembered what my own thoughts sounded like without background commentary grading them. Hannah kept showing up, not like a rescuer, more like a neighbor who knew good fences and better coffee. We had those late-night talks when she came by after an evening shift. The TV would be on mute, some game nobody was watching, and we'd trade stories about the dumbness of the day. The city felt smaller when she was around. One night, I asked the question that had sat in me like a rock. Say it straight, I told her. What was I supposed to do to make Lauren smile again? Hannah watched me, honest in a way that made it easy. Stop trying to win. Start living like you're not waiting to be chosen. I did that. I know. And sometimes the person who can meet you there isn't the person you started with. We let that sit. No poetry, no sermon. Just two people who had done the math. Months passed. A steady pattern is warmer than a bonfire. Work solid. House quiet, but not empty. I wasn't looking for anything, which, apparently, is when you find something that isn't performative. It started small, obvious only if you were there. I'd be building a shelf and Hannah would hand me a level without making a joke about masculinity. I'd be grilling and she'd bring out a plate and say, "Don't burn the good parts." We'd laugh about nothing and then something, and the air didn't feel like a courtroom where I had to defend existing. We crossed the line one night when she stayed to watch a storm roll in and forgot to leave. No drama, no speech, just a fact that belonged exactly where it landed. We didn't rush it. We didn't hide it either. When it was time, we told the people who were owed the truth. There weren't many. By winter, I asked her to move in. She said yes like she'd already been living there in all the ways that mattered. By spring, we did a small ceremony at the county building with her parents and my brother and nobody else. We didn't do rings with a spotlight and a chorus. We did, "Are you sure? Then yes, then good." I was different. Not new, just unburdened. I didn't need a victory lap. I needed a life that didn't require footnotes. Almost a year to the day after Lauren left, her parents hosted an anniversary dinner. Big table, pot roast, her dad's stories about rebuilding a porch in a hurricane that wasn't a hurricane, her mom's habit of offering everyone more mashed potatoes like it solved political problems. Family, but not the kind that treats you like a pet. Real people with their own edges. Hannah walked in with me, our hands linked for no reason other than we liked it. I nodded to folks I knew, accepted the back slaps and the good to see you, man, and found our seats. That's when I saw her. Lauren was at the far end, a half smile stuck on her face like a sticker that wouldn't peel. She looked tired in a way makeup can't hide. Not a tragedy, just worn. She caught my eye, then my hand in Hannah's, and all the animation drained out of her expression. For a second, she looked like she'd misplaced a life. We sat. Conversation flowed around us. I kept it easy. I laughed with her dad about a busted fence post. I asked her mom about the new church group. Hannah squeezed my hand under the table once. Not a signal, just presence. I was taking a sip of water when Lauren's chair scraped back. She walked up on quiet feet and stopped behind me. "Can we talk?" she asked, voice low. I looked up. "Of course," I said. "You're my wife's sister. We should always be able to talk." It hit her like a gust. She went pale. You could see the math happen behind her eyes. Wife. She didn't know. No one had told her. Maybe she'd been too far away. Maybe her sources dried up. Either way, the room shifted. She opened and closed her mouth once. "Outside," she said. Hannah glanced at me. I gave her a small nod. She placed a hand on my arm, stayed seated. That mattered. I followed Lauren out to the porch. The evening had that soft smell of cut grass and charcoal from a neighbor's grill. She stood by the rail and didn't know where to put her hands. "When?" she managed. "Months ago," I said. "We kept it small." "With Hannah?" "Yes." She swallowed. "You're serious." "I am." "You couldn't tell me?" "You left," I said gently. "We didn't have that kind of relationship anymore." She leaned back against the rail. "I made mistakes. I made choices," I said. Different words. "I thought I'd be further along by now. I hope you get there." She stared at a spot in the yard. "I lost more than I realized." "That happens when you misprice respect," I said, not cruel, just honest. She looked up. "Can we try again? With you and me?" I asked. She nodded once. "No," I said. Her throat worked. "Just like that." "Just like that," I said. "I learned how to live without you. Then I learned how to live happy. I'm not giving that back." "I was scared," she said. "I didn't know how to feel safe and open at the same time." "I get it," I said. "You wanted control more than partnership. I wanted partnership more than ego. We both got what we asked for." She folded her arms, the move she always used when bargaining. "I could do better now. I could do worse," I said lightly. "But I won't. You're colder than I remember." "I'm clear," I said. "I'm not angry. I'm done." She blinked like the word stung. "You don't even want to hear about my year?" "I hope you find what you need," I repeated. "But we don't know each other's stories." Her mouth tightened, then loosened. "She was always the favorite," she muttered, and I saw the engine under everything. Not romance, not destiny. A lifelong ranking she wanted to fix by managing reality. Control dressed up as seeking joy. "Don't do that," I said. "Do what? Turn this into some competition you can still win. There's nothing to win here. There's just paths. We're not on the same one." She opened her hands like she could catch the moment and put it back on the shelf. "I miss the way you looked at me. I miss the way I looked at myself too," I said, and that was the most honest answer I could give. She nodded once, a small, hopeless movement. "Okay." We went back in. I sat beside Hannah, who didn't ask for a report. She slid me a dish of green beans like we'd only been gone to grab napkins. Across the table, Lauren watched us with the eyes of someone in a museum, seeing an exhibit she didn't know existed. Dinner moved on. Her dad told another story. Her mom refilled plates. I looked at the room and felt something I hadn't recognized a year ago. I wasn't bracing for a hit. I was just present. After dessert, Lauren tried one more time. A text pinged on my phone. "Can we talk tomorrow?" "Coffee." I put the phone face down and finished my conversation with her dad about fence posts. When we got to the car, I told Hannah. She texted. I said, "You going to answer?" Hannah asked. "I'm going to live my life," I said. Good plan. In the morning, the text had a follow-up. I'm sorry. I didn't respond. Not because I wanted to hurt her. Because the chapter had a period and I wasn't rewriting punctuation. She kept reaching out for a while. Simple at first. Hope you're well. Then heavier. We could fix what we broke. I didn't play that game. I didn't leave the door cracked for air. I blocked the number after the third message. Not a tantrum, a boundary. A clean exit. These days, the house looks like us. There's a second mug next to mine every morning. There's a plant by the window that somehow stays alive because Hannah remembers to water things. My truck runs better because I actually do the maintenance on time when I'm not negotiating my own schedule. Works good. People know I'm dependable because I stopped bending around chaos I didn't cause. I took a promotion I'd sidestepped when I was busy managing moods at home. Turns out time you reclaim can pay dividends. On Saturdays, we do a quick sit-down with a notebook and plan the week, 15 minutes tops. The rule I wrote for a failing marriage became a habit and a good one. We don't keep score. We keep structure. Then we go live. Sometimes we drive out to a trail and hike a couple hours, nothing dramatic. Sometimes we lie on the floor and read separate books and crack up at different parts and share quotes that don't sound dumb when you say them out loud. Sometimes we do nothing. The nothing is honest. It doesn't feel like failure. It feels like a life. I ran into Marissa at the grocery store last month. She asked how I was, eyes darting for gossip. I told her the truth, steady. She said she'd seen Lauren around town again. I nodded. I didn't ask for details. I don't need biographies to stay sure of my own. A friend asked me recently what I'd tell a guy who feels the heat drop in his own kitchen. I'd tell him this. Don't chase chuckles. Don't beg for warmth. Don't manage someone else's weather report. Set your rules in daylight and live by them. Invite them to join you. If they refuse, don't build a climate-controlled cage to make it work. Pack light and walk. When we pass the street where Lauren used to turn toward home, I don't feel victory. I feel clarity. She chose a path that didn't have room for us. I chose a path with room for respect. That's the whole story. Every now and then, I think about that first night with the cookies and the sudden silence. If I could go back, I'd tell myself, pay attention. Not to her mood, to your own standards. Because the minute you start negotiating those away, you turn into a man looking for permission to be himself. I don't look for permission anymore. I don't hand out permission slips either. I live like my time is mine. The rest, if it's good, arrives and stays. We cleaned the porch last weekend. Hannah set a new mat by the door, plain, nothing clever, and smiled at me over her shoulder. This looks like home, she said. It is, I answered. That's the whole point. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. I came home early on a Thursday, cut out of the office under the excuse of a supplier call, and cooked. Not pasta in a jar. I did the whole thing. Steak with a crust, roasted potatoes, asparagus with lemon, a salad that actually had ingredients I had to chop. Candles. Decent music. I set the plates so the steaks would rest to the minute she walked in. I even changed into a clean button-down, which my crew at the shop would laugh at me for. The door opened. Megan stepped in with the smell of someone else's fries on her coat and the expression of a person arriving at a motel by mistake. That for me. She nodded at the table. For us. I already ate at a drive-thru. I'm wiped. Big day. I'm going to bed. She headed down the hall. Sorry. I looked at the table, at the steak cooling to medium well, at the money I'd spent and the time I wouldn't get back. I poured myself water, stared at the candles, then leaned against the counter and let out a short laugh that didn't sound like mine. If I'd known where that tone was heading, I would have turned off the oven and changed more than my shirt. The next morning, she was cheerful on text. Busy day? Don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning. The emoji smile felt like a sticker over a crack. That night, I tried again. No dinner, just a conversation while we folded laundry. You good? I asked, handing her a towel. Always. You've been distant. She slid a stack of shirts into the drawer. You read into everything. Last night you walked past a table I spent 2 hours on. I wasn't hungry. You get dramatic. She shut the drawer. Can we not? I'm tired. I'm not asking for a parade, I said. I'm asking for basic respect. You're making a mountain. She grabbed her phone. I'm going to shower. I let it go because I used to believe in cycles. You push, you cool off, you find middle ground. 2 weeks later, the middle ground looked like a strip of concrete between two highways. The signs started stacking up. She'd take separate cars to the same event. She'd turn her cheek when I kissed her hello. She'd laugh at something I said and then add a tag like, "You would say that," which sounds small until it becomes the rhythm. She stopped wearing the ring some days. "It's uncomfortable when I type," she said. When I offered to resize it, she called it sweet and then left it on the bathroom counter for 3 days. I planned a Saturday picnic. "Cute," she said, without a smile. "I have a thing with the girls." The next weekend, I booked a table at a place she used to like. She scrolled the menu and asked if they could do lighter portions. When the food came, she picked at lettuce and told me she envied people who felt alive on weekdays. I asked what that meant, and she said, "People who don't get stuck in routines." "I built a business," I told her. "Routines keep the lights on. You always bring it back to money." She checked her watch. "We should go. I'm tired." I wasn't chasing fireworks. I wanted to know if my wife was still in the room. The more I reached, the more she stood still and watched me try. So I went on offense. Small, quiet offense. I stopped planning Saturday nights like I was an event coordinator. I told her, "My shop's got a big order. I'll be late." True or not, the effect was the same. I redirected my time to people who needed it. I separated accounts a month later. Nothing dramatic, just a new debit card and a budget file with 2 tabs, mine and household. I put the mortgage and utilities on auto pay from the household tab and left everything else in mine. When Megan asked why the shared credit card didn't go through for some boutique subscription, I emailed the new rules. House costs are covered. Personal extras come from personal funds. Keeps it clean. She replied, "Since when do you make unilateral decisions?" "Since I realized I'm financing moods," I answered. That night, she stood in the kitchen sipping tea, looking me over like I'd swapped into a stranger's skin. "You're punishing me." "I'm organizing." "Those are different." She set the cup down. "You want me to beg?" "Not happening. I want a partner, not a critic." She laughed once. "You love to play the martyr. I love my time and my peace. Those are the only things I'm protecting." She started patting my arm in the mornings, like a nurse making sure a patient wouldn't roll out of bed. A soft pat here, a "Hey, you there." Illusion number 1. I'd watch it happen and give her a nod. Morning. I didn't feed it. I let it die on the vine. At the shop, my foreman, Victor, noticed. Vic is built like an oak stump and speaks like a foreman who's seen a lot of marriages. "You look like you slept in your truck," he said, rolling a cart past. "Slept fine. You move different when the house is heavy." I raised an eyebrow. "You a therapist now?" "I'm a guy who didn't move fast enough when my house got heavy. Cost me 5 years. He loaded boxes into a van. "You gotta make rules, boss. Clear and public, or she'll treat you like a vending machine." I laughed. "You charge for that wisdom?" "It's free the first time." He smacked the van door. "Second time I send an invoice." I took his advice. Public boundary, not by yelling, just by acting in front of witnesses. When Megan and I went to a friend's barbecue, she made a joke about my work clothes within earshot of half the deck. "He's married to the shop," she said. "I have to book time with him like a client." I set down my beer. "Booking time works," I said. "Respects both schedules. You want Saturday afternoon? Send me a time that works for you by tonight. If not, I'll be at the shop catching up." Our friend Kayla looked back and forth like she'd missed a step. Megan's smile went thin. "So now it's appointments to see my husband." "It's a calendar. Adults use them." People went quiet. I didn't fill the gap. The gap did the work. After, in the car, she stared out the window and said, "You humiliated me." I made a boundary visible, I told her. If public is where you make jokes, public is where I answer. She didn't hold my hand on the drive. She didn't hold much of anything after that except the idea that I owed her a better performance. Every week she tested. Every week I took something out of the middle and put it on a shelf where she had to ask for it like an adult. The second softening happened a month later. She came home with a 6-pack of my favorite sparkling water and a small plant for my desk. "Thought you'd like this," she said. "It's nice," I told her. "Thank you." I set the plant on the shelf. I didn't invite a conversation. She hovered, then said, "Do you want something from the store?" I told her I was set. She went quiet and checked her reflection in the microwave. You can call me stubborn. I call it tired of being trained. Then came the evening that knocked the training wheels off any remaining patience. I had been carrying the marriage like a couch up a flight of stairs alone. I couldn't pretend I wasn't sweating. Let me pause the story for just a second. If you're still listening, please hit the like button on this video. It really helps YouTube show this story to more people. Thank you so much for the support. Now let's get back to the story. I pulled back even more. We became polite roommates. I cooked for myself, cleaned my side, swapped our calendar invites for individual check-ins. I'm out Tuesday, shop meeting Wednesday. Saturday, I'm with the guys. She sniffed. Guys. Right. Real ones, I said. They have names. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear you complain. I don't complain. I decide. 3 months of this, and something in me settled. Peace is loud when you've been living in noise. And then I did the thing I swore I wouldn't do again. I planned a final swing at romantic theater. Not a dumb grand gesture. A clean one. 2 tickets to Hawaii, a hotel on the water, a message for my foreman to cover, and a note to my clients that I was unavailable for 2 weeks. My thought process was simple. Commit or close the book. The flight left next morning. I wanted to tell her in person, not as a text she could screenshot. I swung by the house, walked in, and heard voices. Megan was at the table with her sister, Emily. Emily's the opposite of Megan's chilly efficiency. She's warm, sarcastic, quick with a joke that lands soft. She's been kind to me since the day we met, which Megan always called sweet. I called it human. They were laughing about something. Megan's face was light, young. Then she saw me, and the temperature dropped. Emily stood up and wrapped me in a hug that felt like a normal life. I've been thinking we don't talk enough, she said. We should fix that. Agreed. I smiled. Been buried in work. Emily read the room without a translator. She sat, and I sat, and Megan stayed standing like a judge deciding if I'd earned a chair. I kept my tone even. I bought 2 tickets, I told Megan. You and me. Water, sand, sun. We fly tomorrow. She smirked. That's not going to make me love a man like you. It wasn't loud. It was cold. You hear a line like that, and your brain tries to mishear it out of loyalty. Mine didn't. It took it straight to the chest and put it on a shelf labeled facts. Emily blinked. Megs, you don't mean that. Don't tell me what I mean. Megan crossed her arms. I'm tired of him trying to buy feelings. I looked at Emily, and she looked back with a mix of shock and something else. Resolve, maybe. She leaned in and whispered, invite me if you want to make her angry. I'll play along. I shook my head. I'm past trying to move anyone's feelings. But if you want a break, come with me. I kept my voice level. Company helps. Emily nodded once, like it settled in a part of her that had been waiting. Across the table, Megan narrowed her eyes. What did you just say? Megan snapped at Emily. You trying to take my husband now? Is that the plan? I turned to Megan. There's no marriage to take. You broke your side and kept the demands. Emily and I will go. You'll have 2 weeks to pack and leave my house. She laughed like I'd told a joke with a punchline she'd heard before. Sure, I'll get right on that. Do what you want, I said and stood. I've already done what I needed to do. Emily hesitated at the door. Are you sure? She asked, voice low. We can cancel. Say the word. I'm sure, I told her. There's nothing left to save. We'll keep it friendly. You don't carry any of this. It's my mess to clear. She bit her lip, then nodded. I needed a vacation anyway. That night, I slept on the couch. Not for drama. For separation. In the morning, I left before the sun, sent Victor a text to check the shop, and drove to the airport. Emily was waiting by the gate, a duffel at her feet and doubt in her posture. You can bail, I said as I reached her. No hard feelings. She blew out a breath. I want to go. She paused. I also don't want to be the reason anything breaks. It was broken, I said. You didn't touch it. Hawaii did what it always does to tired people. It slowed us down. We walked the beach in the mornings and argued with each other only about coffee versus tea. We swam. We read on the balcony. We ate normal food at normal places and didn't take pictures of it like evidence. At night, we sat with our feet up and talked like old friends. She told me stories about Megan as a kid, bossy, focused, relentless. I told her about the first year of my shop when a supplier flaked and I drove 3 hours to buy parts full price just to keep a promise. We didn't touch lines we couldn't uncross. Not once. but we got close enough to know we could, which is a different intimacy. On day 3, my phone lit up. Megan. First a text. You're a coward. Then a longer one. Come home and apologize. I'll consider forgiving you. Then a cluster. If you don't, you'll regret it. You'll lose more than me. Think about your image. I read each one and felt the same calm. I typed one response. I said what I needed to say. When I return, you won't live in my house. If you file the paperwork, I'll thank you for saving me time. She switched strategies. Mutual friends ping me with concern. Megan says you've been checked out for a year. She's telling people you isolated her. She's saying you're with someone else under her roof. I didn't answer right away. I took a day, looked at the water, and made a list of what mattered. My name, my business, the truth. Emily saw me staring at my phone. You look like you're doing math, she said. I am, I replied. Cost versus benefit. Of what? Silence. I pocketed the phone. I'm done paying for quiet. I called Victor. I need you to switch the payroll card to the business account only. Pull my personal debit off the shared app. And have the bank send a new personal card to the shop. You got it, he said. Anything else? Change the garage keypad at the house to the code we talked about. Copy. Vic never asks why. He sees when a man has decided. Then I opened my social account and posted a picture of me and Emily on the beach. Not romantic, not suggestive, just real. 2 people smiling into the sun. The caption was measured. 2 weeks off to clear my head and set new boundaries. I value truth. I won't participate in false stories about my character or work. When I return, I'll handle my home situation with the same clarity I use at the shop. If you've heard rumors, consider the source and the timeline. No names, no darts. It was enough. People wrote, proud of you. Some wrote, here if you need. The ones who wanted drama stayed disappointed. Megan saw it, of course. My phone lit up again. You just embarrassed me publicly. You're done. You'll regret this. I blocked her number. Not out of anger. Out of hygiene. She found other ways. Email from an address I didn't recognize. A message from her friend. She's saying you were never present. I replied to the friend with a forward of the bills I'd paid, the dates, the calendar entries for her events I'd attended. Present enough? I wrote. No more replies after that. On the last night, Emily and I watched the water darken. She looked at me. You seem lighter. I stopped asking permission to live by my own rules. Will you hate me if I say I'm glad I came? No, I leaned back. You were the one person who didn't treat me like a paycheck with shoes. She laughed, short and honest. Your words, not mine. Back home, I pulled into the driveway and saw through the window a table set for 2. Candles. A roast. The works. Megan opened the door before I reached for the handle and threw her arms around my shoulders like a scene from a movie she'd rehearsed. How was your trip? She asked, warm and bright. I missed you. I made dinner. I took a step back. Why are you still here? She blinked hard and recovered with a smile. Let's not throw away a marriage over a misunderstanding. I forgive you for leaving with my sister. It was childish, but I know you didn't cross any lines. I read your post. You were classy. If you hadn't been telling stories, that post wouldn't exist, I said. I don't want a truce. I want empty drawers and your key on the counter. Her smile wobbled. Be serious. I am. You made your position clear when you laughed at the idea of us and called me unlovable. I believed you. She tried tears. I was angry. You were honest. I appreciate it. I looked at her luggage, still unpacked. You have tonight. You're throwing away years. No, I'm correcting years. She paced the living room. Don't you love me? Love is irrelevant without respect. You set the price. I declined. She pressed her palms together. I can change. You already changed. That's why we're here. I took her suitcase from the closet and set it on the couch. Let's get practical. She went limp for a moment, then found new energy. You ruined my week, she said. My friends think I'm. She cut herself off. I don't care what they think, I said. I care that you're gone by tomorrow. You're cruel. I'm on time. She tried one more tactic. She softened her voice and touched my arm. We used to be good. We used to be respectful. You replaced respect with tests and kept your hand out for results. I opened drawers, stacked her clothes. Zipped the suitcase. She cried into a tissue for a minute, then switched the crying off like a faucet when it didn't move me. You're going to regret this, she said. Chin up, the old proud tone back in place. Don't come asking me for anything. I won't. I rolled the suitcase to the door, set it outside, and turned back. Leave your key. She yanked it off her ring and threw it on the table. You're not the man I married. I finally am, I answered. She lifted the handle and left, chin high, the last shot of a performance for an audience that had gone home. The door closed behind her with a thud that sounded like peace. The next morning, I filed the papers. No drama, no speech, just a signature at an office that smelled like toner and patience. I didn't hear from her for a week. The house was quiet in a way that felt like clean laundry, just air and fabric and nothing to explain. I went to the shop, joked with the crew, came home, cooked what I wanted, watched a game, slept on both sides of the bed because I could. My friend Kyle stopped by one Saturday with takeout. He's the guy who calls things by their names. You look better, he said around a mouthful. Less carved up. I stopped negotiating with nonsense, I told him. He grinned. Put that on a mug. We ate on the porch. Across the street, our neighbor Mrs. Alvarez watered her plants like she was auditioning for a fire department. She waved. I saw your post, she called. Good for you. Thank you, I answered. How's your grandson? He's still loud, she said, and went back to drowning the azaleas. A week after the filing, the split processed. It was cleaner than I expected. Some savings gone, the house and shop intact, my name on the deeds, her name off everything that mattered. She sent one short email. I'll pick up the last of my clothes Saturday at noon. I told her I'd set them on the porch. I wasn't home when she came. That night, Emily knocked on my door. She stood there with a grocery bag and a smile that looked like relief. Congratulations on your new paperwork, she said, holding up the bag. I brought steaks. You going to let me near your grill, or are you territorial? You can have the tongs, I said, but I'm calling the temperature. We cooked together, easy as breathing. She told me she'd spoken to her sister a few days earlier. Megan's angry, she said, turning a steak. But she's also floating. She lost the script. It was a bad script. She wrote it to keep the lights on in her head. That's not my job, I said. I know. Emily set the plates on the counter. I'm sorry if this is weird. It's honest. I prefer that. We ate at the same table where my first steak had cooled months before. This time both plates were clean. I rinsed them, and she grabbed a towel. I handed it over. Neither of us made a speech. You don't improve on quiet when quiet's finally respectful. After dinner, we sat on the couch and let the TV play something we didn't care about. She leaned her head back. You ever going to let yourself start new? She asked. When it starts itself, I said. No forcing it. She nodded. That's fair. A minute later, she slid closer and rested her hand on my forearm. Not a nurse pat. A real touch. I didn't move away. I didn't make it a moment bigger than it was. We dozed there, two people who'd had their fill of performances. I woke to the smell of bacon the next morning and the sound of her humming. In my kitchen. In my house. No audience. No script. She looked up when I walked in. I owe you breakfast for the steaks, she said. That's how it works. It's a good rule, I told her. What happened after wasn't fireworks. It was a calendar filling itself with things that made sense. I added a second work truck to the shop. Victor got a raise and stopped pretending he didn't like being appreciated. I upgraded the tools I'd been putting off and bought a used pickup I'd wanted since I was 30. Saturdays were fishing with Kyle or fixing up the yard or taking a drive just to take one. The house felt different, fewer shadows, more air. A photo of Emily and me at a minor league game ended up on the mantle, not because I needed anyone to see it, but because I liked seeing it when I walked past. Megan didn't reach out. I heard from people that she moved into a smaller place across town. Someone said she tried to throw a party and half her crew didn't show. Someone else said she started taking longer hours at her firm. Good for her if it's honest. I didn't gloat. I also didn't look back. A month later, Victor tapped his knuckles on my office door. Crew's asking if we can close early Friday and hit the diner, he said. Old-timer Jim's retiring. We'll make it happen, I said. You drive. He nodded. By the way, you heard from. He didn't need to finish. No, I said. And I'm not waiting. He grinned. That invoice from earlier? Forget it. First one's still free. The diner was loud and bright. Jim told stories about jobs that went sideways and how he fixed them. Emily joined us, fit right in, listened more than she spoke. When Kayla stopped by our table and aimed a careful look at me, I matched it with a calm one. "You seem good," Kayla said. "I am," I answered. She looked at Emily. "You too." "We're two people who get along," Emily said. "That's it. For now." Kayla smiled. "Looks healthy." She squeezed my shoulder. "Happy for you." Later, on the drive home, Emily rolled down the window and let the night air in. "You know," she said, "there's a part of me that keeps waiting for you to apologize for something that wasn't your fault." "Occupational hazard of being the steady one," I said. "People expect you to be the emotional custodian. And you're done with that." "I'm retired." She laughed, short and warm. "Retirement looks good on you." We pulled into the driveway. The porch light clicked on. The house looked like mine for the first time in years. Inside, Emily set her purse down and turned to me. "I'm glad you didn't try to win Megan back. That would have been like trying to bend a ruler," I said. "You can't persuade straightness." She smirked. "That metaphor needs work." "I'm out of practice," I replied. She stepped closer. "You're doing fine." We didn't rush it. We didn't make it a headline. We made dinner plans, then a weekend project, then a drive up the coast. People around us adjusted. Mrs. Alvarez waved at Emily like she'd always been around. Kyle told me, "Don't overthink it," which is Kyle for "I approve." The crew at the shop treated her like a cousin who brought cookies. As for Megan, the last time her name came up was in a group chat I barely skimmed. Someone wrote, "She's looking for a new place already." Someone else wrote, "Tough market." I put the phone down and went outside to check the grill. My last words to her were the right ones. They were a closing statement without theatrics. I didn't scream. I didn't plead. I asked a simple question: "Why are you still here?" And when the answer came back with silence and a smile, I did the adult thing and ended a contract that had been unpaid for a long time. There's a point where a man stops applying heat to a cold pan. You scrape it clean, put it away, and make a new meal with new ingredients. The house smells better when you stop burning the same thing. These days I wake up early because I wanna, not because I have to tiptoe. I brew coffee, I check my schedule, I send Victor a joke about parts delays. I drive a truck I like to a shop that's mine. I come home to a place where I'm not auditioning for my own life. And sometimes, when the timing's right, there's a second toothbrush in the holder and a pan on the stove, and someone humming off-key in my kitchen who never once made me beg for basic human decency. That's not a happy ending. That's a clean one. And that's enough. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. She came back from a weekend in Ridgefield sunburned and loud about how the hotel had a great view of the river and how the girls laughed until 2. Bags dropped by the couch. She talked with that bright, practiced tone women use with a cashier they'll never see again. I made tacos, poured iced tea, and listened. "Baby, you would have loved that rooftop," Jenna said, scrolling while chewing. "We were such a mess." Casey lost her sandal. "It was chaos." "Sounds like fun," I told her. "You glad to be home?" "Sure," she said, eyes on her phone. Then the phone tilted into her palm when I walked behind her. Lock screen. She swallowed, smiled quick. "Just the girls. Group chat." It was a small move, like sliding a chip closer to your side of the table. But it landed. "Okay," I said. "I'm glad you had a good time." If I'd known where it was headed, I would have saved the tacos and a few months of sleep. The first crack showed up the next night. Jenna sat on the patio, wrapped in a throw like she was visiting, not living here. The sun was down, the yard was quiet, and the neighbor's dog clicked on the deck boards. I brought her a mug of chamomile. "You're sweet," she said without looking up. "I'm full." "You don't drink tea. You sip it." "Not tonight." She typed more. The little tap-tap became a metronome. I stood there with the mug like a hotel waiter who missed his cue. "Who's that?" I asked, keeping my voice flat. She lifted her eyebrows. "Mark, it's the girls. We're debriefing. You know how it is. You've been debriefing for an hour." "That's how it is," she repeated, then smiled like I was cute for asking. "Why are you being weird?" "Because I'm married to you," I said. "And I prefer your eyes over your thumbs." She rolled the throw tighter. "You don't have to make everything a thing." "I won't," I told her. "I'll make this simple. Phones go face up when we're together. Mine too. If that's hard, we'll start with an hour after dinner. You in?" She laughed, not kindly. Rules now? Since when? Since I noticed I've been eating with the top of your head. She put the throw down, finally looked at me. You're overreacting. Probably. Let's test it. I set my phone face up on the table beside her mug. Messages from Owen and Blue Bubbles sat in plain view about a weekend job and the new compressor at the shop. 1 hour. Face up. She watched my screen like it offended her. This is controlling. It's clarity. She stared, then put her phone face down. I'm not doing a trust exercise. You just did, I said. But upside down. She stood, took the mug from me after all, then kissed my cheek like a parent giving a sticker. I'm tired. Good night. The dog across the fence barked once, like a comment. I left the phone where it was until the screen timed out. By morning, Jenna had a bounce in her step and no interest in kisses. She ghosted my hand. At breakfast, she told me she needed space to land from the trip. What does that look like? I asked. Less commentary, she said, buttering toast like she was in a cooking show. I'm not mad. I'm just recalibrating. Great word, I said. Here's mine. I'm moving guys' night to Fridays and picking up the Saturday shift at the shop for a while. I'm going to be busy. Calendars make people honest. Busy is good, she said, and I caught the relief she didn't expect me to see. After work, I made dinner reservations and set a note on the counter. Friday, 7 p.m., her favorite deli downtown, a place we used to eat when neither of us checked clocks. She came home late with takeout for herself and said she already ate with the girls, holding up the bag like evidence. I booked us a table, I said, tapping the note. I'll cancel, but I'm not rebooking 3 times. I didn't ask you to, she answered. You didn't ask me anything, I said. That's the point. She set the bag down. Could you not make this dramatic? I'm not dramatic, I told her. I'm letting you know the new schedule. Friday nights are mine again. Saturday mornings too. If you want to join, you invite me. She blinked, surprised I hadn't huffed. Fine. Also, I added, shared budget goes to bills only this month. Extra spending, we do separate. Just until we're both back on the same page. That's punitive. It's accounting. Saves misunderstandings. She smirked, almost impressed and almost angry, then took her food to the den and ate with the TV up. The phone stayed within an inch of her hand. The lock clicked every time I passed the doorway like a seatbelt. At Owen's shop Saturday, I sanded cabinet doors and kept my mouth shut until he said, "You're quieter than the old drill press." Jenna's back from Ridgefield, I said. He blew sawdust off his arm. You too good. She talks more to a screen than me. I set a couple rules. Did she set any back? She said I was dramatic. He grinned. You're not. You're a spreadsheet. Yeah, I said. I'm also not a doormat. Good, he nodded. Remember that if it gets noisy. It would. I just didn't know how loud yet. The second drift happened at brunch with our neighbors. Linda and Walt are harmless, kind people who overcook bacon and ask normal questions. We were at their table talking about yard projects when Linda, casual as weather, asked Jenna about the trip. Jenna lit up. It was wild, she said. We did the rooftop, the tapas place, some little live music bar. The band was cute. I mean good. Cute. Linda played along. Jenna laughed. Just saying. It was fun. Walt chuckled. Sounds like a time. I poured orange juice for myself and said nothing. Jenna pulled her phone out mid-sentence. Oh my God, Casey just sent the funniest. Hey, I cut in. Paused the phone. Conversation's live. Jenna looked around. You're doing this here? Yeah, I said. Because we're friends with these two, not your screen. Linda glanced at Walt and then at Jenna with that soft concern women keep in their pocket. Jenna put the phone down like it was sharp. I told you this feels controlling, she said. Then skip brunch, I said, steady. I like you in the room I'm sitting in. That's all. Walt changed the subject to grass seed. Jenna went quiet, tight-lipped. When we left, she lit into me halfway down the sidewalk. You embarrassed me, she said under her breath. Why make rules in front of neighbors? I made a boundary, I replied. Openly, because I don't want secrets in our house. If you're with me, you're with me. She stopped at our driveway, folded her arms. You think you're so noble. No, I said. I think I'm done negotiating basics. That night, she brought me a plate of cookies, warm, like a peace offering from a bakery. She sat next to me and leaned her head on my shoulder, first time in a week. I overreacted earlier, she said lightly. Brunch was a lot. I get that you want attention. I can do better. Attention, I said, chewing, is free. I know, she said. I'll try the face-up thing. A couple nights a week. Baby steps. She placed her phone screen up and even turned off notifications. It was a performance, but it was also something. The next morning, she made me a packed lunch like we were dating again. Turkey, an apple, a sticky note that said, "Have a good day." Owen opened my lunch in the shop like a raccoon. "She packed you a note?" he said, waving the post-it. "That's cute. You two turning a corner." "Maybe," I said. "Or she's buying time." "Time for what?" "I don't know yet," I told him. "I'll find out." The buying time angle made more sense 2 nights later. Jenna announced she was going to a girls' happy hour with Casey and Lena. 6:30 came and went. The clock ticked to 10. I texted her, "You good?" She responded at 11. "Don't wait up," followed by a heart and a champagne emoji like a postcard from a stranger. At midnight, I turned off the porch light and went to bed. At 2, I woke to the garage door and the careful steps of someone who lives with secrets. She slid under the blanket like she was trying not to wake a cat. I didn't speak. In the morning, I made coffee and laid out a simple plan like hardware on a towel. "Evenings," I said while pouring. "If you're out, I want a time you'll be back. If you're not sure, say not sure. But this 'don't wait up' thing doesn't live here." She frowned into her mug. "This is smothering. This is information," I said. "You want space? You can have all of it. But we do it clean. I'm not reporting to you." "You're updating your husband," I corrected. "The title comes with it." She picked up her phone and scrolled like my voice was a pop-up ad. "Okay," I said, no heat. "Here's my update. I won't be here 3 nights a week. I'll be at the shop late or at the gym. If you want to see me, put it on the calendar. Also, I'm canceling the couples trivia night next month. I don't do public cold shoulder games. You're canceling our plans without asking? I'm not interested in being background noise," I said. "If that changes, we can book new plans." That night she was syrupy. She brought a blanket, sat close, and found an old comedy we both liked. Halfway in, she laced her fingers with mine, kissed my jaw, and asked how my day was. It felt like someone put the batteries back in the remote. I let myself relax a hair. Halfway through the next week, she went to yoga at 7 and came home at 3 in the morning smelling like a hotel lobby. No sweat, no mat. She had excuses on the tip of her tongue and a phone glued to her palm. "Yoga runs late now?" I asked. She shrugged without looking at me. "We did tea after." "At an airport?" "What's your problem?" she snapped, defensive because she had to be. "I'm not doing anything wrong. You're paranoid." I let her words fall. "I'm observant." She scoffed and headed to the shower. I watched the door close, and then I sat at the kitchen table and made 3 calls. One to Owen confirming I'd be at the shop more evenings. One to Nate, an old friend who knew a guy from his security work. And one to the guy, a licensed private investigator who answered like he'd heard it all. "I need a wellness check on a schedule," I told him. "My wife is out most nights. I don't want to guess." He asked for basics. Her car, usual routes, known friends. He was professional and unfazed. "I'll keep it clean and quiet," he said. "You'll have facts, not feelings." "Facts. Good." For a couple days, Jenna tried the second version of nice. She texted me at lunch, a selfie of her and Linda at a salad place. She left me a note about picking up dry cleaning. She baked a casserole on Wednesday like she was in a community cookbook. She even touched my back when she passed me, light and friendly. "Can we reset?" she asked while we ate. "I've been stressed." The Ridgefield thing was, "I don't know. I came back scattered. You've been patient." "I've been clear," I said. "That's different." She nodded, eyes moist enough to sell it. "I want us." "I do. Then act like it." "I will," she said, and she did, for 48 hours. Friday, she said she had late drinks with the girls. At 10, she texted Linda's name like a password. At Linda's. I walked to the fence, saw Linda folding laundry in her bright kitchen, and asked over the boards, "You got my wife tonight?" Linda blinked, confused. "No, she's out with Casey, I think." "Everything okay?" "Peachy," I said. "Thanks." I turned back inside, set a load of laundry, and reminded myself not to pick fights over symptoms. The diagnosis was coming. Saturday morning, the investigator called me before I left for the shop. You home? He asked. Yeah, I said. What do you have? She's been at the Birchfield in 3 nights this week, he said, voice even. Room 65. Same man, late 30s, gray hoodie, ball cap. He met her at the side entrance. They went up together. Photo and video collected. I'll deliver the report Monday morning unless you want it earlier. My jaw flexed. Monday is fine, I said. Thank you. I'll keep the log running, he said. Jenna breezed into the kitchen as I hung up, hair damp, humming like a radio. Morning, she said. I'm going to Claire's tonight. She's been on me to visit. Might stay a couple days. I nodded like this was normal. Tell your sister I said hello. You okay with that? She asked too quickly. You don't need my permission to visit family, I replied. Just send me the address. Right? She said, and then kissed my cheek like she was blessing me before a flight. You're a good husband. Sometimes, I said. She texted me later. I'm at Claire's. I'll probably crash here tonight. Don't worry, she missed me. Of course, I wrote back. Tell her I said hi. I went to the shop and burned through 4 hours of work like a man paying down a debt. Owen watched, wiping sweat from his neck with a rag. You okay? I'm fine, I said. I'm moving forward. On what? Everything. He didn't push. Good friends don't. The report came Sunday morning, not Monday. The investigator called at 8. I figured you'd want this now, he said. He parked a black SUV down the street, handed me a manila folder at my door like it was a utility bill, and left without small talk. I opened it at the kitchen table. There were photos of the Birchfield sign, Jenna's car, a side entrance, and then clear shots of her with a man I'd never met, smiling like she was a tourist. Room 65. The timestamp on the last photo was 20 minutes ago. So much for Claire. It's an odd feeling when you stop negotiating with yourself. The bargaining ends, and the voice that always tried to keep the peace packs its bags. I made coffee, showered, put on a clean button-down, and at 9:15 I drove to the county building and filed for the end of it. I didn't slam anything. I didn't pout in the lobby. I signed where they showed me and kept my sentences short. It felt like closing a business you cared about after the accountant tells you the numbers don't lie. Back in the truck, I texted Jenna. I was thinking, I haven't seen Claire in a while either. I'll swing by in 30. 10 minutes later, my phone lit up. Wait, don't. She's napping. Her place is a mess. Maybe another day. Then, seriously, Mark, don't. Please. Then, I'm actually out getting coffee. Not at Claire's. It's complicated. Then nothing for a beat, and one more. Let's talk tonight. I drove to the Birchfield. It's one of those mid-tier places with a carpet pattern that hides every stain and a front desk clerk who's a year out of high school wearing a tie that doesn't fit. I walked past the lobby slowly like a man who knows exactly where he's going, then took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Room numbers climbed. 63, 64, 65. I knocked once, then once more. I heard feet hit carpet. The latch clicked. The door cracked, then opened fast like someone pulling off a bandage. Jenna stood there in a sweater she didn't leave the house wearing, hair up fast, face pale in that way you only get when your story runs out. She didn't speak. I smiled. How's your sister? I asked. Is it okay if I stop by? I won't stay long. Her mouth opened, closed. Behind her shoulder, I saw the corner of a backpack and a man's jacket on a chair. I didn't look at him. I kept my eyes on Jenna the way you look at a crossing light, red or green. No, Mark, this is not. She swallowed nothing. I can explain. You're out of time, I said gently. I reached into my pocket and slid 500s from my money clip, folded tight. I set them on the dresser inside the door like a tip for housekeeping. You'll need to stay here a bit. Home isn't available to you after this. What? Her voice came back in a rush. You can't. I filed this morning, I said calm. It'll be done soon. She stared like the ceiling had caved in. You filed? Without talking to me. You had months to talk, I replied. You practiced with your phone. Her eyes were glass now, and I kept going because clarity is mercy. One more thing, I said. I held up my phone and leaned in next to her. We need a selfie. You're sick, she whispered. For the attorney, I said. I'll need it later. I snapped it. She flinched in the frame like the truth flashed too bright. I put my phone in my pocket and stepped back into the hall. You don't have to do this, she said, voice small. I already did, I answered. Room 65, right? I'll have your essentials sent here this afternoon. I left. I didn't look at the man behind her or the way he stood frozen. The elevator ride down felt like any elevator ride. The clerk at the front desk smiled out of habit. Outside, the sky was neutral. 2 hours later, she called. I let it go to voicemail. She called again. The third time I answered. I was in my truck in our driveway with a box of her sweaters on the passenger seat and a pair of heels she never wore to family dinners. Mark, listen, please. I interrupted. I'm only going to say this once. I messed up, she rushed. I panicked after the trip. It was stupid. It meant nothing. You don't know what it meant, I corrected. You didn't stop to measure. You liked the attention, you liked the game, and you thought I wouldn't act. That's the part you miscounted. Can we pause? She asked, desperate enough to try business language. Can we not do anything final? Just give me a week. We'll go to dinner. We'll talk. No, I said. There's nothing to talk about. Stop calling me about little things. Real matters go through email. Logistics only. You're punishing me. I'm finishing, I replied. I'll have some of your stuff sent to the Birchfield. Room 65. Don't, she said, a plea and a command mixed. Please. People will see. They already do, I said, and ended the call. I packed 2 boxes with essentials, clothes, toiletries, a charger, her favorite hoodie. I didn't touch the framed photos. I left those like a museum. I drove to the Birchfield, asked the clerk to drop the boxes at 65, and left before she could turn another page of her script. That night, I slept in the guest room with the door locked. Not because I was scared, but because boundaries should not have exceptions. The house was quiet in a way it hadn't been for weeks. I watered the plants, turned off lights in rooms we never used, and put the shared credit card in a drawer with the wedding album. I sent a short email to Jenna's address, bullet points, rent due, utilities on auto, her mail forwarded, and a note that we'd handle the rest through the service I set up. Short, clean, factual. No swearing, no speeches, no digressions about who did what to whom and when. The next morning, Owen slid a coffee across the workbench to me. You look like a man who decided something. I closed a chapter, I said. Jenna? Yeah. He didn't ask for details. He nodded and changed a belt on the sander, leaving me the dignity of not telling the story twice. Linda texted in the afternoon. Is Jenna okay? She said she was staying with her sister, then said she was at a hotel. I called Linda and told her 2 sentences. We're splitting. She'll reach out if she wants. You and Walt don't have to pick sides. Oh, Mark, Linda said softly. I'm sorry. Don't be. I said. We're fine. The part of me that wanted to drive back to the Birchfield and deliver another speech died sometime between box 1 and box 2. The truth is, I didn't need anything from Jenna anymore. She had already given me what I needed. Proof that the respect was gone and the game was real. Once you know the game is real, you don't argue about rules. You leave the room. When she texted the next day, it was a paragraph of explanations dressed as apologies. She used phrases like, I don't know who I am right now, and I never meant to hurt you. And we can start fresh if you can just, I replied with 2 sentences. Stop. We're done. Email for logistics only. She tried the soft version, then the sweet version, then the outraged version. I stopped being the audience. If a thing doesn't land, it stops getting thrown. At work, I took on more cabinetry jobs and moved the pickup truck project from someday to today. I drove to the lake on Sundays with Nate and a cooler full of water and sandwiches. I spent an hour with my nephew teaching him how to change a tire without losing a finger. My mother called me to ask if I was eating. Yes, I said, and I was. I stopped checking the time every 10 minutes. I stopped listening for a garage door like it would define my night. A week passed. Jenna sent another long message about closure. I didn't respond. She tried calling late one night. I blocked her number and sent one final email. Please respect the boundary. We'll communicate through the service. Take care. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt precise. The house started to feel like mine again. I bought a simple leather couch and a sturdy oak table for the kitchen that I had wanted for a year. No brands, no designer nonsense, just solid pieces that would outlast moods. I put hooks by the back door for my jackets and hung a calendar inside the pantry like a coach. It was far from glamorous. It felt good anyway. At my old barbershop, the owner Joe asked, "So, you single or just acting like it?" "Single," I said. He nodded. "You look 5 pounds lighter in the face. That's not a haircut. That's peace." Something like that. I said. He tapped my shoulder with the brush, a little ceremony of brotherhood. Stay moving. I did. 2 months later, I pulled into a driveway I hadn't seen before. It belonged to Lauren, a nurse from the clinic where my buddy Nate's wife worked. She was grounded, had a laugh that didn't ask permission, and cared for people without auditioning for sainthood. We met at a backyard barbecue where she told a joke about the smell of disinfectant and the smell of lies being different. I told her I had recently learned to tell them apart. We took our time. No games, no speeches. We didn't post about it. We didn't market it. We made coffee, went on hikes, and fixed a leaky faucet in her rental with an old wrench. When she asked about Jenna, I gave the short version and a single photo, the selfie in the hotel hallway. That told me everything I needed, I said. She nodded and didn't ask for gore. Adults don't. By fall, the shop expanded. Owen and I hired a kid from the technical school. I bought a used SUV, reliable, clean, not loud. Vacation plans meant a cabin by the state park, not a rooftop with cute bands. I had friends at my table again. Nate, Owen, even Walt with his overcooked bacon and kind eyes. We ate, talked about nothing, and then about something. Linda cried once and apologized for crying. It was fine. Jenna, I heard in passing, moved into a small apartment across town. Claire told someone who told someone that Jenna was taking time to find herself and working at a boutique. I didn't fact check. I didn't need to. I knew enough. One Sunday, I found an old list Jenna had written in a notebook. Things to buy for the house, a trip we were going to take, the word together underlined twice. I put the notebook in a box labeled past and slid it onto the highest shelf in the garage where mice and nostalgia go to die. Then I drove to the hardware store and bought a new deadbolt. Boundaries aren't just sentences. Sometimes they're brass and steel. People ask sometimes, in that curious, cautious way, how did you know it was over? Like, really know? I tell them the short answer. When someone stops respecting you, believe them, I say. Then act like a man who believes them. The long answer is a few months of little choices. It's a tea mug on a patio and a phone turned face down. It's a brunch where you say the thing out loud instead of swallowing it. It's a neighbor's confused eyebrows. It's two versions of nice, the cookie plate and the couch cuddle, and a report in a folder with a room number that matches the ache in your gut. It's cash on a dresser because the rest of your mercy is a clean exit, and a selfie because the future likes proof. The day I walked away from room 65, I didn't win. I ended. There's a difference. Endings make space for better starts. You can't start anything worth a damn with your head turned toward a door someone else controls. So yeah, I don't run late-night checks of hotel parking lots. I don't drive by apartments that don't belong to me. I don't balance my life on the edge of somebody's lie. I build cabinets that close flush, and I build my days the same way. If you're waiting for a grand statement, here it is, the only one that mattered in the end. I didn't ask Jenna to meet me at a coffee shop for a talk. I didn't ask her to see my side. I didn't invite her to vote on my self-respect. I looked at the life in front of me, and I left the room that didn't want me. And I left her a line she can quote if she ever needs to remember how it ended. Stop calling me about little things, I told her. I'll send part of your stuff to room 65. Then I hung up, put the phone on the counter, face up, and moved forward. She stood in the hallway in a new blazer, checking her phone instead of looking at me. I'd reserved a table at a small place we liked. I held up the confirmation like an idiot showing a ticket at the wrong gate. Dinner? Just us. She didn't bother with a smile. I've got better plans tonight. What's better than me paying for your steak? Liv invited me out. We're doing a girl's thing. Late. So the answer is no. Right. She grabbed a clutch, dabbed on lipstick at the mirror by the door, and left me in the quiet house like I'd been a contractor who finished the drywall and could go now. If I'd known where that tone was headed, I'd have skipped the reservation, the flowers, and a few months of wishful thinking. I sat at the kitchen island and stared at the candles I'd set aside. The dog nudged my knee, confused. I poured sparkling water into 2 glasses and let one sit there until the bubbles died. Then I ate a leftover meatloaf sandwich over the sink because plates apparently were too optimistic for the night. The next morning I put on coffee and waited for a chance at a normal conversation. She came down late in sweats, earbuds in. I tapped the counter. Rain check on dinner? No promises. She slid past me to the fridge. This week is stacked. With what? Stuff. She took the last yogurt. Don't be needy, Mark. It's not attractive. Let me write that down, I said. Husband unattractive when asking wife to eat food with him. She was already walking away. Drama is a choice. I wasn't dramatic. I was paying the mortgage, working 60 hours, and trying to keep a grip on something that felt slippery for reasons no one would put in a sentence. I decided to try the soft approach first. Friday, I set up a fire in the backyard pit. I had her favorite playlist on low. When she came home, I met her in the driveway. Movie out here? I'll make cocoa. She stepped around me to look at her phone's screen, lighting up again. Liv's waiting. And please don't hover. Hover? I'm standing on my own asphalt. She opened the car door. You're doing the thing where you check in too much. Men with time on their hands worry me. I'll get busier, I said, and logged the sentence like a receipt. Sunday she was cold. Monday came with sarcasm. Tuesday I got my first open mockery. We were folding laundry. She held a shirt of mine and smirked. Do your friends know you wear these old man polos? Only the ones who see me golfing on weekends I fund. Cute, she said, and tossed it on the couch like trash. Lydia, I'm not a clown. No, she said. Clowns are fun. I set the shirts down and met her eyes. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to chase. But I won't be disrespected in my own house. Big words, she said. No action. You'll get both. She laughed. And I learned something right then. A person who tests you expects you to whine or explode. Calm rattles them more. I started with schedules. I changed my gym time to early mornings and picked up an extra project at the shop. My friend Nate owns a custom cabinet business. He needed help on a renovation. I told him I was in for evenings 3 days a week. You running from something? He asked, wiping sawdust off his forearm. Running toward distance, I said. Different training plan. Good. Distance gives a man a mirror. At home, I put 2 calendars on the fridge. One for joint plans. One for mine. I circled my nights out in bold and left her column blank. She noticed when she wanted to book me for a couple's brunch she hadn't cleared. We're going to Mia's on Saturday, she said at the sink. Nope, I answered, drying a pan. I've got the shop. You can't just disappear. I'm not disappearing. I'm honoring what you taught me. Busy men are attractive. She stared, thinking through whether to flip the board. Fine, she said. I'll go without you. That's the beauty of 2 calendars. She shot me a look like I'd stepped off script. Then came the first illusion. Thursday, she came home with bakery boxes and a soft tone. I was rough this week, she said, setting down a pecan tart. You didn't deserve that. I agree, I said. I'm serious, Mark. I'm just overwhelmed. Work. Friend stuff. You know. I don't know, I said, cutting a wedge for the 2 of us. But I'll take the tart. She put a hand on my shoulder. Rain check on that dinner. Saturday. Just us. Can't. Shop. Her lips parted. She wasn't used to me holding a line with sugar on the table. Another night then. Put it on the calendar, I said, and wiped the knife clean. The next week the tone shifted again. She was bright around other people, bored with me alone. At Nate's shop, he watched me level a cabinet and grunted. You're quiet today. Getting a new education. In what? What it looks like when someone rehearses caring. She's got the moves. No music. Nate isn't a therapist. That's why I like him. He doesn't pad, he measures. Make sure you're not volunteering to be the audience, he said, checking a hinge. Cut the stage lights. I did. I moved my paycheck to an account we both could view, but not spend without joint approval. I set utility autopays to that account and removed the card she'd been swiping for, as she put it, stress relief. I also updated the deed to reflect the equity I had before the marriage, which our prenup already protected, and I moved my motorcycle title to a separate folder in the safe. That night over pasta she poked. Why did my card decline at the salon? It's capped, I said. Joint expenses go joint. Personal spending stays personal. You're controlling me? I'm controlling my wallet, I replied. You control yours. I didn't sign up for this. You signed a prenup? I said lightly. Remember? It was a cute day. She set her fork down like she could break the plate with it. You don't get to change rules mid-game. Wrong field, I said. New game. Fair rules. She sulked for a day, then came the next soft turn. Sunday, she woke me with coffee and a kiss on the cheek. She slid into the bed like we were 22 and broke. I miss us, she whispered. Us is available under respectful conditions, I said. Apply within. She exhaled. You're impossible. Or I'm clear, I said, and got up to go for a run. Midweek, my phone buzzed with a text from her. Dinner tonight? I'll cook. I said yes. I came home early with flowers, feeling just a sliver of the old reflex. She had candles lit, sauce bubbling. She set plates down and looked like the woman I married. Steady, kind, a partner. Halfway through, she slipped it in. Liv's birthday is Friday. I'm hosting. We'll need the place. I put my fork down. You mean you need me gone? It's easier, she said, waving a hand. You know how you get. The questions. I get like a landlord wanting to know who's in his house. Mark. I'll be here, I said. Host like a grown-up. I'm not hiding in my garage because your friend wants to be 21 again. She held my eyes, then looked away with a little laugh I didn't understand yet. Fine. Be here if you want. Friday, I was finishing up paperwork at the office when a delivery guy rolled in a stack of folding chairs addressed to Lydia. I raised an eyebrow. 8 chairs, extra wine glasses, trays. I texted her. Big night. She sent back a picture of a charcuterie board and a heart. For a second, I relaxed. Maybe it would be ordinary. Laughter, music, and then an early wrap. I don't know why I still wanted that option on the table. Habit, I guess. I got home earlier than usual. Her car was already in the driveway. Another sedan was parked behind it. The front door was cracked. I stepped inside, quiet out of old respect for her arrangements. Voices floated from the kitchen, fast and busy. I reached the foyer and froze. Christmas is perfect, Liv was saying. He'll be soft that day. Make it clean. He'll crumble, Lydia answered, calm. He hates conflict. He'll sign. Then we do the split, and I'm done. Another voice giggled. You'll walk with the house. He never pushes. Lydia's tone turned technical. Prenup doesn't cover everything. I'll use, the narrative. He's rigid. Cold. That thing with his hours. It'll play. They were in my kitchen, around my island, drawing blueprints to leave me stripped, counting on the exact man I refused to be. My hand didn't shake. I slipped my phone from my pocket, hit record, and held it low by the front closet. They kept talking. Details. Timelines. Laughter at my expense. How I'd take the hit at the table. How I'd stay quiet to keep the peace like I always did. They wrapped their plan up in napkins and giggles, and I eased the phone into my back pocket. Then I pushed the door open loud enough to be heard, clapped once, and stepped in. Ladies, I said, hanging my keys on the hook. Smells festive. 4 faces turned, a synchronized performance. No one met my eyes without a smirk. Lydia's smile was laminated. We were just planning Christmas, she sang. Yeah. I picked up a grape. Fun. What are the details? Liv leaned back on the stool, crossed her legs, and gave me the kind of grin you use on a dog who doesn't know the trick. Secrets. I nodded. I love a surprise. We do too, they said together, like a choir in a mean church. I chewed. I'm burned out. Going to crash. Sleep tight, Lydia said, and their heads tilted together like they shared a private clip of my future. In the bedroom, I stared at the wall and let the first wave of anger pass like a train I refused to board. Then I pulled the recording up, checked that the audio was clean, and texted Nate. Need your lawyer. Tomorrow. He called back in 2 minutes. What happened? People practicing law without a license in my kitchen, I said. Be at my shop at 8, he answered. We'll drive together. Morning came clear. Lydia was butterwarm, humming in the bathroom, asking what I wanted from the store. I answered neutral and left. The lawyer was a quiet woman named Sanchez with a file cabinet brain. I set the phone on her desk and pressed play. She listened without interruption, took 2 notes, then hit stop. Do nothing loud, she said. Wait. Let it play out. The recording is perfectly legal in this state. It establishes intent. On Christmas, keep your calm. After she performs, you perform. We file. She gets nothing she's not due. She won't like it. Understood. You'll need to separate access now, she added. Be boring. Routine. If she notices you change the locks on the safe, you tell her you're tightening the house because of porch pirates. I'm very concerned about porch pirates, I said. Good, Sanchez replied. Be concerned about a lot of things that aren't this. I went home and did exactly that. I set direct deposits, moved sensitive documents to a safety deposit box, and calmly asked the locksmith to rekey the safe, not the front door. I put the will and the motorcycle title where only a bank could guard them. I coached myself in the mirror. Neutral, practical, no speeches. At night, Lydia put on the performance of a lifetime. She cooked. She asked about my day. She squeezed my arm in the grocery store like we were on year one. I gave what I considered fair, basic respect, short answers, and no new promises. One evening I was reading on the couch when she sat down, slipped her feet under my leg, and rested her head on my shoulder. "You're different," she said, almost sweet. "I'm busy," I said. "That's not what I mean." "I know," I replied. She turned the TV on, leaned into me like a wife in a commercial, and for 30 minutes I let her act play out. It was almost convincing. Then my phone buzzed with Sanchez's email confirming next steps, and the spell broke like a cheap light bulb. A week before Christmas, I took initiative on foreign turf. Lydia had insisted we stop by Mia's to drop off gifts. The living room was full of couples. I stood by the kitchen island with a beer I wasn't really drinking. Mia, who's too observant for everyone's comfort, watched Lydia hold court, tossing little barbs. "So," Lydia said to the group, waving at me, "Mr. Schedule changed his whole life. He color codes now." Mia raised an eyebrow at me. "That true?" "It is," I said. "Color means clarity. Gray areas burn good men." The room quieted just a notch. Lydia laughed it off and tried another jab. "He's on this kick where he says he won't be disrespected in his own house." I nodded. "And out of it." Mia set her glass down. "Boundaries are hot," she said. "Good for you." Lydia's smile flickered like a bad signal. I chose the moment. "We do joint events by mutual consent now," I said to the group like a PSA. "It helps avoid confusion." Mia looked at Lydia, then at me. "Sounds grown up." "That's the point," I said, and held Lydia's gaze. No heat, no flinch, just the new rule on the table. On the drive home, Lydia folded her arms. "You embarrassed me." "I told the truth," I said. "In front of people. Witnesses help when words get slippery," I replied. She turned toward the window and stayed there. 2 days of frost followed. Then came the second illusion. She booked us a weekend at a bed and breakfast without asking. She printed the confirmation and slid it to me like a prize. "I want to reset." "Nice thought," I said, "and not happening. You don't book my time without my consent." She tried the wide-eyed act. "I'm trying here." "No," I said, voice level. "You're trying to keep the presentation going. But I'm not a reviewer. I'm the customer. And I'm returning the product." She stared, calculating. "You're hurting me. I'm protecting me." Christmas morning arrived clean and bright. I woke early, brewed coffee, and walked the dog. I looked around the block at porches with inflatable deer tilting in the wind and thought about how every house holds a secret. Ours held a show scheduled for dinner. Lydia was the picture of cheer when guests started arriving. Her parents came first, warm and loud. They've always liked me. Her mother hugged me. "You look good," she said. "Healthier," her dad added. "Eyes clear." "Early mornings," I said. "And policy changes." "What policy?" he asked, chuckling. "I don't argue after 9 p.m., and I don't sign anything on a holiday." He laughed, not knowing he'd just heard the ending. Nate and his wife arrived with a pie. He gave me a small nod across the room. Mia came with her boyfriend, sharp eyes scanning the energy like a cop at a parade. Liv arrived late with a brittle smile, kissed Lydia's cheek, and scanned me like I was a product she'd mispriced. Dinner was loud. Lydia played gracious host, topping glasses, complimenting pies, laying a careful hand on my shoulder when I stood to grab a serving dish. I didn't flinch. I enjoyed the ham. I asked her dad about fishing. I laughed at Nate's story about a client measuring with his thumb and calling it a tool. I relaxed into the knowledge that sometimes the safest place in a storm is the exact center. An hour in, Lydia stood, glass in hand. Her voice softened. "I want to toast my husband," she began. "Mark, you are steady and responsible. You keep everything working. I appreciate that." "Thank you," I said. "And because I respect you, I also want to be honest in front of the people we love." She lifted a manila envelope from behind her chair. "I've started the process to end our marriage. It's not a decision I take lightly. I believe it's the right one. I'm asking for grace as we separate kindly." For a second, the world stopped like someone hit pause on a remote. Then I heard a small gasp from her mother, a whispered, "What?" Nate's low, "Huh?" and Liv's quiet, satisfied exhale. Lydia extended the envelope to me like a boss handing a pink slip. I didn't take it. I let the silence stretch until even the ornaments seemed to listen. Then I smiled. Darling, I said, I brought you something too. Her head tilted, thin panic flashing behind her eyes before she tucked it away. What could that be? Liv asked, brittle. A proof of purchase, I said, and pulled my phone from my pocket. Before we continue, I want everyone to hear a small piece of planning that took place in this house. Mark, Lydia started. I raised a hand and pressed play. The living room filled with the sound of their own voices from 2 weeks prior. The details were plain. The laughter was worse. Her father reached for the arm of his chair like he needed something to hold. Her mother's hand flew to her mouth. Mia's eyes cut to Liv, then to Lydia, even and cold. Liv stood up, took one step toward the door, then sat again like she'd misjudged the distance. When the recording ended, I set the phone down on the tablecloth like a knife I no longer needed. Her dad spoke first, voice low and hard. Lydia, what is this? She tried to assemble a story. I was hurt. He's been distant, rigid. You heard him at Mia's. Her mother cut her off, sharp in a way I'd never heard. Hurt is one thing. This is calculation. Liv stood abruptly, grabbing her purse. I'm not getting dragged. Mia stepped aside to let her pass. Cowards exit fast, she said without heat. Liv slipped out. The other two friends avoided eye contact and followed. The room kept its silence like a courtroom without a judge. Lydia turned to me, pushing tears that arrived late. We're broken, Mark. I shook my head once. We're finished, I said. Different word, different meaning. Please, she said. We can talk later. We will, I replied. But not about us. About logistics. Her father leaned forward. Mark, what do you need from us? Witnesses, I said. You just were. That's enough. I stood, lifted my glass, and looked at everyone but her. This calls for a double celebration, I said. Anyone hungry for a real meal at a place where the host doesn't plan ambushes? My treat. Nate barked a laugh, stood, and clapped me on the shoulder. Mia nodded, grabbed her coat, and offered Lydia's mother an arm. The room moved like a tide. Lydia stood too, reaching for me. You're leaving me here? She asked, voice rising. I met her eyes. You need time to pack. You're moving out tonight. You can't. I can, I said, mellow and final. Keycards already set to guest. Your essentials are in the blue suitcase in the hall. I hired movers for the rest this week. My lawyer will contact yours. Enjoy the quiet. Mark, I turned to her parents. I'll have a truck downstairs for any boxes you want to take of hers. I respect you both. Please understand I can't keep someone in my home who treats me like a prop. Her mother's eyes were shiny, not from pity, but from something like shocked respect. I understand, she whispered. We left. The restaurant was 3 blocks away. I picked it because it was close and because the kitchen was open late. At the table, Nate lifted his glass. To boundaries, he said. Mia added, to receipts. Her dad wasn't at dinner, for obvious reasons, but he called my phone in the parking lot. I'm sorry, he said simply. You deserved better. I agree, I said. Thank you. We ate. We laughed. We did not talk about the past like a highlight reel. We talked about future projects, about a fishing trip in spring, about the best way to train a stubborn dog. Halfway through the meal, my phone lit up with Lydia's name. I let it ring. She called again. I sent it to voicemail. The third time, I answered. I'm sorry, she said fast. I was confused. I thought. I'm at dinner, I said. Do something useful. Pack. Please. Don't throw me out on Christmas. You threw yourself out 2 weeks ago, I replied. I'm just opening the door you built. You can't even talk to me? I am talking, I said, and ended the call. By the time I got home, her car was gone. The blue suitcase spot on the hall floor was empty. I walked through the rooms and took stock like a foreman after a shift. Every essential I needed was still there. Every essential I didn't want was leaving. I slept hard. In the morning, I made coffee and called Sanchez. It's done, I said. Good, she replied. I'll file today. The following weeks were full of quiet mechanics. Movers came and went. Her name came off accounts. The house breathed. I changed the paint in the living room not because I needed a new color, but because I loved the smell of wet work and fresh decisions. The dog followed me around like he'd been waiting for the new schedule too. Word traveled. Mia texted, short and surgical, proud you kept your calm. Liv posted a photo of a martini with a caption about fresh starts that made me laugh out loud. Nate brought over a slab of oak, and we built a new dining table in the garage, both of us silent except for measurements and saw instructions. Lydia wrote twice, long emails about regret, about how I'd changed, about how if I'd been more open, she wouldn't have planned. She used passive constructions like a lawyer who didn't want to say who did what. I responded once. You made choices. I made different ones. All the best. Her mother texted once. I'm sorry. We love you. I answered, I know. Thank you for being decent humans in a hard week. Spring came, and with it, a better rhythm. I moved some cash into the business with Nate and took a formal stake. The work felt clean. There's something satisfying about installing a cabinet that hangs perfect, opening and closing a door that answers your hand the same way every time. No surprises. Everything square. On weekends, I started hiking with a group out of a local gym. A woman named Erin kept pace with me up a switchback one Saturday. She has a dry way of talking that fits me. You're efficient, she said, stepping around a rock. I prefer clear to fast. Good motto, she said. Clear beats cute. We started getting coffee after hikes, then dinners that lasted too long because neither of us was trying to perform. One night she asked, "What's your policy on shock at holidays?" "I don't sign anything on one," I said. She laughed and didn't ask for the backstory. By summer, the house was different. Not just in paint and furniture, but in air. Friends came by for barbecues and stayed late telling stories. We built a shelf wall in the office. I stopped bringing my phone to the table. When I looked up, there were people I respected sitting across from me, steady and direct. Every now and then I'd hear a scrap about Lydia. A mutual acquaintance mentioned she tried a condo downtown and moved out 3 months later. Someone else said she was between jobs. I don't root for anyone to fail. I do believe in consequences running their route. She learned that a show stops working when the audience leaves, and more than that, when the stage manager locks the door. One afternoon, Nate and I finished an install in a clean new build with big windows. We stood in the kitchen and looked at our work. Straight lines, level drawers, the kind of thing a homeowner would touch and trust for years. Solid, he said. Square, I answered. He glanced at me. You're good. I'm better than I was, I said. I sleep. I lift. I eat meals with people who mean what they say. I have a woman who asks before she adds me to a plan. That's a win. It is, I said. If you want a moral, I don't have one. I have a rule. A man who respects himself will stop feeding a fire that only warms the person mocking him. He'll cap the line, turn the valve, and leave the room with his head up. You don't argue with a plan built on your silence. You make the room loud with facts and take your coat. On Christmas, I didn't lose a marriage. I ended a theater run, and I started something else I like a lot better. A life where my house is a place people don't whisper schemes in, where my table is for eating, not for ambushes, and where the only surprises are the kind I plan myself. Please like this video. It will really help this story reach as many people as possible. Thank you so much for your support. She was at the sink, rinsing a wine glass she hadn't used, scrolling on her phone with the other hand. I put my keys in the bowl and said, "How about Saturday? Dinner at Harper's, just the two of us. I'll book the late table." She didn't look up. Hard pass. Hard pass. That crowd is boring. And I'm out. Out where? Out. Don't start. I'm not starting. I'm making a plan. Her jaw clicked like a door chain. You plan your little routines. I've got mine. That was the tone. Not angry. Not tired. Just cold, like the thermostat got set to January and left there. I didn't argue. I'd done that loop. You make effort, you get a shrug. You ask questions, you get volume. We'd been living like polite roommates who forgot the polite part. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have slept that night. But I didn't. I went to the gym instead and watched couples trade jokes between sets. I'd stopped trying to talk her out of the fog months ago. I wasn't going to beg. I decided I would treat reality like it was telling the truth. I called my friend Nate on the drive home. He's a paramedic, calm until he's not. She's out every night, he said. Most. With the girls until 2, 3. No details. No answers. And you keep footing the bills. I did. Past tense. He whistled. You sure you want my take? I didn't call for recipes. Okay. Hire someone. Quiet. Confirm what you already know. And when you move, move clean. He wasn't telling me anything I hadn't considered on long drives. Hearing it from a man who cuts cars open to pull strangers out, it organizes your spine. I told him I'd think about it. He snorted. Don't think. Do. Stop letting the fog drive your calendar. I hung up and sent 2 texts. One to Mark, an attorney I've known since we were both paying rent with quarters, asking him for a meeting soonest. The second to a number Nate gave me, Lee, a private investigator with the social skills of a toolbox and a reputation for accuracy. I wrote, I need discreet. My wife is out late. I want certainty, not drama. Lee called within 5 minutes. Are you free tomorrow morning? Yes. Bring a photo. Bring her schedule if you have it. I'll handle the rest. That night she came home at 1:30, dropped her heels on the mat like she was throwing darts, and rattled around for a snack. I sat at the table with a glass of water and my work iPad open. You're up? She said, surprised I existed. Yep. For what? For me. She smirked, grabbed a yogurt, and disappeared. That was our marriage. 2 doors closing, no echo. The next morning, Lee took notes with a pen that looked older than both of us. Any names she's mentioned? Emily. Jenna. A rotating cast of the girls. He nodded. You'll hear from me when there's news. I walked out of his office lighter than I'd felt in months. Funny what a decision does. You stop caring about the fog. You start charting land. That afternoon, I met Nate and our friend Jorge at a garage behind Jorge's bar. Jorge was under a lifted Jeep, swearing softly at a bolt that didn't know him anything. He slid out when he heard us. You got the face, he said. What face? The one guys get right before they stop being polite. Nate leaned on the toolbox. He called the guy. Jorge wiped his hands. Good. What's the play until then? I'm not sitting home with the TV. Then don't, Jorge said. We watch the game tonight. Wings, garbage jokes, and you turn your phone upside down. Practice. Practice what? Living like your time matters again. I laughed. I like that plan. By 6, my phone had 4 texts from her. Out with the girls. Don't wait up. Doors sticky. And an emoji I couldn't be paid to interpret. I typed okay. Then I put the phone face down. We watched the second half, told stories about stupid things we did in our 20s, and stayed off the subject of my house. Jorge's bar manager, a kid with a mustache that needed permission, handed us wings and said nothing else. That mattered. You don't realize how loud silence is until you don't have to fill it. Halfway through the 4th quarter, Jorge looked at me. You're not asking her anything anymore, right? Nope. Good. Stop feeding a slot machine that never paid you. The next morning, Lee texted at 7:13 a.m. Working. We'll update. No flare. Just gears turning. I went home and found her at the stove, humming, flipping pancakes. We didn't own a griddle the day before. Suddenly we did. She turned and smiled like an ad. I made your favorite. Pancakes. With blueberries. Since when? She poured syrup like it meant something. Don't be weird. You've been tense. I thought I'd be nice. I'm not tense. I'm decisive. She blinked. About. Work. Life. Coffee in 10 minutes. She placed a plate in front of me and touched my shoulder. Very gentle. Long enough to read as a signal. The fog had learned to bake. I ate 2 bites because I can tell effort when I see it, even if the timing is suspicious. She floated around, tidying, making small talk about weather, grocery lists, the kind of soft filler that used to mean everyday life and now sounded like stage direction. After we ate, she tapped her mug. There's something. Tomorrow the girls want to do a weekend trip. 2 nights. Back Sunday. You okay with that? There it was, wrapped in syrup. I met her eyes. You don't need my permission to be with your friends. So you're fine? I'm not your hall pass. I'm your husband, technically. I put my mug down. Do what you were going to do. She frowned at the technically, then recovered and hugged me from behind, cheek against my shoulder. You know I've been stressed. Thank you for not making it a thing. I patted her arm and stepped away to grab my keys. As I left, she called after me, upbeat. I'll text you the details. In the truck, I texted Lee, heads up. Weekend trip with the girls. Leaves early tomorrow. You tell me if I'm wrong. His reply came fast, like he'd been waiting. She's not going there with a girlfriend. She has a man. I was just finishing the report. You'll have it in an hour. It's a funny word, shock. People attach it to big gestures and movie endings. The real version is quieter. The cabin of my truck felt bigger. The road noise got clean. I sat with it and realized I was almost relieved. When reality finally stops hiding, you stop chasing shadows. An hour later, my email pinged. Lee's report was clinical. Dates, times, locations, photos. My wife in a booth across from a man I recognized but hadn't met in years. My wife stepping into a small roadside motel, head down, ball cap low. My wife leaving a house I didn't know, smiling like she was 16. The man was Mike, her ex. The name I'd heard twice in our first year and never again. For 10 full seconds, I stared at his face and did math. She used to live near him when she was 20. He'd moved back to town last year. She started staying out late in March. She gradually shut down every normal channel between us by June. I called Mark. I need to come now. Come, he said. His office smells like old wood and new coffee. He scanned Lee's report like he was grading a midterm. This is clean, he said. You brought me work product, not stories. If you want out, we can do out. We'll move first. She'll be stuck reacting. What about the house? The accounts. You separate access today. Move half the joint cash to a safe account in your name. That's not hiding. That's protecting. Cancel any cards you've given her. You pack her things with care and deliver them to her parents. Quietly. You keep a chain of custody on the report. No public fireworks. When she walks in Monday, you present the facts and your decision. Then you take no more bait. What if she spreads noise? Then we wait until we're done, and if needed, we set the record straight once and thoroughly. But not mid-process. No messy public sparring. Keep your hands clean. You printed a list and handed it to me. You're going to feel like you're taking a wrecking ball to your own life. You're not. You're turning off a faucet that's flooding your house. I nodded. Draft whatever needs drafting. Can you have it by Monday morning? I'll have it by Monday 8 a.m. Be here. I'll give you the folder. You walk home and do what you need to do. I shook his hand. It felt like a door closing the right way. That evening, she was butter smooth. I picked up your dry cleaning, she said, dropping a bundle on the couch. I didn't ask you to. I know. I wanted to do something nice. Then she stepped close and rested her forehead against mine. We're okay, right? We're functioning, I said. She laughed light. You're such a robot sometimes. Better than a ghost. She flinched almost invisibly and changed the subject. She ordered sushi, put on a show we used to like, and took my hand during the opening credits like we were rehearsing normal. If you want to know whether a person is negotiating or connecting, look at the timing. Her sweetness showed up right after I stopped chasing. I filed that away. Saturday, she left before I was up. A handwritten note on the counter. Don't miss me too much, with a smiley face. The smiley landed like gravel. My phone buzzed 30 minutes later. Hey, the card isn't going through for gas. Can you check? I replied, banks are closed weekends. I'll go Monday. Nothing back. I lifted boxes from the garage, laid out her clothes on the bed, folded them like I was packing someone else's life for a move, because I was. I labeled 3 bins: clothes, personal, bathroom. I left gifts from me in their own small box. You don't throw your own history in the trash, even if someone else did. Then I loaded everything and drove to her parents' place. Her dad answered the door with Sunday paper eyebrows. What's all this? Her things, I said. Take care of them. Please don't throw them away. He stared at the bins, then at me. You want to talk? Not today. He stepped aside and let me carry the boxes in. He didn't press. He'd always been courteous with me. I left before he could choose a side. This wasn't a jury. It was a delivery. Back home, I took her key off my ring and left it on the counter with a note. Your things are safe. Ask your parents. I opened the banking app, moved cash to a new account Mark had set up, canceled 2 cards I'd given her access to when we thought ours was still a word. I forwarded Lee's report to a secure folder Mark controlled. Then I called my boss, Dan, a man who runs a construction company like a math problem. Got a storm at home, I told him. I'm not missing work. But if any noise shows up, it's lies. I'll handle it. Dan grunted. You need a day? Take a day? As for noise, our HR's boring. That's their job. Thanks. That night, I didn't rot on the couch. Nate picked me up. Jorge texted 3 words. Wings. 8. Laugh. I went. We watched a fight, jeered a bad ref, and let the sound of people who like each other disinfect the corners. Midway through, a brunette at the end of the bar waved her beer at me. I raised mine back. Polite, not hunting. I'm not 17. You don't fix a cracked foundation by hanging a new picture. Still, talking to someone who asked me a question and waited for the answer felt like oxygen. Name, she asked. Sam. I'm Brooke. We talked about nothing heavy, dogs, traffic, how the city can spend $1 million on a park bench and forget to add shade. When Jorge swung by, Brooke said, "Your friend's a nice guy." Jorge winked at me like a 12-year-old. I shook my head at him and laughed. Sunday, I kept moving. Laundry, garage, truck wash. I didn't stare at doorways waiting for footsteps. If you've ever done that, you know it's a full-time job with bad pay. Monday at 8 a.m., I was in Mark's office. He handed me a folder with 3 tabs and a calm face. You ready? I'm done being not ready. Take this. Walk home. When she arrives, be clear, be brief, be finished. At 11:30, I parked in our driveway, placed the folder on the kitchen island, and waited. I didn't pace. I checked a procurement schedule for a job site and made notes. At 12:40, the door opened. She stepped in with oversized sunglasses and a voice that was already on offense. I can't believe the gas station drama. Do you know how embarrassing that is? I picked up the folder and handed it to her. What's this? Everything you've been doing with your time. She pulled a sheet, frowned at the first photo, flipped to the second, and froze. Silence poured into the room like wet concrete. Well, she said finally, we're friends. I slid out the page where she and Mike were outside a door with a vacancy sign. And here, she stared at the photo, then at me, calculating exits. You are paranoid. Who were you with this weekend? Emily, she said instantly, too fast. Want me to call her? She looked at my phone in my pocket like it was a trap door. Her eyes went bright. Fine. I was with Mike. Of course. She lifted her chin. This is over nothing. No, this is over everything. I stepped aside and pointed at the counter. Your keys there. Your things are at your parents'. We're done. Paperwork is in the folder. I've signed where I need to. You'll get the rest through Mark. That door behind you? Use it. Her mouth opened, disbelief turning into heat. Over a weekend with an old friend you're going to end a marriage? Over a pattern, I said. Over disrespect. Over months of you being gone from a house you still wanted me to fund. Over the fact that you replaced me and kept my wallet. She tried a different angle. You didn't even fight for this. I don't fight for someone who left 6 months ago. You're unbelievable. I finally agree with you. She paced, hands moving in short, sharp gestures. You'll regret this. I don't do regret. I do outcomes. She stood there for a beat, like she might launch a fresh script, then grabbed her bag, swept the folder off the island, and slammed the door hard enough to wobble a picture on the wall. I steadied the frame and exhaled. It wasn't a movie ending. It was a clean cut. That should have been it. But people who play fog games rarely accept a clean cut. Within 48 hours, noise started. An anonymous email to our company HR. Be aware that your manager has been unfaithful and brings women to job sites. Juvenile tone. Zero specifics. HR called me in. The woman in charge, Sarah, could make a volcano feel self-conscious. We received a message, she said. Of course you did. We're obligated to document. Document this, I said, placing Mark's summary on the table, minus photos. There's a personal separation. Someone is upset. Here are facts that I'm comfortable sharing. In short, I acted within the law and our policies. If further messages come, I'll forward them to counsel. I won't be engaging. Sarah read efficiently, then put the paper down. We appreciate the heads up. We're done here unless more arrives. Thanks, I said, standing. At lunch, I told Dan. He shrugged. Anybody who's worked more than a month has a story. Do your job. We'll keep HR bored. I texted Mark. Noise started. HR handled. Expect escalations. He replied, expect attempts. Keep your documentation tight. Don't react. That afternoon, 3 mutual friends texted me versions of, she says you were stepping out. I answered each the same way. I'm not having a public argument. In time, facts will land. I didn't lobby. I didn't sell. You don't argue with fog. You let the sun work. By Thursday, Mark forwarded me a letter from a lawyer representing her. It was all posture, amicable division, and avoid public unpleasantness and the phrase equitable allocation, which always means we want half. Mark called me. Breathe, he said. They're trying to get you to blink. You won't. We're not on a battlefield. We're on a chessboard. We already occupy the center. What happens if they keep spinning? We keep not caring. When it's over, if you'd like, we'll issue one clean statement with documentation to people who matter in your life. That's it. Copy. That night, I dropped by Jorge's bar. He wiped a glass and looked up. How's the hurricane? Off the coast, yelling. Good. Let it yell. We sat at the far end, away from the noise, and he told me about a couple who argued about the placement of a trash can for an hour. You learn a lot watching people handle small things, he said. Brooke showed up around 9. Still breathing? She asked. Hard to stop. She grinned. You look lighter. I turned some faucets off. To dry the house? To stop pretending it was raining. She laughed, short and real. You're okay. I will be, I said, and meant it. Friday morning, my phone buzzed with a number I didn't recognize. Voicemail. I let it drop. The transcript popped up. Another anonymous claim, this time about spending company funds on personal trips. Cute. I sent it to Sarah. She responded with one sentence. Logged and closed. HR boredom, achieved. I worked a full day and went home to a quiet house that felt like my space for the first time in a long time. I cooked a steak, ate standing up with salt and pepper and no ceremony, and watched a game with my feet up on my own table. Peace is not a grand thing. It's the absence of 1,000 tiny alarms. The paperwork moved the way paperwork moves, slower than anger, faster than nostalgia. The weekend came with more text from her number, a classic sandwich. We can fix this, followed by you're cruel, followed by I need access to the card. The rental car company is being unreasonable. I sent one reply. Any financial access ended. Please go through counsel. She fired back, so that's it. I didn't answer. If you're brave enough to open a door, be brave enough to close it. When the day came to sign, we did it separately. Mark sent me a photo of the filed documents and a thumbs up. You're clear, he said. You owe no division beyond what we've already handled. There will be noise. There will not be money. Thank you, I said. Wait till Monday, he added. Then, if you want, you can issue a single post setting the record straight. I'll vet it. Monday arrived. I sat in my truck before work and wrote the post. Simple. No adjectives. No shots. There's been speculation about my personal life. I'm not engaging in back and forth. Here are the facts. I ended my marriage after a series of choices I won't detail. I have documentation. I won't share it beyond what is necessary to correct false claims. I wish everyone peace. Mark trimmed it to remove even the tiny heat I'd left in. Less is more, he texted. Attach 3 images and be done. Timestamps, locations, faces blurred where appropriate. I did. The effect was immediate. People who'd been neutral sent me private messages. Got it. 2 of her loudest defenders went quiet. Mutual acquaintances stopped forwarding me her claims. Her parents, to their credit, texted me first. We're sorry for her behavior. You didn't deserve it. I replied, thank you. I hope she finds her footing. A week later, she messaged from a new number. Long, apologetic paragraphs. I made a mistake. I didn't know what I was doing. You're my person. We can go to counseling. Please meet me. One coffee. I stared at the screen and felt exactly nothing beyond a professional curiosity at how tactics cluster. Minimize, reframe, offer a tiny concession, ask for access. I blocked the number and went to work. 3 days after that, she waited outside my job site by the chain link fence, sunglasses, hair pulled back, voice soft. Sam, please. 2 minutes. I stepped out of the truck and stood far enough away to make the boundary clear. She took hers off. There were tears and a lot of words. I'm humiliated. I was stupid. You moved too fast. We could fix it. I thought the grass was, she caught herself. I thought I needed something else. I didn't. I see it now. I waited until she ran out of sentences. Then I nodded, once. That it? She asked. That's everything? That's everything, I said. Do you have anything to say? I do. I kept my voice even. I don't cut people loose to punish them. I cut them loose because I respect myself. You made your choices. I made mine. The next time you want to say I didn't fight, Remember, I won't fight someone who's swinging at the wrong target. I glanced at the fence. Doors that way. She reached for my arm like old habit. I took a half step back, not dramatic, just enough. She broke then. No script left, no audience to clap. She walked away fast and didn't look back. That was our final scene. No crescendo, no credits, just an exit. Time didn't heal anything. Time just gives you space to heal yourself if you're so inclined. I used the space. I put the house on the market and bought a smaller place that fits me. A 2-bedroom with a decent garage and a patch of grass I've already lost 3 battles with. I traded the truck I'd been nursing for a clean used one with fewer miles and more honesty. I stopped stocking a fridge for 2. I kept my friends close. Nate still checks on me with his paramedic calm. Jorge still talks trash about anyone who puts ketchup on wings. Brooke and I went for coffee one Saturday. No agenda, no hurry. We didn't start anything serious right away. I wasn't a project and she isn't a nurse. We just laughed, and my phone stayed in my pocket the whole time because I wanted it there, not because someone would accuse me if it wasn't. Work settled. Dan promoted me to run 2 crews. I took the longer drives and the tougher bids because I had bandwidth again. HR hasn't called me in months. Sarah is back to making other people nervous. As for her, I don't follow. I heard from a mutual that she moved to another state to restart. I hope she does. It's not my job to track whether she learned. My job is to maintain the rules that pulled me out of the fog. People ask, sometimes, what was the breaking point? They want a headline. I give them the same answer every time. There wasn't one. There was proof stacked on proof until it weighed more than my patience. Then I set it down and walked away. They nod like they get it, and some do. Some want a movie. I don't have a movie. I have a decision. I made it in a quiet office with printed pages and a man who knows how to file forms. I made it at my kitchen island with a folder and a sentence. We're done. I made it outside a chain-link fence when I let silence do more than any speech. That's not drama. That's a man who doesn't negotiate his self-respect. If you're waiting for the last line, here it is. When she finally played her hand, I folded, not because I was weak, but because I don't gamble with people who rig the deck. And when I stood up, I took my chips, my time, and my peace with me. Door behind me, closed. That's how you win without shouting. That's how you don't come back. Our story has come to an end. If you've made it this far, how about subscribing to our channel? It helps us immensely. I've selected 2 other videos for you that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Feel free to click on them. I'll be waiting for you in the next story. See you soon. She hit me with it while I was tying my shoes for work, keys in my mouth, coffee cooling on the counter. You've stopped trying, Jenna tossed over her shoulder. Look at other men. They spoil their wives. And you? I set the keys down. I keep the lights on. I keep the mortgage paid. That counts. Counts for the bank. Not for me. She took her phone, didn't look up. When are you going to give me something that shows I matter? Or is being stingy your personality now? It's not stingy to ask for respect, I replied. And I'm not a cash dispenser. She smirked. You can. You just don't want to. That line stayed in my teeth all morning like a coffee ground. If I'd known where it was headed, I would have skipped the conversation and started packing. I drove to the shop with her last words echoing. By the time I pulled into the bay, the script was familiar. Every morning, some version of the same prod. When would I finally do something worthwhile for her? Why was I so tight? Why didn't I act like the husband she watched on her phone? I used to laugh it off. Lately, it sounded less like teasing and more like a drill. That night after dinner, I brought it up straight. You've been hammering gifts every morning, I told her, rinsing plates. If you want to talk budget, we can talk. But I'm not going to live in a daily comparison game. Budget. She put the plate down with a click. I'm asking for signs. A weekend. Jewelry. Something. Tara's husband surprises her. They're flying to Paris this weekend. Good for Tara, I said. I'm not Tara's husband. That's obvious. I dried my hands. New rule. Mornings are off limits for digs and comparisons. You want something? Ask like an adult after 7 at night. One request at a time. No mystery tests. Who made you king? She laughed without humor. Whoever pays the mortgage, I guess. I'm proposing a schedule. She leaned on the island, thumbs moving on her phone. Your schedule bores me. Then I'll make some changes of my own. I opened the desk drawer, slid out the spare debit card, and put it on the counter. This stays here. From now on, joint spending is bills, groceries, house maintenance. Everything else, ask first so I can plan. I'll move our savings to a separate account with my name. You'll have a weekly personal allowance for your stuff. I'll take the same. You're cutting me off? She blinked slow. I'm drawing lines. I'm not saying no. I'm saying it goes on a list, and we plan it. She gave me a smile I'd seen in parking lot arguments. You'll cave. You always cave. Not this time. I picked up my keys. Later that night, I stepped onto the back porch for air and heard a whisper from the balcony above. Her laugh drifted down. Light. Not the way she laughed with me lately. I stood under the railing, quiet. Then I went inside without a word. When I walked back through the living room, she ended the call and lifted her chin. Who was that? I asked. Friend. Why the third degree? Sounded fun. It was. Her husband booked Paris. She gave me a look, slow and deliberate. That's a man who knows how to treat a woman. Good to know, I said, and let it be. I didn't slam anything. I took a shower and made a note. 2 days later, Tara hosted a backyard barbecue. I didn't want to go. Jenna said it would look bad if we skipped. So we stood there with paper plates, Tara talking too loud, and the guys from down the street cracking beers. Ryan from my crew showed up with his wife, Steph. He clapped my shoulder. You look tired, man. I'm great, I told him. Living the dream. Jenna drifted over, scanning the crowd, then raised her voice just enough that the neighbors would hear. Tell them about your gift plan, she chirped. We're discussing a schedule now. He wants me to submit requests. Like a purchase order. A few heads turned. Steph's smile went stiff. Tara grinned, like she'd scored a point. I sipped water. I want us to plan big things instead of throwing money at moods. Tara sing-songed. Or you could just surprise her once in a while. Jenna clapped. Yes, exactly. See, it's not hard. Ryan glanced at me. You buy tools like other guys buy cars. Maybe she wants you to swap one tool for one weekend. Jenna beamed at that, then pivoted. Except he doesn't. He says he works too hard to spend it on me. I didn't say that. I faced her. I said I'm not going to play against imagination. If you want Paris, say Paris. If you want a weekend by the lake, I'll book it. Paris. She laughed. Paris is for couples in love. Then maybe the lake, I replied. Plenty of couples in love catch fish. Tara's husband, Sean, raised his cup. Make it the Keys. Warm water. Easy win. I nodded as if I were considering a tire size. I've actually been looking at a week on an island. 2 tickets. Your birthday window. If we go to be together, not to post footage. Those are my terms. The table quieted. Jenna studied me like I'd put a bet on something I couldn't cover. So when? She asked. When I'm sure we'll enjoy it, I said. And we will enjoy it if the tone changes. Tara's laugh cut the air. He's negotiating for smiles. Call it standards, I answered. I don't pay to be mocked. A couple people coughed into their plastic cups. Steph gave me a small nod. Jenna stared like I'd stepped out of the script. On the drive home, she folded her arms. You humiliated me. You set it up, I answered. You went public. I closed it public. You're controlling. I'm consistent. She turned to the window and gave me the silent treatment all the way down our street. I parked, killed the engine, and waited. Nothing. An hour later, she came into the garage where I was sorting boxes. She leaned on the door frame and rubbed her arm. I was unfair, she said. I'm frustrated. I want to feel special. I shouldn't drag you at parties. That's progress, I replied. I'm serious. She walked to the workbench and moved a rag like it mattered. The island sounds nice. We could use a reset. I'll drop the comparisons. I went too far. I watched her fold the rag again. Okay, we try again. But we do it clean. No quizzes. She stepped close and kissed my cheek. I'll make dinner. Your favorite. I let her. She made chicken and a salad and asked me about a job I was bidding. It felt almost normal, but I didn't move the boundaries. The spare debit stayed in the drawer and the new savings account stayed locked. That night, I set an alarm and sent a transfer to the travel agent, a hold on 2 seats for August. I didn't tell her. If she wanted a surprise, she'd get the adult version. Quiet planning, not promises. 3 days of calm followed. Then the cracks reappeared. Her eyes on the phone a little too long. Texts answered in the hallway. Hushed calls on the balcony. I looked past it and focused on the plan. I wanted the island to reset us. I wanted to believe her. I went too far. Had meant something. I walked into the travel office 2 weeks before her birthday to pay off the balance. The clerk typed, frowned, and typed again. That account is short, she said. Do you want to try another card? No, that's the one. I leaned in. Can you run it again? She did. Same result. I stepped aside, pulled my bank app, and stared at the numbers that weren't there. The island money, the little pile I'd built by skipping lunches out, delaying tires, picking up a weekend job, was gone. I sat in the truck for a long minute with the AC blowing and a static sound in my head. The only other person with access to that account lived in my house. At home, she was on the couch, legs tucked under, laughing at something on her phone. I stood in the doorway. Where's the savings? I asked. She didn't look up. What savings? The island fund. She met my eyes, slow blink, then put the phone face down. I took it. Why? Because I wanted things. She shrugged. And I was tired of waiting for you to plan your love. That wasn't love. That was money for a trip. Money is how people show care. And you don't. That was all of it, I told her. Every extra dollar I had. So, she waved a hand. You're a man. You'll make more. You went into an account you knew I was building for us and emptied it for yourself. She tilted her head. You should have moved faster. I let the silence sit. Her eyes didn't flinch. That told me more than the words. All right, I said even. New rules. She smirked. Here we go. I've closed the joint credit line. It's done as of 10 minutes ago. Your card won't work for discretionary spending. Groceries and utilities, fine. Anything else, ask and we'll decide together. Your allowance will be the number I already told you. Same for me. No more dips into savings. And if you're on the phone at midnight, take it outside the house. I don't want to hear it. That's not how marriages work, she shot back. This is how mine works. You're punishing me. No, I'm turning off an open tap. You can't treat me like a teenager. Then don't act like one. Her mouth tightened. You know what? I'm done talking. She grabbed her bag and stood. You've become pathetic. I didn't marry this. She walked past me, opened the door too hard, and left. I didn't chase. I cleaned the counters and switched the laundry. Then I took every shared password and reset it. I slept in the guest room with the door locked and my phone on the dresser. The next morning I made coffee, packed my lunch, and drove to the shop. I told Ryan I needed the afternoon. You good? He asked, wiping his hands. Working on it, I said. The following week was a stalemate. She drifted around the house like a guest with a permanent room. When I set a plate for her, she took it and ate without a word. When I asked what her plans were, she said, out, and left for hours. My rules held. My tone didn't change. I stopped trying to sell my case. Then, 2 days before her birthday, she reappeared with a softness I hadn't seen in months. She came into the shop, of all places, with a box of cupcakes and a paper bag of sandwiches. Thought you could use lunch, she told me, walking right into the bay like she owned the place. Ben whistled from the next car, and Ryan lifted his eyebrows. You're at my work, I said. What's going on? I missed you. She set the box down. Maybe we both said things we shouldn't. I want your trip. Us. No more fights. She reached for my hand. Let me fix this. Ryan drifted to the other side of the truck. Ben suddenly found a reason to be in the parts room. I looked at the cupcakes, then at her. Lunch is nice, I said. The rules still stand. I'm not asking you to change the rules, she said softly. I'm saying I can live with them. We'll see. She kissed my cheek in front of my coworkers like we were high school sweethearts. I didn't push her away. I also didn't bring her secrets back into my house. After she left, Ryan came back. Thought you two were rocky, he said. We are. You buying it? I'm accepting the sandwiches, I answered. The rest has to show up. He nodded and got back to work. The next morning, her birthday, my phone pinged at 7:02 a.m. I was standing by the sink, pulling on my jacket. Today I want to be with a real man, her text read. So don't plan anything for me. I read it twice. Then I set my jacket down. Lines snapped with that message. Not just the island fantasy. Not just the money. It was the part where she laid it out like an appointment. Whatever life she'd built outside the house, whatever real meant to her now. I made coffee, sat at the table, and opened my laptop. I pulled up the number of a local attorney I'd saved weeks ago and sent a message requesting a same-day appointment. I printed my pay stubs and a list of accounts. Then I opened a realtor's site and clicked the Value Your Home button. At 9:30, I texted Jenna. Stop by this evening and pick up your stuff. I'll have it ready. At 9:42, she sent a heart emoji and nothing else. That told me everything. By lunch, I was in a calm office with a quiet-voiced woman named Dina, the realtor, not the attorney, looking over the house photos on her tablet. You're serious about selling fast? She asked. Very. We can list it as is and call investors. You won't get top dollar, but you'll get quick. Speed beats top dollar. In the afternoon, I sat with a lawyer named Craig. He didn't ask why, only what. We drew lines. No drama. No speeches. When I got home, I put her clothes in suitcases and lined them by the door. I opened a fresh bottle of cleaner and scrubbed the counters. Then I sat in the armchair and waited. She came at 8, swung the door like she'd been invited to a party, and breezed past me. Her hair was done like she'd come from somewhere nice. You didn't say happy birthday, she observed, eyeing the suitcases. I'm not your audience tonight, I replied. I'm your logistics. What's this? She gestured at the bags. You said not to plan anything for you. I respected that. Here's your stuff. I'm moving ahead with my plans. Her mouth tilted. You're bluffing to teach me a lesson. It's cute. Not a bluff. I met with a lawyer. I talked to a realtor. The house goes on the market this week. You can't sell the house without me. I don't need your permission to stop living here. She laughed once. You'll cool off and call me tomorrow. No. You'll get a message with keys to a storage unit for anything you forget. You'd throw your wife out. I'm not throwing anyone. I'm stepping out of a game I didn't sign up for. You're dramatic. I'm efficient. She wheeled one suitcase toward the door, then stopped and looked back like the camera should catch her good side. When you come to your senses, don't take too long. Senses are exactly what I found, I told her. She rolled her eyes, swung the door, and left. I locked it behind her and looked around the room that had hosted more arguments than dinners. I pulled the for sale paperwork from my folder and signed where Dina had highlighted. I sent her photos and told her to blast it to every investor she knew. I turned off the lights, put my phone on airplane mode, and slept in the guest room with my wallet under the pillow. The next day, Dina called at noon. I have an offer from a cash buyer, she said. Inspection waived. They can close in 10 days. It's under market, but it's clean. Send it. I answered. You sure? I'm sure. At work, I gathered my personal tools and locked them in my truck. Ryan watched me coil an air hose. This is real, he said. It is. You okay? Better than yesterday. What changed? I did. He held my gaze a moment, then nodded like a guy who'd seen this kind of war up close. Need a hand moving? I've got a dolly and a bad back. I'll take the dolly. Around 3, Jenna's number flashed. I let it slide to voicemail. A minute later, a string of texts scrolled in. Can we talk? Where are you? This is crazy. Call me. I kept my gloves on and finished a break job. When I took my break, I read the voicemails. First message, cool annoyance. Second, irritation. Third, wobbling voice. The fourth one was tears. Please call me. This isn't what I wanted. I'm scared. I'm sorry. I put the phone down, went back to the bay, and finished the work ticket. At 5, I returned her last text with a sentence. Keys to a storage unit will be in your email. That's all. Within a minute, she popped up at the shop in person. Ryan saw her first. He gave me a look. You want me to run interference? I shook my head. She stood in the doorway of the bay with red eyes and a glossed mouth. Can we talk outside? She asked. We can talk here, I said. That's not fair. I'm not walking into a private rerun. She glanced at Ryan and Ben, then back to me. I messed up. I know I pushed. I was angry about everything. I'm scared of being ordinary. She swallowed. I said awful things. I didn't mean them. What changed between last night and now? I asked. I realized you weren't bluffing. Right. And I don't want to lose my life. Which part? The house or the man? She opened and closed her hand. Both. The house is already under contract. As for the man, he's not interested in being compared to strangers or holding someone's phone while she texts other men on the balcony. Ryan shifted his weight, eyes on a bolt that didn't need tightening. Ben wiped the same spot twice. There was no other man, she said automatically. I'm not here to litigate. I'm here to exit. You can't just exit, she said, voice climbing. We have history. We had potential. You traded it for a scoreboard. Please, she whispered. I'll fix it. No more digs. No more tests. I'll delete everything. She reached for my hand. I kept my hands on the work order. This is a good speech. It came after the realtor and after the text you sent this morning telling me to leave your birthday alone because you wanted a real man. Her face froze. That wasn't. You know I didn't mean it like that. I know exactly how you meant it. She blinked back fresh tears. So that's it. You're just done. Yes. I let the word settle. I won't live where I'm not respected. I won't fund it, explain it, or entertain it. She stared at me like I'd stolen a line from someone else. You'll regret this. That's not how regret works. She swiped at her eyes, turned on her heel, and walked out past a stack of tires. Ryan exhaled. You're stoned, he said. I'm awake, I answered. That night, I moved the rest of my clothes into boxes, took the framed pictures off the wall, and put them face down. I called the phone company and removed her line from my plan. I sent the storage unit code. Then I powered the phone down and slept again in the guest room like it was already a new place. In the days that followed, the rhythm clicked. Dina handled the sale. Craig processed the paperwork. I arranged a short-term rental on the other side of town. I listed the old grill for free on the neighborhood board, and a retired teacher named Mrs. Delgado came with her grandson to haul it. She looked up at me with bright, practical eyes. Young man, you look like you're leaving more than a grill, she said. I'm trading up. She nodded, satisfied. Good. Don't trade down. People will ask you to. Before I handed the keys to the buyer, I gathered everything of hers still in the garage, 2 boxes, and drove them to the storage unit. I took a photo of the neat stack and sent it with the code. Then I blocked her number. If she needed something else, she could contact the storage company or email the realtor. I didn't know her my ears anymore. On my last night in the house, I sat on the floor with a sandwich, drank water from a plastic cup, and looked at the blank spot where our couch had been. There wasn't grief. There was space. I slept on the carpet with a folded jacket for a pillow and woke up clear. At 8, without warning, she showed up again. Somehow she'd caught me before I left. She walked through the open door like someone walking past her old high school. She took in the empty walls, the rolled-up rug, the echo. So you really did it, she said. I really did. You sold the house. Yes. And you're leaving town? Tomorrow. To where? A place that doesn't ask me to audition. She bit the inside of her cheek. I never thought you'd actually walk. I didn't walk, I said. I closed a door. Same thing. Not to me. She looked around one more time like she could charm the paint back onto the walls. You didn't even fight. I fought for months. Then I quit the fight. That's different. She stepped closer. Last chance to change your mind. I lifted a single eyebrow. Jenna, I'm not a price tag. I'm a person. While you were cataloging what I wasn't, I made a list of what I am. A man who works. A man who keeps his word. A man who won't rent out his backbone for peace. I walked to the door and opened it for her. Take care. She stared at me like she wanted to throw a glass. Then she rolled her suitcase over the threshold. I waited until the wheels crossed the line and said the last thing I'd say to her in this house. You wanted a real man for your birthday. I told her, calm, no heat. You got one. The door closed with a soft click that sounded like an agreement. I moved 2 hours away to a smaller city where the air smelled like fresh-cut lawn and old wood. The first week I slept on a new mattress in a clean 1-bedroom and learned the sounds the building made at night. I bought a used truck that didn't need anything but gas. I took a job leading the shop's new branch, and the owner handed me a raise with the keys. On my second Saturday there, Ryan drove out with a toolbox and a fishing rod. We put up shelf brackets and then took the rods to a pond behind the hardware store. You look 10 pounds lighter, he said, baiting a hook. Probably is just fewer boxes, I told him. He laughed. How's the piece? Loud in a good way. A week later, I met Maya at the coffee shop down the street. She asked a simple question while waiting for a refill, what I did, and then actually listened. She had her own life, her own work, her own schedule. We went for walks. We ate tacos on the tailgate of my truck. No scorekeeping. No tests. Just 2 people on a sidewalk. My old house closed on schedule. The deposit hit my account. I bought a dining table and 4 chairs, not 2, because I planned to use them. I hung a map in the hall, not because I needed destinations, but because it looked clean. Jenna didn't come to the closing. I didn't expect her to. I heard through a neighbor that she couch surfed for a while, then landed in a small apartment she didn't post pictures of. Tara kept traveling without her, because that's how that world works. I didn't celebrate any of it. I just noted it and moved on. Sometimes, when I lock the shop at night and walk to my truck, I think about the island I never booked. Then I drive past a lake 20 minutes from my place and smile. I didn't need a plane to feel new. I needed a boundary. There's a grill on my small balcony now, nothing fancy. I flip burgers for Ryan when he visits, sometimes for Maya and her brother when they drop by after a game. We eat at the table that has 4 chairs. We argue about nothing important. We laugh like people who don't have a camera on them. If I ever start to forget the lesson, I think of that morning text. The clarity it brought. The way everything lined up, no yelling required. I didn't win anything dramatic. I didn't plan a speech or make a scene. I made decisions. I sold the house that had become a stage. I stopped funding disrespect. I moved. Freedom didn't show up like a parade. It showed up like a clean kitchen, a full tank, a woman who asks real questions and answers hers. It showed up the moment I chose to be the same man in my house that I already was at work. Calm, direct, not for sale. The past is a closed account. The passwords changed.